bring back the starting five, as it were, in basketball parlance.
Yes, absolutely. But just reading back through the penalties, it's amazing that 1 minute to 9, the 500 got failing to respect track limit 6th offence, got 10 seconds. 6 minutes later, it's on to its 9th offence at turn 4. And 10 minutes later, it hit its 12th offence, all at turn 4. It's obviously, whoever was driving the car at the time, in fact, they must have been confused at how the track actually went. I mean, turn 4 is a very, very fast sweep at the left, at the uphill. My guess is he was going wide the whole time, so going and flattening the field out. But you think someone had pointed out that when he did it 12 times in what looks like 30 minutes, given the fact that 12 laps itself takes, 15, 16 minutes to do, that's impressively bad consistent driving, or the inability to sort of radio message, Barry, the corner's not where you think it is.
Just after 1:30 Central European summertime, and we are into the second half of today's action at the 12 hours of the Hungaroring for the Hankook 12H series for 2021. Nick Damon and John Hindorf with you. Good to have your company. If you've popped off for a bite to eat or something and you've just returned, you've missed some Code 60s. Everybody's been in the pits at least once, some more than once, and notably the Autorama Motorsport TCR number 1 car has had its brake change as well. They were expecting to have to do that, so we are back to full green flag racing. The leader just going round turn 1 is CP Racing. Joe Foster in the AMG GT3. He's taken over from Shane Lewis, who got out the car a wee bit earlier than he needed to. He was going to be a bit close to his 2 hours had he stayed in very much longer. He was about 25 minutes away, but there was a nicely timed Code 60, so they decided to get Shane out of the car. Daniel Ollerman sits in second place for Herbert Motorsport, the number 91. That car still to serve a 20-second stop and hold penalty for causing a collision some hour and a half ago now. So they've got to do that within 2 hours, otherwise that will be doubled. Daniel got into that car in the middle of Shane's stint, didn't he? So for the leader, so he's been in there for just over an hour now, I reckon. So he's got about an hour to go, and he's 10 laps into this stint, so he won't go to the end of his fuel either. And in third place, Martin Lechman. He's got a penalty as well, hasn't he? Crossed the white line at the exit of pit lane when he took over that car about 9, or came out the pit lane about 9 laps ago. And that will be a 10-second penalty as well. The number 91 20-second penalty that's still to be caused was for causing a collision up at turn 8. And by a process of elimination, we believe that was with the Rutronic Audi R8, the number 18 car. Put that car off by the evidence that we have, and caused a Code 60, albeit very short Code 60. Pierre Caffer at the wheel of that car at the far end of the circuit at the moment at turn 5, sweeping through that right-hander before heading into the 6 and 7 chicane. Taking a decent amount of curb there. Those tyre stacks have managed to survive for more than half the race, which I guarantee you wouldn't have happened in a touring car race.
Call me slow. I've just realised that's a helmet cam, isn't it?
On the side of Pierre's car, either that or it's a clever camera that always points forward. Because I think Pierre's a little bit further over. Let's head down to the pit lane. Welcome back to Lucas. Hope you had a decent lunch, Lucas.
Oh yes, we did. Thank you very much, guys. Now we are back from the pit lane, and as you mentioned, track limits a couple of minutes ago, I had a look at these so-called briefing notes. They are available online for all the teams, for all the drivers, to go through the points again that were mentioned by the race director in the briefing. Now here you can see the track maps, and as you can see with these yellow arrows, there are 3 points around the 4.3 kilometers that are interesting in terms of track limits. As it's listed here, it's turns 4 and 11, and then there is a rather different situation for turn 7 as well. Now, if we scroll down, it's quite interesting to see that Race Control actually showcases this to the drivers and teams. This is the exit of turn 4 or turn 3.5, how Snowy likes to call it. This picture, there you can see how it's done. 1 wheel at least remaining on the red and white curbs. This is still okay. And what we can see on the right side of the picture, this would not be okay. This is a track limit infringement. Same actually for turn 11. There you see again the car with 1 wheel remaining on the curbs. That's perfectly all right. This isn't anymore. And then there is another addition for the chicane, which is turn number 7. That's not a classic track limit infringement. This is more related to the runoff area you can see here. Of course, when you use that runoff area, it's not allowed to gain an advantage. And interestingly, there is also a note down here, because, let me check, it's quite hard to read upside down. Oh, there we are. Gaining an advantage during the race. You can see here, after the 3rd offense, there is going to be a warning, which we can see on the timing screens. And after each 3rd warning, there is a 10-second time penalty. So it's a pretty clear explanation to all the drivers and teams. They just need to behave themselves, which isn't always too easy, is it?
No, but I like that, Lucas. Thank you for that. And good to dig up the driver briefing notes. So much of driver briefing having to be done remotely nowadays, and it's good to have access to that. But we're in a situation there, Nick, where there can be no nuances there. It's a bit like MotoGP or World Superbikes. If you're on the green, you're off the track. It's as simple, and I have no issue with that at all.
No, I think it's, I just sit there thinking, it's not track limits, it's a 1x, you've gone off the track.
You have to do a slow down.
Yeah, one thing I would have said though, it seems to me that they've kind of belt and braced the turn 7 cut through by sticking a massive set of tyres where you would normally go for it.
Well, no, I think going to the left of those tyres on the red hard standing, because on your track walk, when you walk around, you'll say, right, what's going to happen if? Where do you go? Where's your out here? Is that really grass, or is it only grasscrete? Oh, hang on a minute. How slick is that? Is that red paint, or is it that grippy paint that's got a bit of a sand in it? Oh, and I can go straight across there. And is there a curb on the other side of it? That's the sort of thing that you look for on your track walk, Nick. And I think it's going to the left of the tyre stack at the apex of turn 7.
But the tyre stack isn't there. There's quite a nice bit of tarmac. I think beyond that, it's just grass. So you probably have a bumpy ride anyway. But yeah, I mean, obviously you could get an advantage if you cut it enough.
During the Sochi Grand Prix, Fernando Alonso proved what a canny operator he is by, on the formation lap, driving out and going through the race director's cut through at the start of the race. Now, was that just to make sure he knew where it was? No, it wasn't heck, because when they came down there at racing speed, he never made any attempt to go around the corner, and he pretty much straight lined the chicane and made up about 5 players, straight line the bollards, the array, and made up about 5 spots.
He didn't really make up any position. What he actually did was he actually didn't lose positions with him because he was on the outside. Personally, I think what that whole situation proved once again is that Michael Massey hasn't got a grip on the series at the moment, and someone needs to have a word with him about it. There's a number, and this is not the place for it, but there's several things I have an issue with Michael Massey with at the moment. He's no Charlie Whiting, let's say that.
Nobody is, though, in fairness.
He's a very long way off.
Let's head back down to Lucas in the pit lane before that gets too controversial. Lucas, what do you have?
Well, it always does when you speak about track limits. We are at Herbert Motorsport. As you can see in the background, that's the struggling 92 car, which quite obviously is out of the race now. It's not being worked on any longer. Marco Seefried next to me. Was it a terminal gearbox issue indeed?
Yes, sadly, I can confirm that. We have no drive anymore, and it seems like something broke on the inside. Means we would have exchange or would need to exchange the transmission. It takes so much time, and we were about at least 4 hours in the race. So we said it doesn't make any sense. The guys started just to disassemble and disconnected the drive shaft that we can move it because it's kind of blocked. So we have to disassemble the transmission once we are back home to have an analyze what this damage could have caused. And yeah, sadly we are out and have no scoring race this time.
Very sad for you. How long do you think would it have taken to change the gearbox?
I think an hour, yeah. Because the thing is, I mean, the guys maybe can do it in 45 minutes, but first you need to analyze, and if it's really necessary to take it out, then you need to get the spare transmission in it. And yeah, and everything is pretty hot. So when you come in, it's for the guys, it's always a tough job. I'm sure they could have done it, but we said, you know, missing out an hour, it's hard then to come back.
Very sad for you, obviously, and for your driver lineup. Is there now any way how you can support the sister car, the 91 car?
Yes, we did. So I went around with the scooter when we had a code 60 in turn 1 to monitor how long it takes. And yeah, obviously we are one team and one spirit. Therefore, when we can help, we are always keen to do so. And maybe there's some more to do soon. I have no idea. But as you see, all of the 92 drivers are here and waiting and cheering for the other car.
And what about Daniel? Because he was supposed to drive both cars and now he can limit himself to do the duties on the 91.
Now he has an easy life now, so he wanted to do the rest of the race on its own on the 91, but the others also want to go back in it.
And as always in Herbert Motorsport, the guys over there having fun, so that's good to know. Marco, thank you very much.
Yeah, it is.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, that's very, very sad news for that team. Half of the Herbert team out. The 91 car still to serve the penalty for causing a collision. Sitting in second position, 42 seconds away from the lead, lapping around about a second quicker than Joe Foster last time around. Daniel Alleman then with the hurry up, but for them now to make big inroads, Nick, with that 20-second stop and hold, they're going to need to have some very, very tricky strategy indeed.
Well, they've been getting a little bit closer. They got down from about 55 to 42 seconds. They have been faster in this session. So Daniel seems a bit quicker than Joe at this part of the race. The extra 20 seconds will put it back out to a minute again. But they've got 4 hours 40 minutes, and if they can get a good pace with Renauer and everyone else in the car, it is still doable on the track. But getting penalties is not a great idea. I have a quick question. Where did that pot plant come from? Why was there a pot plant in the pits? It's not. Has everyone got a pot plant from Hungaroring, or is it just they've brought a pot plant with them for Herbert?
Well, some people rather like to make their places their own. Into the pit lane for the Red Camel Jordan Audi. That car still to serve a penalty, but it's back into the garage again. There's been all kinds of niggly problems with this car, which is highly unusual because the TCRs tend to just run round and run round. Lucas?
Yeah, just to confirm, I checked with Herbert Motorsport. The penalty for the 91 car is indeed for pushing out the number 18 Rotronic Audi. So you were spot on there. They still need to serve it indeed, and now we're going to head over to the Red Camel Jordan's pit box and see if we can find out what's wrong.
Yeah, it's not been the outing that the Breukers family outing that they wanted with father and sons in that car, as Samantha Tan comes in from 9th position in the ST Racing BMW GT4. She's been out in total for 30 laps. Oh, she was. So she actually got in that car. She's very, very close to her 2-hour limit there. Sorry, Lucas, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's game over for the Red Camel Jordan's Audi. There was a clear gesture a couple of seconds ago. It's a differential issue. I think it's now Luc Broikers out of the car. I'm going to grab him in a minute, but, well, it's obviously game over for the car.
I won't ask what the clear gesture was. Presumably it was the cut across the throat rather than anything else.
Well, no, you have the other option, which is the despairing shrug. That's your two choices. That's the two choices of. In fairness, the figure over the throat is the most popular, but you do get a number of despairing shrugs. You know, the despairing shrug often happens if it's the driver who's caused the issue.
I'm just going to have a look at Samantha's 157 for Samantha in the ST racing car. Now, what I don't know if that includes the time in the pit lane, but 157, so they were very tight on the 2-hour mark. Let's find out a little more about the ailments that have befallen the 101 Red Camel. Lucas is down with Luc Broikers.
With Luc indeed, so don't be confused. It says R. Broikers on the overall. Luc, what's the reason that you're wearing your brother's overall?
Because he's racing a lot, and I'm basically his size, so I thought why not pick his suit. And we have our suits coming for Red Camel, so in the next race I have my own suit.
All right, that sounds good. No good news though for your car. One of your mechanics just told me it's a differential issue, and it seems to be terminal now.
Yes, the differential, but also wheel bearing is damaged, so that caused a lot of vibrations, and that combined with indeed the differential, it just doesn't make sense to race anymore because the problem will come back. So now we decide to forfeit and come back next race.
Now, obviously, the car has been in the pits quite often. You're very well known to the cars from the Volkswagen Group, racing the Seat or the Cupra, and we are always told basically the cars are the same, the Volkswagen, the Cupra, the Audi, whatever. But what about maintaining the cars? What about doing the service? Is it really the same?
Yeah, I think it's basically the same. There are small differences between the Audi and the Cupra, for example, or the Honda, but overall it's, I think, the same car.
All right, so you're going to bring back the Audi for the next race at Sebring then?
Yes, I hope I will be back at Sebring, and then we will get them. So, thank you.
All right, thanks, Luc.
Thanks.
Problems out on the far side of the circuit at 12 and 13, or coming back behind the pits, in fact. And that was the 112 Autorama Yasmin Preissig coming around there when the yellows were out, so possibly just off the track for a wee moment. The number 18 Ravenol sponsored Rudtronic Racing Audi, resplendent in its satin black in the afternoon sunshine. At the moment, Pierre Caffer behind the wheel there, sitting in 4th overall. 3rd in class, of course, because the 500 car collection Evo 2 car, not an homologated GT3 as yet. Effectively the car that is the forerunner of it, sitting behind it in the standings. Just picking up the leader, coming to turn 5. Quite still a decent battle, Nick, in the TCR category, with Stefan Perrin trying to close down Yasmin, 1st and 2nd, the Autorama Volkswagen 112 from the 188 AC Motorsport. With a slow lap last time around by Stefan. Has he just got in that car? No. He's been in a wee while as well. I don't think the Broikers clan will be overly happy at the issues with their rental car.
Well, you know, nothing faster than a rental car, which is why you do it in the first place. Yeah, I mean, I think it's, again, with the TCR side, I think it was very, very close, but it's kind of scattered around a bit. But say the top two within 45 seconds. At the front, Danny Ammon's brought the gap down to 40 seconds. That's come down significantly in the 35 minutes or so since the last Code 60 came off. So you would think that it's most likely that Shane Foster was driving that car a little bit quicker than Joe Foster
or Joe Lewis?
Joe Foster and Jane Lewis. And Cassius Clay was there as well. There was a four-wheel grill and everything. Shane
Don't
Lewis.
confuse me any more than I already am.
If I could change it, no. So Shane Lewis is obviously been a little bit quicker than Joe. Danny Allman and Ralph Bob, they're the same. That's the metronomic effect of the gentleman drivers in the Herbert race, which is why they always get pretty much a fair share of the running, even though they're theoretically fast. Allman twins to come on, depending which ones the Allman twins are there week by week. But yeah, so this is closing down now. A little bit. That 20 seconds might become way more important than it initially looked. It could be quite key because they're down to a minute. I mean, there is a point that Allman is much nearer the end of his stint than Foster, but it's not a huge difference because they aren't running always to the full extent of the 2 hours.
Half an hour left for Daniel before he's got to get out. Joe Foster only got in 50 minutes ago. In fact, a little bit less than that, 40 minutes ago. So Joe on his first stint, Daniel effectively on his partially into his second, because it was Code 60 interrupted, of course. Great to know that Johannes Quaglica, everyone's favourite Austrian, is tuned in. Hello, JG. Just noticed the sticker on the dashboard of the number 955 Porsche Cup car, sitting at the moment in 6th position, Sabino Di Castro, in that Vili Motorsport by Ebby Motors. It says lenti ma contenti, slow but happy.
Oh,
very good, like it.
Very few racing drivers are happy when they're slow.
Well, when they changed drivers, we had a word, didn't we, with his teammate Fabrizio Broghi, and he was very happy. He was the happiest man I've seen for a long time. Clearly enjoying himself at being up in the sharp end of things. Was sort of bemoaning the fact that they didn't have much aero, but of course the good news for that is top speed in the Cup car. Yes, you've got no ABS or TC, but what you do have is top speed down the straights, very quick down the tubes.
Yeah, and you're doing it all yourself. None of the gizmos. That's the key thing. As we often said, if you, certainly in Dubai, you end up with the Porsches leading at the end of the first hour, don't you? Just after the GT3s coming for the first time. The 997s or 991s, depending which year it was, will go a few extra laps, and they aren't that far behind at that particular track.
It's got to be a really sensible way to go motor racing in a GT car. Right, you can have a TCR car. They're very, very good value. I won't say they're cheap, nothing in motorsport is, but they're very good value, plentiful, lots of different manufacturers to choose from, and, usually, he says, pretty reliable. They've got, you can get them with the ABS fitted, because these are over an hour long races. In sprint races for TCR, ABS not allowed. They're quite draggy and downforcey, so good for the twisty circuits. And paddle shift, etc. Pretty comfortable little cars turn on the key. But if you want a GT car in this form of racing, going to a lightly used Cup car, or even a well-used Cup car actually, particularly now the 992s are out, and there will be more 992s in Carrera Cups around the world next year. Only 5 series this year that have the new 992. So the 991 Gen 2, of which that Vili Motors by Ebby Motors Motorsport is one. That is a Gen 2 991. So that's the 4 litre. That's a good way to go motor racing. It really is a good way to go motor racing, and it's a Porsche. Who doesn't like a Porsche? Oh, you.
Well, me, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a couple of them. I was just thinking, you mentioned Draghi and Downforcey. They just sound like a really, really rubbish musical act from the 30s, don't they?
Draghi and Downforcey.
Where one of them was dressed up as an old, one of them was dressed up as an old woman. It was a bloke dressed as an old woman from the north.
Right.
And the other guy was his straight man. Yeah, exactly.
And Downforcey was the tall tall guy in
Tall,
the tweeds.
Skinny, very
Yeah,
skinny.
flat
Absolutely,
cap.
yeah. Flat cap, yeah.
Dragging
Very
it down
popular.
footy.
It's like the Sunderland Empire every other Thursday.
And twice on Sundays with the matinee.
Well, yes.
Bringing matinees back in the West End, mate. Have you seen that?
Are they?
Yes, all the musicals going to 2 shows on a Sunday.
Well, if it's worth singing twice, isn't it?
New York, New York.
Absolutely, it is worth singing, obviously, because it's a musical. I can't remember. Do you like musicals in the theatre? I know you don't like them on film.
I've been to see one musical ever.
Go on. Which was it?
You'll never guess what it is.
Annie.
The diametrical opposite to Annie.
Right. Rocky Horror Picture Show.
No, I've never
Rocky Horror
seen that
Show,
live.
Rocky Horror Show,
I've never seen that live. No, I saw Hair, the Sunderland Empire.
Oh, really? Was that because you thought there might be some nudity?
Well,
Yes,
no, it's
yes.
because somebody I knew was in it, actually.
Oh, were they naked?
Everybody gets naked at the end of Hair. Have you never seen it?
No, I have. Yeah, no, I have. I've seen it. Yes, I've seen it many years ago. I've seen the triumvirate of those sort of 70s musicals where everything was hanging out. Godspell and Jesus Christ Superstar.
Oh, good for you. Yep. I think
Yeah.
that is the. I'm pretty certain if you don't count pantomime. Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah. That is the only musical I've seen in a movie. I've always wanted to go and see Chicago live.
You mean the Bob Fosse star one?
Hmm?
I was in Chicago. Actually, no, I wasn't. I stage managed Chicago. I stage managed amateur Chicago. And that, unfortunately, it was the Chicago done the straight way prior to the West End reinvention in the mid-90s. So it wasn't all the stockings and suspenders. It was like people actually dressed in 20s and 30s clothing. And it really wasn't very good. It was brilliant, obviously. It was rubbish. I can say that because I wasn't in it, and I knew everyone who was. It really wasn't very good. I mean, I've been in some rubbish shows, obviously, but that was particularly poor.
Nick the Damon.
Yeah, the Pantos are bloody marvellous and responsible for me being here today. So
Well,
never
that's
not the
true.
dame.
Never not the Dame. There is nothing like a Dame, Anne.
There is not.
At 9:55, Porsche. We were talking about Porsches. The GT3 Cup Car, multicoloured livery for the 991 Gen 2. The different engine cover. That's how you tell it from the Gen 1 car. More aerodynamic at the back. Handsome car that, as a road car as well.
Not bad for a Volkswagen.
I sort of, I didn't quite get into the 997s as much. But the 991s, particularly the Gen 2 cars, I thought were very handsome. And the wide-body cars, obviously.
Yeah.
It's the one that got me back interested in 911s again. Was the 991.
The original one was it 1962? The first one came out.
63, I think.
63.
I think.
So
Porsche,
how much bigger is the modern?
Oh.
Whilst the basic shape is the same, how much bigger is the footprint now?
Well, I've got a 97 car, and park that next to a new 992. In fact, even park it next to a 991. It's about. It looks like a 3/4 scale or 7/8 scale car. It really does. It is that much bigger. Where you really notice it is actually, I notice it more in the 968. My daily car is an old Porsche 968, 95 car. And when I'm sitting in that, you sit really low, much lower than in the 911. And when a contemporary 911, a new 992 goes through, I'm looking up at it. It's like looking up from a normal car to an SUV. It just looks huge. And they are very, very wide, to the point where I actually don't know whether I could get a 991 Gen 2 into the garage and then actually be able to get out of it.
I'm sure you'd try.
You have to have foldy wing mirrors, I think, door mirrors.
Oh, I love foldy. I'm a great fan of foldy. Do you know I like foldy door mirrors?
So you remember you've locked it.
Exactly, 100%. The amount of time I sit there and go, have I looked or not? I have no idea. But the wing mirrors are in. I haven't got to walk. I only have to walk back to the car to the point where I can see the wing mirrors, not all the way to the range of the key fob.
Or how our priorities in car options have changed down through the years, Mr.
Well,
Damon.
with the coming of the old age, the limited of brain.
Heated seat, heated steering wheel, foldy mirrors. That's it.
Well, you know, when we're all electric, we've all got so much power and torque, we know what to do with it. Those are the things that will really count.
Leading in TCR, and therefore the TCE category, Yasmin Preissig for Autorama Motorsport by Wolfpack. Yasmin very consistently lapping in just under 2 minutes, 1:59.1 last time around. And where's the 188 on the track then? Just coming out of turn 13 as Yasmin's gone into turn 5. So a better part of half a lap as a lead.
It was 50 seconds, wasn't it, last time we looked? Let's see what it is now. 31 to come right down. Oh no, I've got the wrong car, sorry, because that's Chandler Hull has pinged in a gap. He's actually catching up very quickly, the 438 at Sam Tang's
Just coming across the line now, the 188. And as soon as the timing screen
it's gone up.
updates, 1 minute and 9 seconds. So Yasmin has got the hammer down.
Interesting, Chandler Hull is getting much closer again to Stefan Perrin. I know they're different classes, but he is looking to move up in the overall leaderboard with the 438 ST racing car.
Just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, wherever you are in the world, 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the Hungaro ring, just on the outskirts of Budapest, the twin cities of Buda and Pest. And the Hungaro ring playing host to a brilliantly quickly rearranged 12-hour event for the Hankook 12H series in 2021. Should have been in Sicily this weekend, but travel restrictions making that impossible. So great work by Creventic and the circuit here to A, find some time, and B, get it done. And to the teams who have turned up and put on a very good show indeed. Often thought this track would be good for multi-class racing. We were last here, 7 years ago. Things have changed an awful lot in Creventic and Hankook 24-hour racing since then, and the track really well suited to this form of motorsport. It's John Hindhaugh and Nick Damon with you for the next hour or so before the 18 come back in the shape of Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer.
How do you think this would be if we had 3 times the cars?
Busy.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about because
there are places to pass though,
but there are places where you can't, and you have to show the patience, which sometimes isn't the greatest attribute of racing drivers. And there's a few corners where you just have to follow.
I think that the places here. Let's see if I can follow around. That was backing it in the
absolutely.
Lucas
Should be at the Circuit of the Americas, not Hungaroring, doing that.
Yeah, very nice. This car's had a brake change at the front during one of the 3 Code 60s that we've had since we took over a couple of hours ago. And I think, right, so obviously down the main straight into turn 1, in the run from turn 1 to turn 2, if you were talking class against class, up from 3 to 4, you could just lift out and let somebody through there. I accept that once you get out of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, it is a bit of a after you, Claude, no, after you, Sebastian, because there's not that many. Maybe into turn 11, you could just lift out of it and let somebody go through. The run down from 11 to 12, definitely long enough, but then 12, 13, 14 onto the main straight, it is follow my leader again. But I think that's the joy of multi-class is that you know, it's quite wide, it's very smooth, it's not particularly abrasive. There's not much Hankook rubber offline, is there?
No.
I mean, there's plenty off the side of the track, but I don't think that's all necessarily from what's been thrown there this weekend. I think it'd be doable. I think it'd be doable with 45 cars. Definitely. Maybe more.
You have to move with the fuel pumps, right?
Well, yes. Now, but that's, you know,
That's all to do.
Does it? If it just makes the pit stop time longer because you've got to go in through one garage, round the back somewhere, and out through another, we've done that before.
Portimao we did that, didn't we?
I've done
Is it
that somewhere.
Portimao?
I've done
Where
that
was
when I
that?
was racing somewhere, but I can't think where that would be. Oh no, it wasn't racing. It was when I was doing track rides for
I think
people.
Portimao, they went in through a garage but out through a gap in the
Yeah,
like a pit out exit.
we did it at Silverstone once as well for Creventic, because I remember how slippery the floor was in one of the Granny Annex garages, and then they went out to behind to where the scrutineering bay was at the pit out, and then came back in at that end of things. Pit lane for the Audi 500, the Evo 2 version of the Audi R8 LMS. Martin Lechman has brought the car collection car from 3rd overall. He has been in. Oh, he's been in for a while as well. He's been in for an hour and 20 minutes. So did he get out, or is he just going to do a few more laps? Going to the fuel
You'd
pumps.
think he would have got out because he's got sticker tyres, as they say in the glorious world of United States auto commentary, and he does a fuel up as well. So I'm pretty sure we've known just missed the driver change. It wouldn't make a lot of sense sending a completely freshed up car out just for that.
Baz Schouten in the BMW M6 GT3 for JR Motorsports. Very handsome car that. It has really grown on me in the years that that's been a race car. Didn't like it at all when I saw the road car. I thought there was some very odd styling.
I think BMW's styling has been odd for. When did Chris Bangle take over? 20 years ago? I know, but they haven't managed to claim it back properly, I don't think.
There's
styling.
There's something about that as a race car, though, that looks way better than the road car does. Although I've got to say the road car has grown on me. It's a car that I think is very livery dependent on how it looks in race car format, and very colour dependent on a road car.
I kind of end up feeling that BMW decided to be challenging in their styling just to differentiate themselves from the more conservative elements of Audi and Mercedes. But even with the new M4, they couldn't just build a nice new M4. They had to put the world's stupidest grille on it. No need for that grille to be like it is. It's just it's our styling idea. We decided the kidneys weren't big enough. We're going to go for monster kidneys. And what's the point?
They made it look like a Damon. Funny enough. You know what a Damon is, though, don't you?
No, go on.
It's a whole genus of small mammals.
Oh, okay.
It is a word.
Lucky me.
It looks like beaver teeth at the front to me of the new car. It's one of the few times, and I think you said this, and you're absolutely right. It's one of the few times where having to have your registration number plate in the middle at the front, as per British regulations, actually makes a car look better because it splits up the grille. And if you get it in the right colour where you can't see the bottom part of the grille so much, then it doesn't look quite as offensive. But I mean, Chris Bangle, who, let's be honest, has turned out some phenomenal cars. Unlike some people, I actually liked the Fiat Multipla that he turned out. I thought that was a really interesting bit of design. But what do you not do when you've got a brand that is instantly recognisable from pretty much every angle? You don't change it. It's like changing your logo. Why would you change your logo when you've got a logo that's as well known as VW or BMW? Well, the logo for BMW was the grille. Now, I understand the kidney grille has been getting bigger, and I also understand that European crash regulations dictate an awful lot in the penalty box. Is this finally the 720 taking its stop for the pit lane speed limit? That was 20 seconds, and that was getting on for a couple of hours ago, that was, so they've got that into the wire. I understand that design has been influenced by crash and pedestrian safety regulations as well, but nobody look at a lovely 1970s BMW or a 2002 or you know, even an E36 BMW. Look at that.
Which year was that?
80s,
Which was
90s.
the last? What was the last decent M3? The one where they made the CS as well, back in the 2007. That one, 92. Yeah, that's the last good one.
Nobody ever looked at the front of that car and said, we really need to make that grille bigger. That's
Yes.
the only thing that matters with this car. Nobody who ever looked at it, bought it, or lusted after it, thought to themselves, if only that grille was 3-4 times the size and dominated the front end aspect of that car. I don't get it. Spin for the 58. This is the MP Racing David Gosner driven AMG GT3. Now there's a car that looks like, love it or hate it, it looks like a Mercedes. Long snouty Mercedes. Homage to the SLs of the past. Big engine up front. Actually pushed quite far back up front, but you know what I mean.
Front mid.
Yeah, front mid. I saw the SLS the other day as a street car. Not my cup of tea at all, but it's absolutely a Mercedes-Benz. That's brand recognition. All right, 4 hours 20 to go. Let's head to the pit lane and pick up some more reaction from down there with Lucas, who's working in the afternoon sunshine for us.
With Martin Lechman, who just got out of the number 500 Evo 2 Audi R8. Martin, how was your stint?
Yes, my stint was okay. I had a set of old tires. It was a little bit nervous to drive, but and also the stint was okay. It was good, yeah.
You're in P3 overall, 1 lap ahead of the next Audi that's now driven by Pierre Caffer, but of course Nathanael is in your car now, so do you expect to hold 3rd place overall?
I hope we will do. I hope we can finish on the podium.
Tell us a bit about the experience of testing and developing a new Evolution 2 Audi. How do you work together with the team and the Audi engineers to improve it?
Yeah, to work with Audi is amazing. To testing the car, for me, it's also a pleasure. Yes, we had a lot of new parts in the car. We have, for these conditions, air condition. It helped us very much.
So how did you get to drive the car? Because obviously Nathanael is the full pro, then you have Martin as a semi-pro, and you are the listed AM driver.
Yes, in this series, you know, you have to have a AM driver. So I am the lucky guy who can do it.
How much experience do you have with the, let's say, older R8, with the Evo 1?
With the Evo 1, I drove in Dubai, in Hockenheim. I drove a couple of sprint races, so I have some experience yet.
And what are the big differences you immediately spotted?
I can't tell you the difference because we have a BOP here now. We can't drive so fast as a car can, so I can't tell you now.
But you mentioned the way how the driver lineups are formed, and I think it makes sense, doesn't it, to have a full professional driver along with a semi-pro and an AM driver to do all the development, because this is how the cars will be run in the future.
Yes, all the new parts are for the gentleman drivers. So it have to help us to control the car better in the corners and to be a little bit faster on the straight.
Will you go back in the car today?
I don't know. I don't know how much time we have now. I hope.
We're going to let you catch the break. Thanks, Martin.
Thanks.
It's very interesting that Martin's just said, Martin Lechman there talking to us from the pit lane of Car Collection, running the development for that Audi Evo 2. All the new bits and bobs, Nick, are for the gentleman drivers. It's not just about speed, it's about drivability, it's about being able to get consistently good lap times out of the cars and to feel comfortable. It's generally accepted that the Evo version of the Mercedes AMG GT3 was a big step forward onto a car that was already pretty driver friendly. David Gosner really leaning on the 58 car at the moment as he's drifting around the far side of the circuit, really laying some Hankook rubber down through turn number 5. But it actually, as Lucas said there, it does make sense to make the development that way, because ultimately the pros and the semi-pros, they'll get in and drive and they'll find a way to drive it. It's the gentleman driver who will probably determine how good your team result is going to be.
Well, that's it. You can't make it any faster because you just get bopped back to the same speed. So you can't increase the lap time. So what you have to do is make the lap time easier to achieve by more people using less resources, be that fuel, be that tyre, and that's what you effectively improve the drivability, because the actual, if your lap time is 2 minutes, your Evo lap time is 2 minutes, your Evo 2 lap time is 2 minutes, because you'll just get weight or power restrictions till it is that. So it's all about making the car easier to drive with a wider operating window, with lower consumables, and some of the teams now obviously are also paying a lot of attention to making servicing by the race teams as well.
And longer service intervals as well, as something that came up with Barcelona with that new Audi. The service intervals are something that sounds to me like you would have with an exotic road car, to be quite honest.
Yeah, it's like 20,000 kilometres for the gearbox. I think it was something like 5,000 or 9,000 kilometres for the engine before it needs to be. So, but then as we often said, GT3 engines are not heavily stressed if you compare them to their road car engine. Like you probably the Lamborghinis are probably producing, the V10s are probably producing 50 to 100 horsepower less in this race trim than they do in the unfettered race. So it's all about making that power reliable, and of course they are driven harder, because even though you can get 600 horsepower out of a road-based V10, you're not doing it every lap all the time, whereas the 500 horsepower you're getting for the GT3s you are trying to get all the time. So it's a slightly different wear profile, but in absolute power terms, nothing like what the road cars are producing.
Penalty for David Gosner in that AMG GT3, the MP Racing number 58. Track limits.
But when he fell off?
It's gone very quickly from third offence to sixth offence, which you get your warning at 3 offences, and then every 3 after that it's a 10-second time penalty. It's turn 4 again, so that will be next time around. Still outstanding. 12 seconds for the 701 Vortex, which is now not last, because the Porsche of Herberth Motorsport number 92 car has been in the pits long enough with that gearbox issue. We don't think that's coming back. What else? The 500, that Audi we've just been talking about for car collection. That was a pit lane exit infraction. That's 10 seconds. That one won't be served. 91 causing a collision. Still, the Herberth number 91, the second place car, still has not done that 20 seconds.
In fairness, they've actually not been in the pits since they awarded it.
Oh, that's not true.
No, yeah.
No, that was...
No, because that was caused by the last code 60, wasn't it? Oh, no, it's penultimate code 60. We've got another one with the Lambo puncture, didn't we, as David Gosner falls off again at turn 4. I'm not sure we get track limits for that, but he's not facing the right way most of the time.
Probably not then, eh? Was that turn 4? Yes, it was. Spot on then.
Done a lot of laps this track recently. Not in, obviously, virtual reality.
No, that wasn't turn 4.
Yes, it was.
Was it?
Yes, he's just gone through 6 and 7.
That was 8 and 9 he went through.
That's 4.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I stand... Well, sit corrected.
So he's basically he was trying to abuse the track limits, but at that point the car went, sorry, I can't let you do it again. So it's
yes, I'm being embarrassed now. Thanks.
Yes, honestly.
Yeah.
Who do you think you are? The 500 Audi? You're not doing that again.
Yeah, let's not have that. Remember, if we get into the code 60 and anyone decides to take their penalties, the number of seconds are doubled in there, but it's still worth doing it.
I don't think that's a secret, Ronnie.
Oh, really? All right, it's still worth doing it, though.
There we are, you see.
Yeah.
Now it's out there now. They go, really? We hadn't realised, and they all come in.
New fastest lap of the race last time around for the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo for that car, the RD Sainz Racing team. Paulius Paskevicius in the 720 with a 150.385. Meantime, number 1, third place, Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR is in the pits. Lucas Stolashek And second place comes in as well. Stefan Perrin just behind him for the number 188 black and purple AC Motorsport car. And currently it's Eric van den Munkhoff driving the car with his name above the door.
And with the correct number of wheels on it as well.
Always good.
Yeah.
Very good use of red, white and black on that car, I think.
Good livery, actually. Good, simple livery. Munkhoff, what did Munkhoff do we know?
I'll let you look that up. Fastest finger first.
I've got Budapest something already, so...
You've got what?
I've got Budapest Sunset already, so...
Have you?
Ooh, Munkhoff Sprayer. Munkhoff Business Travel.
Manufacturer of specialty equipment.
Yeah, this is the right one. He's got the right symbol. It's not Munkhoff Taxis.
Quickest taxi in the world. Oh no, that's
Yes.
not the... Sorry, that's not the right one. I've got the wrong symbol. Oh, that they do orchards and vineyard stuff. So what have you found?
Munkhoff.org, Fruit Tech Innovators.
There we are.
Yes, they do Fruit Tech Innovators.
I don't... do you think that's them?
Was that not then? Harvesting machines, spray
No, that's the one I
installations,
found. I
box
don't
fillers?
think that's it.
Ah, you think it's this other one? is
Years
it?
of transport experience, Munkhoff has become an expert in passion to transport and travel and applies this expertise with passion and conviction on behalf of its clients.
Okay.
Oh,
Munkhoff
here's the
Travel.
58 in for its penalty.
Yes, it's
David
corporate
Goster
travel.
serving it. Lovely colour
Corporate
green.
travel, that's who it is.
Yeah.
So they must have had a bit of a tough time recently.
Total mobility from A to Z.
KLM have chosen Munkhoff as their transport partner for the KLM bus. There you are.
Excellent.
Big about the if you're involved in the Dutch world of airline transport between
Shuttle services in tourism and recreation, passenger transport in the healthcare sector, logistic transport management for small and large scale events, mobility solutions for educational institutions. Just some of the things that Munkhoff do.
yes.
As well as run a BMW racing car. Just their fastest transport solution, obviously.
They probably depend how far some of these bus drivers are quite quick.
Times served then for that number 58 AMG in that chrome green. Vortex running. Only a lap behind Eric van den Munkhoff now in that battle for the last running car.
Yeah, and he's got a 2 second lap advantage in running time, so he only needs another what? He's doing run out of he needs 60 laps to catch up. If they will carry going at the same speed.
Guess what?
What? He's got a penalty.
The 58 has
Got
just
another one?
had another 3 offences.
On turn 4 again.
Yeah, another time penalty, another 10 seconds. So served one. The last one has just been issued.
The way he's throwing the car around with just total abandon
Yes.
kind of makes you think he's thinking, well, look, we are. I've got the car for an hour. I'm just going to lob it around the track for a laugh. He's done a bit of drifting. He's spun a couple of times. He's hassled people. He's looked out of control. But he's gone, I've had a great time. Fantastic.
Get me money's worth.
Yeah. So he certainly got through to the canvas of the tyres the way he was laying black marks everywhere.
3 laps away from 4th and 5 laps away from a spot on the GT3 podium, though, Nick.
Yeah, Dan Alleman needs to come in next time. He's on 1 hour 54 minutes of a stint. Now, while theoretically he could do 2 more laps, if he goes past the start finish next time and then a code 60 comes out, he won't get in time. So
1 hour
they could risk.
1 hour 15 in this stint.
They could risk 2.
35. That's 1 hour 15. 1 hour 20. 1 hour 50. And did he do? He did a little short one as well, didn't he? Yeah, you're right. Spot on, mate. Spot on. So we'll keep an eye on the 91, particularly to see if they served that penalty for the contact with the Audi earlier on. And whilst we do that, let's take an update from the pit lane.
To catch up with one of the TCR and TCE title contenders, the AC Motorsport Audi that just came back to the pits. Stefan Perrin making way for his teammate Mathieu Detry, who now took over the car. And Stefan, I think it's getting pretty hot out there for you.
Yeah, it's the first part of the stint. We have problem with brake. We change brakes, it's better now. but we take option to refueling and doing 2 hours with front tires here is very too much, and it's very hard at the end of the stint to stay on track, to stay focused, because yes, it's a strictly track, and we might to be focused every time with traffic, for manage front tires, and it's a good challenge to do that only on 2 drivers, yeah, and with we can debrief with Matt at the end of the race, but it is a good challenge.
The Autorama Volkswagen now in the lead. I think it's a 2-lap gap between them and you. Do you think you're still able to catch them?
It's difficult. Yes, the first part with brake problem, we lost a lot of problem. We are really lucky to change brake under Hankook 50, but Autorama do the 2 cars in the same condition. I think it will be very difficult to reduce this gap to the end. But hey, it's a race. We know every do can doing at the end. Sorry.
No problem. And even if it's P2, it's still a good result, because you need to score all the points you can score in terms of your championship battle.
Yes, but we have a local result that we can cancel, and our problem is that we are not doing a lot big point on the 24 race. We have a fourth at Dubai and fifth at Barcelona. It will be now difficult to come out to reduce the gap in the championship, but the last race is in 24 hours, and all can do it.
That's true. Thank you very much, Steph.
Sorry for my English.
All good. No problem. Cheers.
His English way better than us having to do an interview in French, although I'm sure you could, Lucas. If required, I could just about do the translation. I'm not sure I could ask the questions in French. Just a note at the front of the field, the gap now, Nick Damon, down to 22.5 seconds.
And they're absolutely rolling the gap the dice, because if Daniel comes into this lap, which he would have to do, he's going to cross the line at about 1 hour, 59 minutes and 40 seconds. So if a code 60 happens at this point, they're going to fall foul of that and have a big penalty. But he has been consistently 2 seconds a lap faster over the last few laps. He's pulled down the lead that was 34 seconds not so long ago, down to 22. Last couple of, I think if I was to say, I think that Joe Foster is being a lot more conservative in traffic than Daniel is.
Yeah.
And therefore, on a clear lap, they're doing the same sort of times. But we've seen that the 85 been caught in a bit of a bunch of traffic. He's still got 2 cars to clear now, actually, as he goes around, about to go around turn 13. He's just not got past as quickly as the Porsche has. But
Porsche's just coming through turn 11 now, and you reckon he's got to peel off this time around.
If he doesn't, my stint counts wrong. He's about to get, and he can do it. Otherwise, he's going to get a massive penalty, because the penalties are quite big for going over driver limits.
If I was to say, I've just got a penalty, what number car do you think it might be for?
Could it be, and this is honestly, I'm just picking this out of the air, 56?
58.
MP Racing.
58,
MP
yes.
Racing.
You had the right car, the wrong number. Exceeding the speed limit in pit lane, 40 seconds. So that wasn't just a little bit. That was, if you're going to go big, go over, go big. Now,
I don't think he actually pressed the limiter at all.
In the pit lane, here's the 91. Going for the penalty box, question mark? Answer, yes.
Yes.
So this is the 20-second stop and hold penalty for the contact with the it was the number 18 Audi, wasn't it? Seems a million years ago now, and it was Martin Lechman. Sorry, it was Michael Doppelmayr, who was just starting his stint in that car and hasn't been back in the car since actually. He got out straight after that. So 20 seconds served. Damage on the right-hand side of that car caused in the first part of the... No, that was caused in the first part of the race. I think it was an AMG that ran into them very, very early on. So out for Daniel Alleman.
Alfred should get on in the rotation, of course, and he isn't needed to fix the other car. Yeah, they've got team helmets. They had them in Barcelona.
Can they stop that immediately?
They've got twins and team helmets. That's really useful.
That's just
they have their names are written on the helmets, so that's okay. But beyond that, they have
very quick driver stop.
Outfits. They
are
job,
very good, aren't they? That was done way before the car came down off the jacks for 4 new Hankook tyres.
So it has got Alfred in the car now. Obviously, they're going to stop and pick up some fuel. Joe Foster, hour and 20 almost into his stint, doesn't need fuel, but not necessarily a driver change about the same time.
No, I think he will change. I don't think he'll go on. They haven't had any full course purples, any code 60s here. He's got probably 3 or 4 laps left in that leading car. I think Joe will be into the pits and out of the car at that point. Meantime, the 112 Autorama continues to lead, and another good lap last time around by Yasmin Presig. Yasmin just on the 2-minute mark, but she's been consistently under that, lapping around about 159, low 159s, high 158s. She'll be happy with that. Very consistent run. Running in the Kermit green colour, almost a Porsche Viper green colour, or Serpent green is another Porsche green. It's like that's for Green Hope, which is sports against cancer, in particular raising money to help charities involved in children's cancer. Very worthwhile. Good example of quite a few really worthwhile partnerships in motor racing paddocks around the world, showing the social responsibility of our motor racing team. So we've now only got 4 hours to go. We're into the last third of the race. We'll start our update on this hour with, as I say, 4 hours to go with the top of the shop in the GT. It is still the CP Racing number 85 that leads. It was down to around about 20 seconds before Daniel Alleman came into the pit lane. The 91 Herbert car in second place is in fuel at the moment, ahead of car collection by now the better part of 5 laps. Nat Burton behind the wheel of the number 500 Audi now. This is the Evo 2 version of the car. So third in class for Rudtronic, although fourth on the road. It's Pierre Caffer driving that car at the moment, and driving it actually pretty much at exactly the same speed as the new car, the Evo 2, just backing up what Nick was saying about don't necessarily make it quicker, just make it more consistent for the lesser experienced drivers. Fifth position GR Motorsport with the BMW, then the 991 Porsche. This is the number 955 Veely Motorsport by Ebby Motors, still in the top 6. Behind that, the delayed and much penalised MP Racing. Thomas Gerstner will have to serve another penalty soon for the pit lane speeding violation. It's a 40-second one. That's going to be, might as well read a chapter of his book there. Then behind those guys, it's the GT4 leader, ST Racing, and Chandler Hull has taken that over, lapping under 2 minutes in that car, sitting 10th overall, but of course leading its class. 720 is the RD Sides Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan. Vortex trying to fight back, and the Vortex sitting down in 15th. Herbert Motorsport number 92, gearbox issues, couldn't get neutral in that car. They've decided, I think, to leave it parked. They'll investigate it when they get back to base. So for the TCE, it's the TCRs at the sharp end. Autorama in the bright green, number 112, leading with the Volkswagen by, again, the better part of a couple of laps. Mathieu Detrette is trying to close down with the 188 AC Motorsport, the black and purple car. Second of the Autorama cars, with the brake change done for Fabian Dance in the Golf, is another couple of laps further back. The red Camel Jordan RS3 with issues that have put that car into the garage. Munkoff Racing, the best of the TCX car. It's the BMW M4 GTR, of course. Sitting 5th in TCE. So that's how it stands. 4 hours to go. Nick and I with another half an hour. So under 4 hours to run now, and the last couple of hours being characterised by a number of Code 60s, 8 laps and 3 Code 60 periods that we have had, which has in some ways levelled things out at the front of the field. Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh, we've just had a stop for Daniel Allman, who's done his 41 laps. And as we suggested, Joe Foster has come in after 43 laps, 2 of which were under Code 60. And I'm betting that he's out of that car now. It is Alfred Renard, by the way, that got into the Hairberth Porsche. Now, is there a fuel pump for this?
There's confusion about fueling there.
Yeah.
Well, he's lost a few seconds looking for the fuel pump. I mean, basically, he's experienced what the whole of the UK nation's experienced over the last couple of weeks, desperately searching for the correct fuel pump, and finally finding one that's got some fuel that he can use.
Not in Northamptonshire. Everybody's sensible
true,
in Northamptonshire.
I did fill up with no issues whatsoever on the way home from Liberty Motorsport.
Yeah, I know.
Even though they put their cunning £30 limit in, well, the cunning limit doesn't work when you've got more than one bank card.
Very good.
You just put another one in, off you go. Oh, no, £30.
That was an unmanned one, was it?
Mm.
Very good. I hadn't thought about that.
The
more pressing problem is when you get somewhere and if there is a bit of a queue, you get on the wrong side for your fuel filler.
No, don't. No, I did that. And
you don't want those heavy rubber hoses now with the plastic on that get covered in dirt, and they're just gonna. I mean, that's awful for your paintwork. You don't want to be hanging it over the top of your paintwork.
And then, of course, you have to work out. You have to try and make it. You have to go a bit closer to the pump, and then you have to work out how far past the pump to go, which will line up with your actual filler pump.
You've got to get the angle of the dangle right as well.
And of course, on some 4x4, it's actually better to go right round the back rather than over the top. But with my car now being quite low and sleek, I just have to get it so I can lay it so you can lay across the glass, which does the least damage, of course.
I just won't do it. I won't do it.
Well, normally you would, but now needs must.
No.
You find a pump.
I'm sorry, I have standards, Nick. I have standards, even when it comes to petrol fueling. It would offend my OCD. Let's go down to the pit lane. We've just mentioned that Joe Foster's done a great 44 laps. He's closed down a little bit by Daniel Alleman, but I would think, Lucas, that he's going to think job done for that stint.
Oh, I think so too. Joe Foster, please tell us about your stint then.
So it's great to be in the car. This is a fun circuit to come to for the first time. Obviously a beautiful day today, quite a bit different on the circuit since this morning. It's quite a bit warmer now, so as we discovered, the track is quite slippery, at least for us. And so just doing our best to keep the tires on it, keep the pace that we can make. Obviously, there's quite a pace disparity between the Porsche and the Mercedes, and we're just doing our best with strategy and pit stops and the crew to make the best of what we're good at. And so it was a great stint. Enjoyed it very much.
I think it's one lap and a bit between the two cars. Do you expect Herbert to stay in second behind you?
Oh, obviously we're going back and forth with pit stops now, so it's one of those things where the pieces on the board are moving in kind of a predictable place at the moment. And again, we're trying to do what we are good at CP Racing, which is the pit stops and the strategy. You can tell from practice and even the test day, there's a big pace differential between the Porsche and the Mercedes. So we're doing the best to do the best with what we have, and we'll see how it turns out.
And what about the upcoming driver stints? Do you know who is in the car at which point of time?
Actually, I have no idea, to be honest.
We're going to check back in a minute. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thanks so much.
Cheers.
Bye.
Really good to have CP and Charles Putnam and the rest of the guys, Joe Foster, Shane as well this weekend, continuing to support. It's Charles in the car at the moment, by the way. Continuing to support this, most of the European-based series. They're on home continent at least for the 24 Hours of Sebring coming up in November, which is, I think...
Charles, that's another Floridian.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's very much on home ground, yeah. I believe that is the first time ever there'll have been a 24-hour race at Sebring. In terms of contiguous 24 hours, particularly.
I think it's a major event. I think that's why it's attracted such a big entry. And with things gradually easing up, hopefully we can all get there.
What's going on with the right-hand side of the Audi? The wing end plate's dropped loose.
The screws come undone.
The rear screw. I was thinking, oh, it's lost. I can't remember it having that straight up and down. And it's not. So the right-hand rear wing end plate, the rearmost Allen bolt has dropped out and it's swiveled down, and cunningly, almost exactly the same distance between that and the rear wheel arch upright.
Yeah, you won't be wishing. I don't think that. Well, no, that's going to be quite draggy because it's fallen off the. It's not caught. It's providing an end plate on that right hand side. That's not going to help.
No,
that's not going to be one of those bits that fall off. That's an advantage. They'll be having. There'll be quite a large loss of downforce and the increase in drag by not having an end plate properly on. I mean, by a large amount. I mean, you're talking a few pounds, but enough to slow it down rather than speed it up.
It'll be. What will be happening is the air will be falling off the rear wing on the right hand side. Yeah.
We're on the cusp of a lead change, John.
Yeah, we are.
Charles Putnam is only 1.5 seconds ahead of the 85.
Yeah. They're going through turn 6 at the moment, and the lead change has happened. The lead change has happened out on the far side of the circuit. I think the next time they come round, 701's in there as well. The Vortex, Nick Nobbs behind the wheel.
You're right.
Of that.
He sprinted past.
And sprinted past and got away. So Alfred Renault now leads. So for the first time in
a long time,
we don't have the Mercedes. Well, they started in the lead this morning, lost the lead very early on, but then got it back. And
that's a massive piece of driving in the last hour and a half, because about the time that that penalty was served to them, it was pushing what we worked out as 1 minute 50, wasn't it? They were behind in real terms.
Yeah.
And they've made that up in a combat. They did make quite a chunk up in the pit stop rotation. We saw how great they were, Herbert were in that pit stop, where they had driver change before the car came for Jack for the tyre change. That saved a huge amount of time. Well, I reckon they made about 17 seconds actually just in the pit lane.
Yeah.
To add to the speed, and add to the amount they made during the previous set of driver rotations, where interestingly, CP didn't make the most of that because they actually ended up changing the same time as Herbert, so they actually lost a driver change time for that during that most recent thing. And then, of course, the extra speed we saw from Daniel over Joe. So, brilliant driving by. Well, I don't know, why are we surprised? This is what you expected, really. Throw a bit of adversity, we'll get over it, no problem at all.
And they have served their penalty. So even including soaking up 20 seconds on the red carpet, they have still managed to drive back to the lead. I put it down to the dark red wheels,
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's nothing to do with talent, skill, preparation, or anything about the tactics. It's all to do with the colour of the wheels.
Right now,
I thought you liked white wheels best. You said yesterday.
no, I quite like white wheels as well. I don't like black wheels.
You sound very wheel fickle to me.
It depends, doesn't it? It depends. Interesting. No, forget that. We've got somebody going slow in sector 3. We'll see if we can pick that up for you, and maybe back up to speed. Coming round to the line now. Here is our new leader, the number 91, Alfred Renard. And it was the Huracan.
Oh, another wheel off.
And it's the right rear wheel which is trailing in.
But it still wants to go in the pit lane, the right rear wheel.
It's not quite down to the pit lane speed limit yet. How does that work then? If the wheel goes past you and is not at the pit lane speed limit?
Yeah, you're part of your car speeding.
Nothing to do with me, Gov. I think you'll find that centripetal force that's done that, mate.
So how's that happened again? That wasn't the start of a run, was it?
The right rear wheel did.
That looks more undone than the other. The very brief look we got at the hub there, the hub seemed intact still, but it may be
16 laps that car's been out for Paulus Pascavicius.
I'm more interested where the tyre is now. See if it actually made it.
It did try to overtake. The tyre tried to overtake in the pit lane. The tyre's going to get a 10-second penalty. Yes, just the tyre. It hasn't quite made it to the pit lane. The tyre hasn't quite made it to the pit lane line, so it can't get outside assistance from the pit crew.
I have to send the flatbed round for it.
The good news is the 720 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo has made it.
With 3 wheels.
Was
it his pit box?
It was due a 20-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. And I'd served that.
That was his box.
Yeah, it has gone down the box.
And they're pushing it now.
I think they just banged another rim on.
How can it come undone after 16 laps? Obviously, he felt it wobbling, which is why he was slow in sector 3.
Very good, yes.
And he felt there's something wrong, and as he came in, luckily it parted way at low speed, which is caused the problem with when wheels come off cars at race speed, is they have that massive momentum. They can go anywhere, and they can cause damage to other cars, hit the track direction, more worrying than people. But actually, when it came off, it was only doing about maximum 30 miles an hour.
Ironically, so it was the stress of turning hard right into the first part of the pit lane that made it part company. He's very close to getting it all the way back to the pit lane. That must be quite off-putting, that, isn't it? Even if you're coming into the pit lane and you're aware of something coming down the right-hand side of the car, then you go, oh, that's my wheel.
But yeah, so that meant they've gone out again. They have gone out again.
Yeah, I think they literally bolted a right rear wheel, and I don't even think they did a side or all 4, because it didn't seem to be stationary for very long at all.
I kind of think you want to know actually what caused the problem. But
do you know what happened? Yeah, the wheel fell off. Yeah, but why did it happen? Well, it fell off.
It's fine.
Yeah.
We'll tighten it up more this time. Okay. You know, £5 for torque wrench, Dave.
Right, Barry. Exactly how it happened, I'm sure, in RD Science Racing Team.
Perhaps a different accent, but that's it.
So, new leader then. Whilst all that was happening, and just to confirm that we have got a new leader, and a new leader by almost 10 seconds now, as Alfred Renauer.
He's flying. He's absolutely flying.
46.6 last time around, 4 seconds quicker than the AMG GT3.
Yeah, we've been seeing 48s really from the other guys, with this track being greasy and not in anything like as good a condition it was when they set that 44.6 earlier in the day. But he's now flying, Alfred. He's just showing that little bit of extra class that some pro drivers have.
Daniel Alleman's done 3 hours and 6 minutes. Ralph Bourne's only done 54 minutes. Alfred almost 2 hours in the race. Now, does that mean Ralph has to do a bit more before the end?
He has to do 2 hours. He has to do 2 hours.
So he's got another hour to do.
Yeah, but they'll give it. They'll even it up by the end.
Conversely, CP Racing, Charles has done an hour and 35, and he's in. Charles Esplanad's done an hour and 35. Charles Putnam's done an hour and 24. And Shane's done an hour and 31 and 1:25 for Joe Foster, so they are pretty even. Let's head down to the pit lane where Lucas has got some news for us.
John, we are not quite in the pit lane. This is actually the outside area of turn 4. We spoke about track limits, so Seb, our cameraman, and I decided to just head out trackside to see what it's like. And it's, as you perfectly know, always brilliant to be trackside, because you just get a sense of the speed and the demand and the challenge, because down there you can see the cars climbing up the hill, which you don't actually see on television, and then it's the left-hander over the curb, and then again the number 58 car tackling the track limits. That was sort of all right, because 2 wheels at least remained on the white and red curb. So now we're going to wait for some other cars coming up the hill, which is quite interesting because we can't see them without any timing or screens or whatever. Really makes you appreciate a proper commentary booth.
It's the Vortex coming towards you now. So
Right.
You'll see a bright orange car.
And there it is. Yeah, I hope that gave you a bit of a taste of the great Chevrolet GM V8 engine. There is the M6, the JR Motorsport car. And I
First
think
and second in TCR coming towards you. We'll get back to you in a moment as the Lamborghini, Lucas, is struggling again. I think they've had a recurrence, Nick Damon, of the same problem.
Yeah, perhaps that wasn't the fix wasn't the fix they thought it was. It wasn't just bolting new one on. Perhaps it was a hub issue. I must say, I'm very impressed by the RF coverage they're getting on Seb's camera.
Yeah.
It's all the way up before they got some. Obviously got some very high, very powerful receivers this time.
0-2-2-1, pushing the boundaries of our coverage as ever. Brilliant
I want
stuff.
to point out that I do remember the time many years ago at Zandvoort where I couldn't even go in the garage when it was absolutely chucking down with rain
rain
and
feared.
freezing cold because the radios didn't work. So this is just going to show how marvellous our friends are at fun these days.
Paulius
Yeah,
Pasavicius coming into the pit lane. And I think he's kept the wheel attached this time, so there's no change in the fact that he went out with 4 wheels and came back with 4 wheels. And then let's nip back to Lucas. There's something else you need to keep an eye on, Lucas. Coming to you in a moment. Oh, the wheel's off in the pit lane, so it will get in through the pit lane line this time, and it's going to the penalty box. The wheel's going to the penalty box, and yeah, it's stopped spot on in the penalty box. That's magnificent. I think they might take a better look at that next time. Coming to you in a moment, Lucas, you will see first and second in TCR, and it'll be the 188 of AC Motorsports that comes to you first. Mathieu Dutré has just taken a lap back from the Autorama Yasmin Preissig driven Volkswagen Golf. They've been circulating together. They're coming up the hill out of 3 towards you right now.
in a minute, actually way less than a minute, and here they are. And indeed, it's the 188 Audi. First of all, you can actually see rubber flying there on the curb. That's brilliant racing, as always, in TCR. And actually, we saw this position change happening right there in the exit area before the chicane when Mathieu Dutré took the attack on the inside. But I guess that wasn't a change for position, was it, John? There is still a lap between them.
Correct. That is one of the 2 laps taken back between those 2 cars, and the situation in terms of the pit stops is that the 112 car will be coming into the pits very shortly, so they are going to get back on the lead lap because Mathieu is only 15 laps into the stint. So Nick, that's interesting, A, on pace, and B, on the pit stop rotation, that gap between first and seconds in TCR is much closer than the timing screen right now would have you believe. In fact, he's the leader in the pit lane right now. It's been a good stint by Yasmin, but that is much closer as the stagger unwinds in the last 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, the TCR, as we said, was very, very close just as we came on air, you and I, nearly 3 hours ago. Then got split up by the problems of the Red Camel Jordan, another not quite so serious issue for the AC Motorsport car, which kind of split them back up again. But now they're coming back together again. So this is what TCR does. It is such a close class, and you eventually kind of ebb and flow it back together again. The 112, because the Autorama have been an absolute class of the field within Creventic racing for the past year and a half.
Not for nothing do we call them No Drama Autorama.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it is a good chance for Mathieu Ditry to come back. I mean, he's going to pick up. This is a full service, which is probably going to be a lap and a half, isn't it, by the time they fuel as well? So he's going to be back on the same lap again. I think last time he had an actual gap. Was it? My brain's really suffering, but I think it was 35 seconds the last time, wasn't it? When there was an actual gap between the two.
Yeah.
So he's got a chance to come back.
188 at turn 6 at the moment, so already half a lap further round, and we haven't got the leader in the track, in the fuel zoned out. Just moving towards it now. Yasmin has got out of that car and finds a pump. Good, excellent.
Well, they've got the Lambert back out again. I don't know what they've done to it. They've decided they're going to try a different
another
screw.
wheel.
Five more pounds on the torque wrench, Dan.
All right, Barry.
But
right,
I can only assume that the retaining pins aren't working, because they have little retaining pins in the single hub. So perhaps they've done a fix to make sure the retaining pins are retaining. But it's quite risky sending them out for a third time if they haven't solved the problem with a tyre that might detach itself.
Yeah, and their team manager's been asked to go to race control. I think race control are saying the same thing. All right, here comes the 188 onto the pit straight. So this is second place, Mathieu Ditry in the Audi RS3, number 188 from AC Motorsport. Crosses the line now, and now is back on the lead lap in TCR, and therefore in TC as well.
The question is, when does the 112 Autorama get rolling again? I'll tell you as soon as we see it moving. It's currently still receiving a big slurp of fuel. These TCRs don't stop very often, so they take a lot of fuel when they do. It doesn't go at any great speed. It's just at normal supermarket petrol pump speed.
That depends which petrol station. I was going to say it depends which supermarket you go to.
How depressing is it when you start a really big fill and you realise it's a really
You've got a slow pump, or you've got one of the ones where the auto off is really, really tetchy, and it's like clunk. Oh, you're kidding me.
Oh,
clunk.
And there's a third one where it's going really well as the bloke on the other side starts firing up. It takes all your pressure away.
Yeah, very good. Still waiting to see the Autorama car still in the fuel. This is going to be tight, Nick. The AC Audi is out at turn 11. Gap for the lead, by the way, now 27 seconds. 4 seconds taken out of the CP Racing Mercedes last time around by Renault. That is an unequal fight, Renault versus Putman, with no disrespect at all to Charlie. And now we're rolling for the
He's going to have that best part of half minute again, isn't he?
It's Emil Hayadel who is behind the wheel. I don't think it's going to be that much.
I'm going to say near enough half a minute. Might be wrong.
Leader is coming down to turn 2. Second place car on the front straight now.
25 seconds then.
I think before we hand over to Bruce and Johnny, shall we check in again with Lucas up at turn 4?
Yes.
He's still up there. I'm very envious of you, Lucas, watching those cars go by.
Should see us now in the chicane of turn 7, which is also, of course, a very interesting spot to be at. Now, this is the chicane that we talked about in terms of track limits as well, and you can see these tire barriers now being passed by the 112 Autorama Golf. Some more coming up, cars coming up. That's the Vortex once again, also very, very cautious in the chicane, and then the great sound of the V engine as it's accelerating out of the chicane. Now, this was interesting 1 lap ago. The Rotronic Audi just in front of the CP Racing Mercedes, and then listen to the Porsche. Just fabulous to be trackside with all the sides, with all the noises. There is the new Audi, the Evo 2 car. Very interesting to have another look at that new rear wing that we might be explaining later on this afternoon. BMW M4 GT4 coming through. Another of the Volkswagen TCR cars. And there is the Super Trofeo car as we go. Code 60, guys.
Thank you, Lucas. Yes, and drama out on the racetrack with Thomas Gosner having found the barrier, found the scenery here at the Hungaro ring with the nose of his green number 58 MP Racing Mercedes, and that will bring out another Code 60. So we managed to get away with the first, well, 4 hours of this race, straddling 2 days with just a couple of Code 60s, but incident aplenty over the last half an hour or so, with the Lamborghini missing a rear wheel 2 separate occasions, and now what looks like quite a big ding for the Mercedes, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, my feeling, just waiting for a wider shot, I think that's on the exit of turn 4, between there and turn 5. I think that would tally, but he's basically put his nose into the tyre wall on the outside of the circuit. That's driver's left-hand side, and rotated round. There is a lot of debris in the track. The car is facing effectively 150 degrees from where it should be, and it is on the exit of turn 4, that fearsome corner. We just had Lucas standing there and revelling in the excitement of that corner, even with one car at a time, but unfortunately it was a little bit too much, and I can only presume that Thomas has gone wide over the curbs on the outside, on the uphill side of the circuit, and tried to pull it back across, and it snapped away from him. And in fact, as the marshals are there with the rescue vehicles there, Thomas has got the car going again. He's reversing across the track, and may be able to drive it back to the pits, which is quite something when he's clearly clattered enough to remove headlights and more. Getting a chance to look at the front of the car for the first time. Well, there's not much of the front of the car to look at, Johnny.
Headlights have gone, grille has gone, the wide open mouth of the Evo Mercedes unrecognisable. It looks more Mad Max than MP Racing, and there's an awful lot of pipe work that has been exposed, and potentially, of course, spilling fluids now onto the racetrack. There is certainly smoke or steam issuing from the back of a very broken AMG GT3, but this does provide an opportunity for others to maybe make a pit stop to take advantage of the Code 60. Lucas, what do you know?
Well, it smells very bad as the car just went past, but as far as I could see it, it didn't spill any fluids, any liquids, so that's at least good news for all the other guys on track, but definitely a lot of work for the MP Racing guys. Still incredible to see such a car still running after such an accident. I can remember the Phoenix Audi a couple of weeks ago in the Nürburgring Endurance Series. After that massive accident that Frank Stippler had on the Döttinger Höhe, that car was still being able to run for whatever reason.
Another green car working its way through the chicane at turn 6 and 7, and that is the VW Golf that in the TCE series is leading its race. Remember, 2 separate races in one. There's only a minute that separates the top 2 in the TCE series, but yes, it looks like the Mercedes has actually exited to the right at the top of the hill at turn 4, and then found its way back onto the track in an effort to rejoin the track at turn 5. But a fair bit of bodywork's been torn from the front left wing, I noticed, so the accident damage goes quite a bit further back down the car, Bruce.
Yes, but in fact, bits are still falling off as it makes its way back into pit entrance. A bit of bodywork went under the car, but it's a question of the mountings behind, if those are twisted. But in fact, we think, as you pointed out, Johnny, it wasn't the case he got partway around the corner and then rotated. It looks like it almost went not quite straight on, but into the barriers on the inside of the circuit before bouncing back, spinning round and scattering that footage. But very unfortunate there for Thomas Gosner, who started the day sharing with daughter Corinna and son David. But unfortunately, that is a lot of damage. We'll know more. Poor old Lucas, he's got to run back from turn 7. Come on, Lucas, we'll give you 2 minutes and get back to the pits. But they'll be stripping that car, all the tattered bodywork off the front. It's just about back at its pit garage, and then we'll get to see what the damage is. But it's always a question of the mountings behind, and radiators and other things can be replaced. But if all the mountings have been fractured, that's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, well, that's the business end of the car, of course, and whilst you don't want to damage the rear either, because it's got a very technical and well-constructed rear diffuser, and that's the drive end, I suppose, but the nose of a Mercedes far, far more important for cooling for the V8 sits actually quite a bit further back down the car because it is a long car, but radiators are very close to the front of that machine. So it'll go into the garage without a doubt for some investigative work to see how bad the damage is. But, having made the comment earlier on that the 58 car had been staying out of trouble, yes, there was the contact at turn 1 at the start of the race yesterday, just after 4:30, but otherwise, most of the time, that car's appeared to be on rails. But brake pedals get slightly longer the more the race goes on. Brakes don't last forever, and certainly in a 24-hour race, they need to be changing those components. The overnight spell can do a car favours. On the other hand, things like heat soak are tricky to predict when the car's sitting on its own, having worked very hard for 2 hours overnight.
Exactly so, Johnny, and it was good to see, well, obviously the car being able to be brought back to the pist. Thomas Gostner looked a little bit stiff as he got out of the car, because obviously that would have been quite a big clatter into the barriers up at the top of the hill at turn 4. Just having a very quick chat to his daughter Corinna, and will go into the garage, take his helmet off, and then at that point, as he's sitting down, clearly that car is going to be hors de combat for quite some while, maybe it for the race. We've got, 3.5 hours remaining, just under that, but we'll know more once we get the camera into the garage, waiting for that, because obviously that's out with Lucas halfway around the circuit, so probably sitting on the back of a moped and coming back as we speak. But that still leaves the 91 car in an extended lead, of course. It's still on the same lap as Charlie Putman in the 85 CP Racing Mercedes, but we'll keep an eye on the clear up. They've been very quick to get that code 60. They've been able to get on the circuit, get the brooms going, get that. There was a lot of debris, wasn't there, between turn 4 and turn 5, and the cars going around in this code 60 will have all seen where it is. That's always the advantage.
One of the recovery trucks churning out a whole load of diesel by the looks of things, and looking a little bit like some of the race cars have done at times with their trailing fluid, but that's I think if the recovery wagon wasn't doing that, there'd be a problem, frankly. And grateful to all involved to help with the recovery and the sweep as well, because it's very easy for small shards of carbon fibre and other maybe fiberglass material from the car to start to cause issues with tyres. And remember, at least teams aren't having to recycle sets of tyres. There's just almost an infinite amount of Hankook rubber available to them, so long as there's someone there to pay for it. So you can keep throwing tyres at the car, but there is a penalty to be paid at each of the pit stops, because if you want to do tyres, that takes slightly longer than just a plain fuel stop, done in different locations, remember. Whereas there's no actual rule that says that changing the tyres and fueling has to be done at a separate time. By necessity, it does, because you use the top end of the pit lane or the far end of the pit lane, the exit, for the fueling for entirely independent fueling pumps that are accessible as part of the Creventic Championship, to make it fair for all, to make it safe for all, as the green flag is waved again. So that was a reasonably short code 60. Code 60 for the... Now, there was one yesterday, so it's easy to work out how many we've had in total. 6. And that was a 8-minute code 60 to deal with a fairly heavily crashed 58 car, but at least it was able to limp back to the pits on its own accord. So that's, 6 code 60s for the race. 5 today, the first of which happening just under an hour into events, when the 500 Audi stopped on track with no fuel. Or it had run out of fuel. Paulius Poskevicius now in amongst traffic, with the 955 Porsche Cup car up ahead from Willy Motorsports. 720 actually looking to try and get a lap back. Who's driving the 955? It's Sergei Nikolai, who deliberately goes a little wide at turn 5 and now allows the 720 to get by. And Paulius Poskevicius, as we were touching on earlier on in the race, just about the fastest of the 3 in the 720 car, so some ground to be made up now by the Huracan.
But whatever Paulius is getting onto, he's got his ear and all of his senses feeling, are we going to have a third right rear wheel departing this Lamborghini? It's been a problem, and obviously they thought they had it fixed, sent it back out, clearly hadn't. The wheel came off again, both times just as they curled out of turn 13 to enter the pit lane, but in between going well. And what's happened since we went on our break, the Vortex has moved from last to second last to third last. He's only a lap down now, 1 minute 18 seconds down on the Munkhoff Racing BMW. So perseverance paid after all the setbacks on the first day, where out of the first 2 hours of running through until the stop and play on Saturday afternoon, it lost over an hour of that time sitting in the pits, and oil pump problems, and today alternator belt as well, but since then running a little bit better. But at the front of the race, Charles Putman 21 seconds in arrears from the race leader, car number 91, the Alfred Renauer driven Herberth Motorsport car. And for Alfred, he only got one car to worry about, Johnny, because of course the sister car, Bobby Gonzalez, brought that in, and that is listed as stone last. Only 159 laps on the board, and it hasn't gone back out since it came in, and had that problem. Remember, they had a penalty to serve, but they didn't want to stop in the penalty box simply in case the car couldn't fire up again, and then would be out of the race.
Well, gearbox-related issue we heard from Alfred Renauer, who's not down to be driving the 92 car, but he is a team boss, a team manager, effectively, of the crew, and didn't sound particularly positive at the time that the car might be able to rejoin the race. That was 3.5 hours ago, and since then it has been in the pits. Unfortunately, as well, similar story, although not as quite as bad a delay for the Red Camel Jordans.nl Audi, a new car for them, and Luke Broikers brought that in very nearly 90 minutes ago now as well. 3 hours and 20 minutes still to go of the 2021 12 Hours of Hungary. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Let's get straight to Lukas Gajewski with more stories from the pits.
Thank you, Johnny, and thank you, Bruce. Yeah, you mentioned the two cars in the walls. Actually, both of them out of the race. Marco Seefried confirmed that it's a terminal gearbox issue for the 92 car, and the Red Camels Audi also out of the race. But we're trackside again this time. It's the inside of turn number 11, which is the third notorious spot for track limits next to turn 4. And turn 7 we visited earlier. Now here we are on the inside of the track, and now we are level with the actual circuit, and it's always interesting to see that because it gives you an idea how small the visibility for the drivers actually is, because you can see how long this right-hander actually is, and then of course you are carried out all the way onto the curb. And this was the number 112 Autorama VW actually on the edge of the curb. And now I think we are waiting for the leader. There he is. That's the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, also up onto the curb. That was perfectly all right, with at least one wheel still on the right and wet curbs, which you can see over there. But it really gives you an idea when you are level with the circuit and actually see the speed of the car and the distance of the corners. That gives you an idea how hard it actually is never to ignore the track limits.
Yeah, thank you, Lucas. I was fully aware that you were out there in the country, effectively, but in my mind, you're always permanently in the pit lane as well. But the Chevrolet Rumble from the Vortex, great to have that back in the race with its 6.3-litre V8, shattering the air around it as that came through as well. But a good glimpse of Alfred Renauer leading the race. Comments earlier on from him then about the 92, but now he's fully focused on being a driver in the 91 car and dealing with lap 262 now with a 25, just under 25-second lead over Charlie Putman. It's slowly opening out, but I have to say, after nearly 9 hours of running now, that gap is testament to the kind of continuous great lap times being produced by not only Herbert but also CP Racing.
Yeah, 25 seconds after, as you say, very nearly 9 of the 12 hours. Very impressive indeed. And of course, the CP Racing crew, there are 4 of them, and Charles Espinal set the ball rolling yesterday, kicked it off this morning. But Charlie Putman's been getting a good run in the car. But there are 2 other teammates, of course. And it's interesting who's going to be in next. Will it be Joe Foster or Shane Lewis? I think by process of rotation it ought to be Shane. He was the one that followed Charlie Putman last time around. But it's a well-balanced crew of drivers. Alfred Renauer is setting the ultimate pace at the moment, but 1 minute 47 second a lap rather than 1 minute 49. But then the 2 cars in behind, Martin Rump, the Estonian, in that Evo Audi, also lapping in 1 minute 47 last time around, as was the Vrutronic by Racing by Tecchi Audi in the hands of Sven Herberger, who's actually really impressed me this weekend. He's I've looked at his lap times; they're consistent. He keeps out of trouble, and doing a good job for Vrutronic Racing. So we've got Porsche from Mercedes, from Audi, Evo, and then straightforward Common and Garden Audi in 4th place.
Yeah, Herberger, who started racing actually 20 years ago. His first Nürburgring 24 hours was in 2001, and then since then been I did a season or so in the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, ADAC GT Masters in 2010. It's been in and out, really, depending, I suppose, on other things away from motorsport, allowing him the time.
It does suggest a career got in the way, doesn't it?
Maybe quite possibly, yeah, but it's been a decent season so far with Rutronic, with just about every race competed in. Now, news about the race meeting that will bring the 2021 campaign to a close, because we've been talking at several points through the course of today and yesterday's broadcast about the Sebring 24 hours over the weekend of the 14th of November, and there is now an entry list announced for that race meeting. It's a straight-through 24-hour race, as we established earlier in the day, starting at 1 o'clock local time on the Saturday afternoon. So this is the weekend of the 12th, 13th and 14th of November, and a lot of familiar names, including 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches. It was also the CP Racing 85 car, of course, will be out for its home race, and the TCE Series field will have the Autorama Motorsport VW Golfs with, of course, a championship to defend and to win again. Atlanta Speedworks due to be there with a TCR car, as are AC Motorsport. So that for you to enjoy if you are watching the live stream, and in a moment or two I'll look at that in detail. But the 18 car heading through the middle sector with, I've just noticed actually that the 18 car has almost an adjustable camera. I thought that was a camera mounted on the helmet of Sven Herberger for a moment, but it may just be loose in the cockpit and appearing like that. But it sort of it panned to the left or the right, depending on which corner Sven was next negotiating, through 8 and 9 and then 10. Now the right-hander at the end of the lap at turn 14. Grid hatching start very early on. Of course, for a race which has a massive entry, you almost have to have repeater lights partway round turn 14 to make sure everyone knows when the restart, when the start of the race is about to happen. So, confirmation of this confirmed, it's still semi-provisional grid for Sebring, with the number 1 Autorama Motorsport VW Golf. Leipert will be there with a GT3 Lamborghini Huracan. Rutronic Racing, the 18 car that we're focusing on at the moment. Triasi Motorsport with their Ferrari 488. That's a car that's from a couple of years ago, the 2019 Evo. Wright Motorsports and BMW M Motorsport with a Porsche and an M4 BMW respectively. 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, as I mentioned. The CP Racing Mercedes number 85 for their home race. DXDT Racing have a Mercedes AMG GT3, and then more from the TCR class. Second car for Autorama Motorsport, Atlanta Speedworks with their Honda Civic SFK7. AC Motorsports Audi, the Belgian team down on the list. Ginetta G55 from Dexter Racing. Nordschleifer Racing will have a Ligier JS2R. A BMW 240i Racing Cup car for Fun M Motorsport. The Rentec Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4, and also joining them in the GT4 category, Johnson Consult with also an AMG GT4. There's a second page as well of entries, so fit to bursting with, so where did I get to? The Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4 that was last in action at Barcelona at the start of last month. Heart of Racing team and their Aston Martin Vantage AMR will also be entered into GT4. GT4s keep on coming, including the full season entrant ST Racing's BMW M4. Team Avio Zorg Rennsport, more familiar perhaps with NLS Racing, will have the 451 numbered BMW M4. 2 Audis, first from Fast MD Racing and one from Car Collection Motorsport. 1 Vortex V8 at the moment on the list, that's the 701, and a Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Then there will be 3 991 class cars, and intriguingly 4 992 class cars. Now that will be the first time we've had a 992 class for 3 entries from MRS GT Racing and the Red Camel Jordans.NL Porsche that is absent this weekend, and instead the team have been utilising a new car for them, the 101 Audi, sadly, that appears to be now out of the race, although they could still come back from a 90-minute delay, I suppose, in the garage. But yeah, when you look at all of the Porsche Cup cars, 7 of them in total plan to visit the Sebring 24 hours, Bruce.
I think that's a really, really encouraging field, you know, in this year of all years, and I really like that big clout of Porsches at the back. So that means that should be a really good, strong scrap through as much of the 24 hours as they can keep them running. And I think those cars we looked over the years, they're just very, very well put together. So here we are with 3 hours and a bit left on the clock here in Hungary, but already looking quite exciting, looking ahead to Sebring. And of course here the circuit is remarkably smooth. Sebring quite a lot less so you do need to make the cars robust for going over there, but a really good international field. Very pleased to see Wright Motorsports there as well, showing, you know, how regular American GT teams are starting to sit up and take notice of the 24H series.
6 weeks away today. In fact, the race will start the day before that at 1 o'clock on the Saturday, but it feels a long way off. It really is not, and exciting to go back to North America, having previously been to the COTA 24 hours. That didn't happen last year, but the last trip to North America was in November of 2019, in fact. So high time we returned. 438 car, which are also mightily looking forward to not having to travel quite as far. They will have to travel south of the border, though, from their Canadian base, ST Racing. Chandler Hull piloting the 438, and he has company in the form of the number 1 car, Fabian Dance. Now, 438 should be able to head away from the TCR car, normally speaking. Let's just compare the last lap times. They were pretty close, weren't they? Yes. Fabian Dance running in 3rd position, 158.2, and Hull's effort, a 158.1. So this is a genuine fight, albeit for the Golf to gain a lap back on the ST Racing BMW.
But at this point in a long race, it doesn't matter. You've got a battle on a circuit you probably wanted to race on for a very, very long time indeed. The weather's good, the sun is shining, and these cars, of course, the Golf will have very different performance at different points on the circuit, being a TCE class car, from that 438 BMW, which is running in the GT4 class. But you know, I quite like a lap where it's swings and roundabouts, and it's a chance to see how the chasing driver, in this case the number 1 Golf, Fabian Dance at the wheel, can plot his path past the BMW. Very close on time, but is the BMW holding up the Golf? Quite hard to tell.
I think on the straights, then the GT4 car comes into its own, but these TCR cars are deliberately very, very manoeuvrable through the corners, and Chandler Hull maybe being pressurised to go faster than he would like to in this phase of the race, because there's car conservation to be thinking about as well. 9 hours into this, they have their own rhythm, their own pattern. So up towards turn 6, the Golf's still right there. Tyre stacks looming large on the apex of turn 6 and 7. You have to be very careful as you thread the eye of the needle there. And the front-wheel drive 2-litre turbocharged engine VW Golf snapping at the BMW's heels. A little bit of a wag of the tail that time through for the BMW M4.
Yeah, very dramatic, and the BMW's M4, if it carries on doing that, will get track warnings at turn 11. We had Lucas out there a short while ago. He looked at turn 4, turn 7 and turn 11, all corners where drivers are being pinged and picked up for exceeding track limits. And in the heat of the battle, it happens more often than not, but in that case it was Chandler Hull running a little bit wide, and has to be aware. Let's have a little look and have a look at the messages board and the penalties, because I'm sure there's some more coming.
The other thing to keep our eye out for is the fact that Mathieu Detry is genuinely only 2.1 seconds further back from Chandler Hull. Detry appears now on the exit of turn 14 in the 188 Audi. Is this where the Golf can pick the BMW off? No, because the ST Racing car, as already mentioned, is pretty strong on the start-finish straight between turn 14 and turn 1. But as they battle amongst themselves, they're not going as fast as they might be in clear air. And this is allowing Mathieu Detry to gain time on Chandler Hull's BMW. And when you combine both the GT and the TCE series races, that would be a move for position for Mathieu Detry to gain 9th place overall back again. So they'll head down the dip climb up again into 4, where you can use a little bit of the curb on the right, but your priority is setting the car up for a tricky left-hander, and then this never-ending turn 5, which you just have to be patient with, and then it stretches out to a brief straight. So 438 leads this little bundle of cars ahead of car 1 in the TCE category, and then the 188 of Mathieu Detry looking to latch itself onto the back of this duo.
Chandler Hull is working very, very hard in the 438 BMW, getting quite loose over the curbs. The little number 1, not that little to be honest, the Golfs have grown and grown like all cars if they have many evolutions. It's on to what, evolution 10 of the Golf range now?
Something like that, yeah.
But Chandler Hull being pushed very, very hard indeed by Fabian Dance. A great little battle, but as you say, the GT4 BMW has more punch down the straight, so every time that white and red number 1 Golf gets onto its tail, as long as there's a tight corner onto a straight, boom, the BMW goes away again. But we are talking differences of only about a third of a second, and I honestly feel that the number 1 Golf is the quicker car. He's just got to find his way round, and you know what, that doesn't happen round the outside at turn 13 into 14, never has, never will. So right under the rear wing now of the BMW, going to get the toe down the straight, but of course what happens, the BMW starts to pull away in a straight line, and I don't know why the Golf is running behind, pulling out maybe to try and get a bit of air through its vents. The front end looks a little bit crimpled and crunched on the BW, nothing totally serious, but the BMW's gone very, very deep into turn 1, and has the Golf got ahead? Indeed it has, just maybe at this point the brakes are running a little bit long, the brake pedal falling down, and there's the AC Motorsport Audi coming into the background of the shot. 3 cars covered by 2 seconds, not all on the same lap, but it's been a good scrap, and really well done by Fabian Dance, that.
Yeah, bided his time well, didn't get involved in something that, an overtake that wasn't on, and forced the issue. You've got to wait for a full-blooded opportunity, and that's exactly what Fabian Dance did. So he now leads Chandler Hull, and the question is, can Mathieu Detry, who was put in the 188 Audi yesterday for qualifying duty, do the same now? He might have to spend a couple of laps behind the ST Racing car to gain that spot. Oh, it's very busy, in fact, indeed, into turn 6, as the 85 car, which runs second in the GT series, had to swallow up 3 cars in 1. Neat driving there from Charlie Putman, as we can now return to Lucas and find out where he's got to around the lap this time.
It's back to the pit lane, Johnny, and back to the MP Racing Mercedes. Sadly, we need to catch up to Thomas Gostner. Thomas, first of all, it's very nice to see you unscathed down here in the pit lane, but please tell us, how did the accident happen?
I was in a very fast left turn, and I took the too much inside, and the car jumped, and the back started to go away. That's it. Yeah.
Is it one of the most difficult corners around the Budapest circuit?
No. It's just a case. It's just a case. It's just a case. It's a stupid mistake.
You're being very hard on yourself there. We can see there are still works going on the car. Are you trying to fix it, or is it already... no problem. Are you still trying to fix the car, or is it just being dismantled?
No, they are trying to fix it, and let us see if they are able to do that to finish the race, but that's racing, huh? You know how it is, huh?
It sadly is, it sadly is. So is it only front damage, or is there...
Only front damage, it's only front damage.
All right, would be good to see the car back on the circuit. Thank you very much, Thomas.
I hope, thank you.
Yeah, well, he was the first to own up to the fact that it was his error. A bit too much curb at 4. We have been saying that is a tricky corner, although it sounds like Thomas wasn't buying the fact that it is the most difficult around the lap. Just a mistake, a stupid mistake, as he said.
Well, we're getting a chance to look at it because fortuitously we're riding on board with a car going out of turn 3 and it's into the compression. Not too bad. There used to be a stream running across the track there and a little chicane back in the beginning. Into turn 4, over the crest. Too much curb on the inside is what tipped him round. I thought he'd just run wide on the exit. Panicked slightly and brought it back to the track too soon. But having that ride up the hill with Marco Poland in the Munkoff Racing BMW M4, perfect illustration. Hard corner to get your sight as the apex is right on the crest, but from the horse's mouth, Thomas Gostner saying too much curb on the inside. It fired it across the circuit, and therefore he was no longer in control. I suppose it could have been one of 2 things there, and he named, of course, the one that I hadn't suggested.
Easily done. I like the rather rudimentary way of identifying the driver ID switch inside the Munkoff BMW, by the way. Setting 1, that's Eric. Setting 2, current driver, Marco Poland. So, yeah, if they mix that up, there's really no excuse. And delighted to say that the driver ID is correct on my screen for the 4th place car in the TCE series, still leading its class, only needs to finish in order to win the class in the TCX division. And Marco Poland then for Munkhoff Racing, nearing the end of another lap, again cutting the corner, or rather cutting to the apex of the corner very late indeed. Wide entry allows for a nip and tuck run right close to the Armco barrier, and the straightest line possible onto the main start-finish straight. So downhill again into... There's lots of difficult corners here, mainly because the gradient isn't doing you any favours, and visibility of turn 4, as we've established, is awkward, but also, you know, seeing around their hairpin bends, if there's any incident to come across in a moment or two's time. You're really very reliant on marshal flag points. That's why it's important to not only pay attention to the driver's briefing, but ideally do a track walk so that you know which posts you can see at the higher speeds.
And giving you a chance, any visual clue and cue you can get. It's a bit like if you're on safari, you see the monkeys running, you think something's happening, something's up ahead, let's go and find out what it is, or not, as the case may be. But yes, always looking for clues, and famously, back in the days, in the 60s into the 70s, racing on the Nordschleife, Jackie Stewart used to identify the smell of mown grass, and that meant someone had a spin over a verge up ahead of him. And those super heightened senses when you're performing at that level, so they tell me. And but again, every little clue you can get, particularly on somewhere like the Nordschleife. But here, turn 4, I still maintain it is the hardest corner on the circuit. The lack of vision into it, and the fact that the track rises and then simply flattens when you get to the apex. Of course, the car is lightening at that point, and any sort of movement away from true is pronounced accordingly.
Yeah. And just the sheer approach speed. When there's one racing line, it's a natural pinch point. Tricky when you are battling with somebody else. You know, you've left turn 3 side by side. Something has to give then as you reach turn 4, because if it doesn't, you're straight to the scene of an incident.
Yeah, I mean, and the approach speed to turn 4 in a Formula 1 car is just under 300 kilometres an hour. Yeah. And then you dab down a gear, but you know, and that's one thing if you're going one at a time, but they aren't, are they?
No. Precisely. Talk about visibility, you know, when there's clear road in front of you, but a compact field in the early stages as we had yesterday at the start of the race, this morning at the restart of the race. Very tricky indeed, as now the 85 car rumbles its way past camera position between turn 5 and turn 6, so the heightened noise from the V8, and then drifts away into the background as that reaches the chicane. Turn 6 and 7, blasted the throttle again, but you never really get a good kind of opportunity to open the throttle up again until really the exit of turn 11. So this patience game as the track swings to the left, to the right, to the left through 8, 9 and 10, and then finally turn 11 before you can get more of a straight to attack up the hill towards 12.
Yeah, push too hard too soon around those the sort of sweeping S's, and it really will come and bite you.
And again into turn 4, the Green Hope-backed 112 VW Golf running still in the lead of TCE series, and great to see that car so high up in the combined order as well, now running in 7th position with Emil Heyerdahl, and he has just under a lap's advantage over Mathieu Detry in the AC Motorsport Audi, so that's going very well. He's now got in front, in fact, of Fabian Dance and the Chandler Hull BMW from ST Racing. Bruce and I were chatting about the remainder of this season and, of course, looking ahead to Dubai in January, but there has been a full calendar announced for season 2022. So having brought you the exclusive news of the provisional entry list for the 24 Hours of Sebring, will be fantastic now to be able to tell you the main dates to pencil into the diary, maybe even use a bit of pen in places. I do know one date is still to be confirmed though. There's 3 hours to go, and Dubai in January will kick things off. A full week later it will be the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, and then we will get to the rest of the dates in just a moment or two. But let's focus on the 112 VW Golf that crosses the line again, and Emil Heyerdahl isn't necessarily under any pressure right now from Mathieu Detry, but with Detry having just done a 158.2, but the car is capable of a 157.4, and that will have been a Mathieu Detry time. So it is the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi that follows a week later from the 24 hours of Dubai across the weekend of the 13th, 14th and 15th of January. But remember, that race runs Friday, Saturday, as it always has done, with the test sessions on the Thursday and qualifying. Then the 12 hours of Mugello in a very familiar date for that event, which is round 2 of the main championship. So that's the 25th and 26th of March, a Friday, Saturday affair. 3 days in April, and now that's interesting because the last time I looked at the calendar, that those dates were not confirmed. So the 22nd, 23rd and 24th of April will be the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and that will have to be a split race again because it's impossible, because of the restrictions at Spa, to run 12 hours all the way through. So it'll be a little bit on Friday and then the rest of it Saturday. Hockenheimring, the way that worked this year is that we had almost a 50-50 split, marginally more running on the Saturday compared to the Sunday. So if it's the same format, it'll be 6.5 hours on the 14th of May, followed by 5.5 hours on the 15th. The 24 hours of Portimao, an event that the 24H series desperately tried to get on this year, but there should be no such issues moving into 2022. So that is in for the 8th, 9th and 10th of July, and a true 24-hour race that will be, as it will be a month, just under 2 months later, for the 24 hours of Barcelona, the Trofeo Fermi Vélez, 9th, 10th and 11th of September for the visit back to Catalunya. And finally, the 24 hours of Sebring. We've not had the first of those yet, but already the second of them is in the calendar for 2022. A similar weekend again for that as well, 18th, 19th and 20th of November for a trip to Florida. So that is a nice balance, Bruce, I think. We've got 3 different continents catered for. There was a hope, I know, by our Antipodean fans that we might be able to get to perhaps the Bend. And that is definitely, you know, it's in the Rolodex, I suppose you could say, for the 24H series. That they would love to be there in future years. We are coming out of a global pandemic, though, so, you know, the steps need to be smallish.
Yeah, it needs to be smallish. Big shame, but obviously Australia a bit behind the curveball. Anybody living there knows that full well at the moment. Just speaking to my brother yesterday, huge frustration. And when the doors are open, there are going to be people flying out to go travelling again. But good news is, hopefully, that people who've been kept overseas will be able to get back, hopefully before Christmas. It's been a long time. Anyhow, no politics there. It's just praising the situation. But that's a very attractive looking calendar for 2022, so it's encouraging. It's nice to have something solid to get your teeth into, to plan towards, and I'm sure the fields are really going to start to swell again as people do find it less troublesome to go travelling. Car number 2, been looking at that for quite a while, running around the circuit. Ted Van Vliet enjoying his first race meeting in that very much indeed. 6th overall, good solid run for Ted. Now, did we get Baz Curtin getting in the car? Didn't before we went off on our break.
No.
It's been flipping forwards between Ruud Urli and Ole and Ted Van Vliet, but their first experience with this BMW M6, and it's great if you can step up a level from GT4 to GT3 and just feel comfortable. And it's a big car, comfortable car, good for Dutch racers.
Baz did do a 44-lap stint during the time that we were away, so we have Baz Schouten at the wheel of that car, averaging a 152.8. and his best lap time was a 147.6. Lukas Gajewski working hard in the pits, and having done a full lap of the circuit. See if we can get a bit more news from him now. Or was the message that Lucas was away? Okay, beg your pardon. Right, so we will get to him in a moment or two. Bruce was whispering messages to me. 85 comes down pit road. And this is the car that's running in second position, 25 seconds away from the race lead. No, it's larger than that now, of course, because when it triggers the timing loop at the start of the pit lane, actually 1 minute and 21 shows up. That's partly to do with the fact that Alfred Renauer is really putting on the style now. 147.4 last time through. 159.5 for Charlie Putman and his Mercedes-AMG for the in-lap. 159.5 for Charlie Putman and his Mercedes-AMG for the in-lap. 159.4 for Charlie Putman and his Mercedes-AMG for the in-lap. 159.5 for Charlie Putman and his Mercedes-AMG for the in-lap. 159.5 for Charlie Putman and his Mercedes-AMG for the in-lap. 159.4 for Charlie Putman and his Mercedes-AMG for the in-lap. 159.5 for Charlie Putman and his Mercedes-AMG for the in-lap. 159.4 for Charlie Putman and his Mercedes-AMG for the in-lap. 159.4 for Charlie Putman and his Mercedes-AMG for the in-lap. 159.4 for Charlie Putman and his Mercedes-AMG for the in-lap. 159.4 for Charlie Putman and his Mercedes-AMG for the in-lap. 159.4 for Charlie Putman and his Mercedes-AMG for the in-lap. So that's about 14 seconds away. But I mean, the route that you take to get into the pit lane completely misses out turn 14. You are already in the pit road at that point. So even a drive-through penalty here is damaging to a lap time. And then you've got to take into account the necessary time it takes to stop for the team to do a driver change, and then an additional stop in the fueling area, which is exactly what the 85 car is doing now.
Yeah, so we saw Charles Putman get out. We saw Charles Espinal helping strap down. But let's go down from here, from Ola Durleman, with Lucas to tell us all things Creventic.
Yeah, thank you very much. You just presented the new 2022 calendar, and it might be interesting to get some more insights from Creventic's point of view. Ola Durleman with me. Ola, our commentary crew already introduced the calendar for the next season. Can you give us a bit more insights on why we are seeing the dates for next year?
Well, our calendar represents mainly one thing, and that's stability. We wanted to take the basis we have created this year and move it on to the next season. Starting, of course, in Dubai as usually, with a single event the week after in Abu Dhabi. And then the standard opener in Mugello, our April race in Spa, Hockenheim, Portimao, Barcelona, the standard European circuits that we have visited successfully in the last few years. And ending again with the highlight at Sebring. It's a good calendar that has been well perceived last season. And this season, I mean, and we needed to adjust it, unfortunately, every now and then because of COVID. But we're certain that next year we can pull it through as we plan it.
So you're not planning to adjust anything. It should be as it is now.
That's the calendar for next year, yes.
Right. Yeah.
Let's hope so, Lucas.
People are now used to any sorts of adjustment over the past few years, but maybe it will be a normal 2022 in that respect. Johnny and Bruce were also chatting about the split race format. We have seen all kinds of split races over the past few seasons. Can you already give us an insight on the split formats for next year then?
It always depends on the number of support acts, noise regulations, whatever we have next season. But basically, all of the 12-hour races next year will be a split format race, while all the 24 hours will be 24 hours straight through. The division here it's quite unusual now. It's 2 hours and 10 hours, but in general it will be 3 and 9 hours, 4 and 8 hours. Hockenheim will be 2 times 6 hours again, most likely.
And there is one race missing from next year's calendar as well. Of course, we need to speak about it. This race is effectively the replacement for the Coppa Florio 12-hour race at Anna Pergusa. For all the guys who didn't follow it over the past few weeks, what is the reason why we are now in Hungary and not in Sicily?
The internal political situation at the racetrack in Pergusa made it unfortunately impossible to have the race there. They informed us about that rather late, unfortunately, but we're happy to have found this replacement here. Good return after 7 years, and given the short preparation time, it's also a grid that we can be quite happy about. Next year we chose to not have a race in October, so you're right, it's eventually one race less. But it is mainly because of the busyness of the entire European calendar in October and September. Plus next week already it is the transportation date for Sebring this year, and we just simply want to create this space in between Barcelona and Sebring to give teams the time to prepare their car and have even more cars in Sebring at the end of the season, of course.
Well, great credits to you as part of the Creventic organization, to the circuit management, to all the drivers and teams who are here to make such a race possible on a late call. Now we spoke about the calendar now. What about regulations? Is there anything new we can expect for the next year?
The regulations, you mean? Yes. Well, we have some good changes, improvements. Very soon we're gonna make a press release about the changes, but to just scratch it a little already, give a little bit of a teaser in that regard. We are going to restructure the GT3 class in our series because we want to make it stronger for the amateur drivers, which are the core and the heart of our series, of course. So we're going to adopt a GT3 class that is a combined class for all of the GT3 cars, so all AM, Pro-Am and Pro cars are driving in one big GT3 class. But then under that we're going to have separate subclasses for Pro-Am lineups, which would be more or less comparable to our AM neutral BOP for the nerds now, and the GT3 AM class, which would be comparable to our AM Advantage BOP. And we're going to have an exciting reshaping of our qualifying next season. Instead of one session that is now more or less 30 to 45 minutes long, we're going to have 3 separate sessions per division, and 3 separate drivers will need to qualify. So the average qualifying time determines the pole position. This way we include more drivers and not only the fastest of the team, given an extra prize to the qualifying itself. Other than that, of course, we have new classes coming up for the 992 Cup category, which will, in the long run, replace the 991. And some more exciting changes coming up for next year.
Well, that's the prospect for 2022, but of course there is one very, very big date still coming up for this season, which is Sebring. Very exciting for you, of course, as well.
Yes, we're excited to be there. It's going to be the longest ever race in Sebring. In fact, the second only 24-hour race ever in the United States that goes 24 hours through. Since we had a split race in Austin a few years ago. It's a return to America for us, but at a venue like Sebring, it's not only something we like to do, it's an honor to be there and to bring the European racing circus there. We're going to race a bit more American style than we do it here. We're going to have even the little concrete pit wall, and the pit stop itself will be much more American style than we're used to in Europe. It's just simply great. We're looking at about 35 cars in this race, which, especially given still the current travel situation, is a great first edition of the 24 Hours of Sebring.
Will be good. Ole, thank you very much for all the insights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lukas. Happy.
Yeah, so are we, boys. Thank you, Ola Dollemans and Lukas Gajewski. Lots of little interesting nuggets revealed in that interview. And as Ola suggested, just a teaser, really. So more news to come about tweaks and changes for next year. So we have Sebring, of course, still to come next month under the current rules and regulations. But a new qualifying format, almost akin to how the WEC used to do it with 2 different drivers. Well, the talk is there that it'll be 3 drivers involved in qualifying.
How do you break it to the 4th driver in a lineup that he's making the coffee, not doing the driving? Therein lies the question. But, I think it's another twist in the tail. And I like the fact that Creventic 24-hour series always are looking for something a little bit different. I was quite intrigued in the more American-style pit stops at Sebring. Is food to be consumed in that? Or you got to sort of lasso a horse if they're... or whatever you're doing. I know we're moving from Texas, but I'm sure they lasso horses as well if they feel like it. Or a croc.
I can say, some local wildlife involved.
But looking at that entry list, as Ola was saying, about 30, 35 cars, but that big tranche of the Porsches we saw with a couple of 992 Cup cars. This year's Porsche Carrera Cup North America is the first time they've had the 992. So the number of those cars over there are going to grow and grow.
Yes.
And I think whatever number we get this year at Sebring, the number of Porsches will be even greater next year, because the ones that are 991 will still be able to come and play, and they'll be moving off the market from, well, what is the first Carrera Cup North America, but there are a few 991s in that this year. They will filter down, and I think when people see the form of racing, and also, not to put too fine a point on it, the chance to compete against, as Ola said, the European gang coming over to play, to race different people. It's always interesting, always exciting, and particularly if you're doing one-make racing, say in the States or Europe, you do tend to race against the same people, and it's a great different mix of cars. So I think it's going to be very cosmopolitan this year, but even more so in Sebring next year. And I really like the fact that you're going to have this good, solid class for the Porsches.
Two continents of racing colliding, if you like, merging, and that's an interesting yardstick. If you are, as you say, you sort of know your level within your championship, but mixing it up, it's definitely a healthy thing, and it can drum up interest as well, because the home guys from the US might think, I like this Creventic way of going racing, might even think about Dubai the following January.
Well, I mean, a lot of them have been thinking about that for about the past 10 years, and some have made it, and some obviously have been held back. But yes, if you go, hold on, I've raced against the best guys from that series. They came over to our patch in the States. We're as good as them. We can go back and try and race them on their tracks, because as a racing driver, your chance to compete on circuits that you would not otherwise have a reason to come and play on. And I think it's increasingly attractive. Yes, there's a great array of circuits within this championship, but you can start to cherry pick once you've got a car that it can be competitive. They could come and do the Nürburgring long distance races, etc., etc. But I think as people get their businesses back on track and plan their calendars for the following years, feeling confident, hopefully, that travel isn't going to be just so making you jump through so many hoops. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the field starts to develop and bubble under, because if they go to Dubai, they've got the 6-hour race the following weekend in Abu Dhabi. If you're going to do both, aren't you?
Yeah, makes sense too. They're about an hour apart, aren't they? It doesn't take very long to drive from one to the other.
Well, I missed a turn-off once in Dubai and very nearly ended up in Abu Dhabi.
Oh,
there were no more turn-offs. I kept driving and driving through the night.
Yeah, but as you say, once your car is at the Dubai Autodrome, then it'd be rude not to turn up for the 6 hours the following weekend. Samantha Tan also looking forward to Sebring. That will end the year for ST Racing. She is the ST in the team title after all. And now at the wheel of car 438, having taken over from Chandler Hull. So this car running in 10th position, but with 3 TCE series cars ahead of it. And having just completed an outlap. So Sam just getting into her groove. Paulius Pascavicius in the 720 RD Signs Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan. With traffic up ahead. Certainly should be able to get past the BMW in a couple of corners' time, but that 500 Audi with Martin Rump back at the wheel is flying through the sequence of corners at 2, 3, and then up the hill towards turn 4. So car lapping certainly quicker than Shane Lewis last time around, the 85 machine that is in second position. But there are 2.5 laps or so between the Car Collection Audi, the Evo 2 and Shane's CP Racing Mercedes.
Talking of that third place Audi, the number 500, the Evo, it does have a 10-second time penalty to be served. That's the 15th offence for that car. So it's taking the record books and suggesting they might need to put some new ink on those. So a little bit embarrassing for all concerned, but the messages by this point in the race should really starting to be sinking. Which corners you must absolutely not transgress, because it tends to be, anytime you've got track limits, just a number of bends on the circuit, and Lucas picked them out. Turn 4, turn 7 up at the chicane along the far side of the circuit, and then turn 11, where there was a very good demonstration when Lucas was looking over the barriers and showing us a couple of cars coming round. One did it on the circuit and one was clearly not. Yes, they were having a little bit of battle for track, but there it is, clear to be seen. And if any team has got more than 3, they should start to have the penny dropping that is not a good thing to do. But 15, yes, we know it's a sort of almost like a trial race for the Car Collection Motorsport Audi Evo, but they do need to keep it between the white lines would be a good thing.
Well, it's all happened at turn 4 for that Audi. The third offence, which initially was a warning, turn 4. There was then a 10-second penalty for the 6th offence, same part of the track. 9th offence, 10 seconds again. So every 3 infringements, you get another penalty. They don't increase, which I thought they might actually. So it's 10 seconds every single time. Maybe for the ground you gain, it's worth serving the 10-second penalty, because it can be done during a normal pit stop, remember. It's probably different drivers being pinged each time. So you've got Martin Lechman, Nat Berton, and now the current driver, Martin Rump. So yes, next time that car comes in with Martin driving it, he will have to sit in the penalty box for a further 10 seconds. Also, the 500 car got a penalty for crossing the white line at pit lane exits over the blend line, which is a big no-no. 2 hours 37 minutes to go, and in the TCE series, leading the race in the green VW Golf for Autorama Motorsport, it's Emil Heyerdahl, and he has is it a full lap? I'm not sure it is, because Mathieu Detry due to cross the line fairly shortly. Let's just see where he is. He's about 2 sectors behind at a guess, and I'll wait for full confirmation of that. But the AC Motorsport Audi RS3 is able to lap at a similar speed to Heyerdahl. And then you've got Fabian Dance, who was charging hard to get in front of Chandler Hull in the number 1 Golf, up to 3rd position.
Right, I'll give you an example of where they are. 112 just turning into the 6-7 chicane, and 188 just gone through turn 12, so it's in that climb back up towards the pit lane. And by the time 188 is on the start-finish straight, I would warrant that 112 is just going through turn 10, approaching turn 11. There's your spatial.
Very good, thank you for that. Yeah, so 10 seconds time, Detry will cross the line, and in a further 30 seconds time after that, but on the same lap, the number 112 Golf will cross the line. So there's the gap, 1 minute and 25 seconds between the top two in the TCE series to confirm they're on the lead lap within the TCE part of the race. And then in GT, Alfred Renauer extending his lead yet further, found a whole second, over a second in fact, on Shane Lewis, who at the moment doesn't have an answer to the Herbert Motorsports Porsche's pace. But they are having a great race, CP Racing, and it maybe needs just a slight bit of drama for the 91 Porsche to bring it back into the reckoning. They've used Charles Espenlaub very readily of 85, and that was mainly at the start of the race. He can't go beyond the 6-hour drive time in total, and he'd done about 3.5 hours after only 3.5 hours of the race, so it was time to relinquish control and hand it over to Charlie Putman at the time, and since then Shane Lewis. And we had Joe Foster now in that car, I think possibly whilst we were away.
I think indeed, because he was wearing his race suit a long time ago, so he would have been out. Just going back to that battle in the TCE class between the number 112 VW Golf from Autorama Motorsport and the Audi that's chasing it, the AC Motorsport number 188, they are lapping within 1/10 of a second of each other. So you highlighted the fact the gap between them is 1 minute 25 seconds. That's not going to go down anytime soon. So with every further lap towards the end of this race, just over 2.5 hours remaining, it's very, very good indeed for Emil Heyerdahl. And in fact, it's Emil driving the number 1 as well, because he was certainly listed in 2 cars. I haven't checked if he's been out, sharing that with Fabian Dance, the man who put the sponsorship, the charity deal together, Lukas Stolachik and Konstantin Kletzer, but certainly at the moment Emil doing a fantastic job, the Norwegian racer. The number of Norwegian racers in this series has always been a very strong thing, and on the global stage really starting to sort of pull their weight a little bit.
Yeah, I can't see that Emil's driven the number 1 car today, but I'm pretty sure he started the white and red car yesterday. So, you look back into the driver stats for Saturday afternoon/evening, and Emil will have done certainly 1 stint. So we'll need to potentially be on 2 separate steps of the podium when we finish this thing in a little over 2.5 hours' time. The same cannot be said for Daniel Alleman, because the 92 car is sadly out of the race, but he is still very much part of the lineup in car 91. Together with Ralph Bone and current driver Alfred Renauer. In TCX, the Munkoff Racing BMW M4 GTR still really looking for somebody to play with, because there's a massive gap up ahead of it after it was delayed, and about 4 laps advantage over the GTX Vortex V8. So TCX versus GTX are 3 and a bit laps apart, and then sadly below that on the timing screen, 1 definite retirement and 1 probable in the form of Luke Breukers and the Audi RS3 Red Camel Jordans.nl.
We're about to potentially have a change of position on the circuit rather than in the race overall, because the Herbert Motorsport number 91 Porsche is now right on the tail of the Shane Lewis, who not so long ago took over the CP Racing Mercedes. They're separated by about a second, but if Renauer can get ahead, then importantly for him, that car will be 3 laps rather than 2 ahead of the second place car. So, but that said, the Herbert Motorsport car will be the next one in the pit lane. So a lot of that will be going the other way. So really the gap between them is more like 1.5 laps, I would surmise. But it's a sort of mental blow if Alfred Renauer can move ahead of Shane Lewis. But you can be sure the American is not out there to go, come on by, why don't you? He's going to just keep himself ahead as long as he can. And their lap pace, it's very, very similar. 1 minute 47 for both of them.
So this is a good way to judge, you know, where these cars are finding their speed around the lap. Very different ways of constructing a race car, a GT3 car. And although the power is delivered from the same end, the weight distribution entirely different. One V8 powered, one flat 6. And yeah, Alfred Renauer showing that despite the absence of Robert Renauer, who's busy at the Sachsenring for day 2 of that meeting, struggling a little bit in race 1 with Sven Müller. They finished 18th, and their race is due to start in just over a half an hour's time, actually, at the Sachsenring. So I'm sure once Alfred jumps out of the car, he'll be keeping tabs on that event. But in the absence of twin brother, he's just about the fastest in that 91 Porsche, and about to put another lap on Shane Lewis's Mercedes AMG. Lapping the Vortex might provide an opportunity. It doesn't, as it turns out, because into turn 14 they both have to go to the high side of the orange 1.0 and get by it with very little time lost. So will it be via the slipstream on the longer straights, or as Shane Lewis's head rocks around there, shows how good the Mercedes is under braking and the G-forces that are involved even in standard slowing of that car. Good drive off the corner for both machines, though.
Yeah, it's interesting. Looking down the start-finish straight, the sun is quite low through the windscreen, and you could just see Shane's face illuminated. He seems to be looking down.
Maybe that was what it was.
Looking down towards the controls quite a lot. So maybe just a systems check. Seems comfortable just running in front of the race leader, the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. But into the pits, we have Porsche time. It's the Team Willy car from 5th place, Sergio Nicolai. Bringing that in, and the Willy Motorsport, sorry, by Ebby Motors, the 991 Cup class car, 5th place overall, and will be overtaken while it's in the pits by Ted Van Vliet, who will go up to 5th in the JR Motorsport BMW M6, which is about, hold on, it's listed as 23 seconds behind. Does it have to complete the lap to do that? Yes, it probably does, because of course that's stationary in the pit lane. I can't see where, relative to the start-finish line, has the Willy Motorsport car actually completed the lap before it came to a halt, or has it just crossed the finish line and not done so?
Yeah, good point.
Or not crossed the finish line and therefore not done so.
Yes. It depends where they've based themselves, or been told to base themselves this weekend.
Well, it's quite early in the pit
Not
lane.
quite got to the finish line, I would say, start-finish line.
Oh, no, actually it's not so. It's a confusing shot. You can never really tell, but he's going in for refueling, so in that time the position will be reversed. So up to 5th place will go the JR Motorsport BMW M6, and it's the first time this team has run the car, and I'm very much enjoying it so far.
Yeah, there's a Sector 1 time shown for 9:55, but no Sector 2, and I would expect that on an in-lap, but it may just be a quirk of the system. In the fueling area nevertheless now, and you get a letter F next to the car to indicate that, as the Alfred Renauer car crossed the line. 289, 287, still 2 laps between them, so Shane, I reckon, is just ahead of Alfred Renauer still for road position, but in reality 2 laps behind, about to go 3 laps down to Alfred Renauer. But Renauer is much further into his drive time. You cannot exceed 120 minutes in any one occasion, and he's nearly done 90 minutes, whereas Shane Lewis has only been at the wheel of his Mercedes for just over 20 minutes. So expecting lots more Shane, whilst Alfred Renauer will have to bail out and hand over to Ralph Bone, possibly Alleman. And of course the complicated nature of having to balance Alleman across both cars now has been taken out of the equation, not in a happy way for Herbert Motorsport, because one of their cars is no longer in the race. So 955 with the fuel going in, just take a long time for one of these Porsche Cup cars. Fuel tanks fairly large on the Willy Motorsport. backed by Ebby Motors, prepared by Ebby Motors, so that car will get going very shortly.
Now, what do we reckon the maximum stint time is on a full tank of fuel for any of the GT3 cars? Because remember at the start of this race, when it kicked off at 8:30 local time, the CP Racing Mercedes just stayed out, but they said they topped up late in the race yesterday, so they had a fuller tank of fuel early on, which in many ways actually makes Charles Espenlaub's early laps, where he's lived with the Herbert Motorsport Porsches that were, as we found out later, running lighter, all the more impressive. So a sort of accolade to Charles for that. But I'm trying to think what a maximum. You're looking at some stuff on your screen, Johnny. I'd be looking at a piece of paper, of course, being so absolutely analog. But anyhow,
Well,
what I'm trying to say is basically the Herbert Motorsport Porsche should be coming in relatively soon, nearly an hour and a half in this stint for Alfred Renard. He's going to contact his team manager. Oh, he is the team manager.
Yeah.
And then find out when he's got to come in. But
yeah, but remember, there will almost certainly have been a pit stop in the middle of that. It only counts drive time, and the time spent in the pits doesn't count to that total. It's a very clever program system, this, from timeservice.nl. And although Renault is on effectively the second of a double stint, there has to have been a fuel stop partway through that, even though we've had a short code 60 during it as well.
But what we do know, of course, is that the number 91 Porsche had to serve a drive-through penalty. That effectively gave it an extra pit stop, which didn't count as a pit stop. But it will be coming in long before the chasing Shane Lewis. And in terms of lap times, they're continuing to lap within a few hundredths of a second of each other each lap. But for Alfred Renard, just wants to hunt it down, see if he can get past. And at that point, Shane Lewis would have to go, the corner is yours. Difference between 2 laps and 3 laps and 2 laps and being in the fence.
No, it's just not worth risking it. And, you have to pick your battles. At the moment, CP Racing are fully focused on what they need to do to get to the end of the race, and ideally in second place. And it doesn't happen very often for Herbert Motorsport, but they could encounter an issue. After all, the 92 car has. Why not the 91? CP Racing must or have to be thinking. But yes, the gap is getting into the territory now where it really needs an issue for car 91 for anybody else to win this race.
Yes, it's when you look at the screen, you're enjoying the racing so much, you look up and the first digit has changed. It was 3, it's now 2. 2 hours, 25 minutes remaining. And I, for one, am delighted to see the craziest looking car in the race, still in the race, the 701 Vortex. And it's actually, apart from a few hiccups in yesterday's race, lost more than an hour in the first 2 hours. Today, very early on, the same point on the circuit, turn 12, it pulled over. But since then, they seem to have worked out how to close the door properly, and it's been running very well indeed. It's still third from the bottom of the pile. And when we had the sort of restart, when we came back on board after that code 60, it was 1 lap down on the next car in line, which is Marco Poland driving the Munkhoff Racing BMW M4. That's car number 210. That's an M4 GTR. But now that's out to 3 laps difference between them. But that's fine. Still going. It's got 214 laps on the board. With the earlier problems and the more recent one, it's fallen ever further back from the overall leader. 291 on the nose. 291 laps for Alfred Renard. That's a good number. Continues to rise.
Renard very nearly got the inside line into turn 12 there. They were backed up. Both cars were backed up behind the RD Sainz Lamborghini Huracan, but were able to get by that machine. And as they turn right at the 90-degree anti-penultimate corner on the lap, so through they will go in the same order as the Lamborghini in their back, behind them in their wake, will peel off to the pit lane, and the 500 Audi Evo 2 500 numbered car now making its way into the fueling area. Of course, this car has form of not quite making it all the way back at the end of that stint earlier on in the day. Lukas Gajewski, very close indeed to where this car is being refueled.
Yes, we are now in the middle of the refueling area with Jacques Hornweg, who is responsible for the refueling down here. That's why we had to put on these very, very fitting fire suits. Sepp, by the way, with a heavy camera as well. Credits to Sepp, thank you very much. Jacques, can you please explain how does the procedure work down here?
The procedure is as follows. One of the technicians starts the pump with a special tag. You see this one, special tag. And depending on the situation on the track, he uses the green one or the purple one. Then the green light flashes on.
Show it over here, please.
Yeah. the green light here flashes on, and he can start fueling up the car. And that is with 45 liters a minute, so it will take approximately 2 minutes to completely fill the car. During that time, he's checking if everything is going well, and some cars have to switch off their engine because of the risk on fire. Other cars with turbos are allowed to keep on their engine during this procedure. And that's approximately all to it till now. When the car is full, everything has to be put back. The hose in the right position that it will need crossed by another car. And the guys are well trained to do so, and we have instructed them up front. Other thing is that the car has to stop exactly in the right spot, because we have only 8 spots. And when it's crowded here, it's necessary that they stop at the right spot so that we can use all the space we have for all the 8 cars to fuel up at the same time. Oh, we're not in the way? No, so it works.
It really does take quite a lot of time, because this is pretty much a standard fuel station.
Yes, this is a standard fuel station, and for the safety we only add 45 liters a minute, because otherwise we have risk on splashing and things. And it's for every car, it's exactly the same. We check the pumps regularly on speed. What you now hear dipping here is specially built in for the BOP procedure, that every car has the same amount of balance to make sure that everything is as the same. Yeah, there's a lot of noise here. They have all the same level of performance, so that we build in an extra which is balanced up front. Cars that use a low amount of fuel will get some more time to fuel up, so they use the same time over on the track, and we balance it out in the performance.
Now here on the fuel pump we can see 94.96 liters for the number 500 Evo 2 Audi. I think it's allocated 95 liters. So how is it controlled by either you or race control that all the teams use the amount of fuel they are allowed to use and not more? How do you control it?
We control that with this tag. This tag, if you start with the green one, on the cars you will see the maximum amount of fuel they are allowed to fuel up in one go. And this is programmed in this tag. So the car will automatically stop at the maximum amount of fuel they are allowed to fuel up with. That's how it works. But this is an aid for the teams. They are still responsible not going over the maximum amount they are allowed to fuel up with. So this is just a help for them.
Did you ever think that refueling could be so exciting? Jacques, thank you very much for explaining.
You're welcome. Okay, you're welcome.
That was really enlightening for me, because obviously we've had pit lane reporters elsewhere in the championship that have visited that area, but from a commentary box-based person, I don't very often get a chance to go down there and have a look at how things are worked. The other thing is, though, we've had cars breaching the code 60 amount, so I was thinking, well, how does that work when all you've got to do is insert the disc? But I think the point was added there at the very end was that it's still down to the teams to police the situation.
Yeah, but the thing I really liked, what I like is simplicity. We all do. But actually, to be honest, over the years at Dubai, we don't stretch as far as going down to the pumps because they're out of signal for us. So we watch the cars go into the bay. You can see it being operated. But that thing about having the green disc or the purple disc, according to when it's code 60 or not, that is so simplistic. And that's why it's good.
Yeah.
And sometimes it takes people to stand back and just not go with the accepted norms of how these procedures are handled. And I just think if it's something that can make it foolproof, plus human error a little bit.
Well, that's the thing, because there's, I don't think any way other than radio communication to know that you've come in during a code 60 if it's close. If one
had I
literally
been
come
there,
out.
I would have asked the question, what happens if it flicks over when you're halfway through? presumably you have to be allowed to carry on your...
If you're in when it goes code 60, then that counts as a green flag pit stop, as the Audi number 500 that we were concentrating on during the fuel stop whistles by on the outside the 438 ST Racing BMW. So yes, that's why judging when a code 60 may happen is a fine art, because if a car's obviously stranded in the middle of the track, the chances are that you will need to caution the whole racetrack, but it's about preempting that. And the ideal situation is you get a green flag pit stop right before a code 60 is issued. But when it is a nip and tuck thing, it's a question of paying very close attention to the timing screen, because that will indicate with a purple pit stop time or a white pit stop time as to whether you've managed to get in time or not.
Now, of course, we've got 16 cars here. Not all of them still going. We've lost a couple so far. And I fear for Thomas Gosnan's car, the 58 MP Racing Mercedes. Certainly we've lost Luke Broikers, the 101 Red Camel Jordan's Audi, and the 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. But the point I was heading towards is we started this race with 8 refuelling stops for 16 cars, so you don't have to worry too much about someone else being there. But the fact of the matter is almost all the cars are lapping faster than it takes to put in a tank of fuel. So a pit stop, however fast it is for the pit stop part and then the refuelling, you're looking at, as we sort of worked out earlier, probably the best part of 2 laps.
Yeah. Well, you're 2 minutes just on fuel, so there goes a lap straight away as you make the point, and then you've got the extra bits that you don't have to do, but a stop-off with the team normally means at least a tyre change, and if you're changing tyres, a driver change won't be too far away either. So, yeah, the scope for falling 2 laps away, particularly in the slower cars. Heading then out of the final corner to head across the line. That's 9:55 with the number 2 JR Motorsport BMW M6 a little further ahead. Herbert lead by now 3 and a bit laps over Shane Lewis, because although we didn't comment on it at the time, I reckon Alfred Renau has now got ahead of Shane Lewis to put the Mercedes a further lap off the pace.
Well, I'm going to look at the tracker there, Johnny. I still think it's the 2 laps. That move is coming.
It?
But
Right.
say it's 2.5 laps, and we reckon a pit stop costs 2.
See, the thing that makes me think it's 4 laps at the moment, so the best it can be is 3. 2. No, what am I talking about? It's 2 laps. Sorry,
it's 2 laps. So
I was reading that as 2.98 for some reason. Very small text on my screen.
It's getting late in the afternoon. Every hour gets added. But the fact, so we'll call it 2 laps equivalent for a pit stop, and the pit stop that's next coming is the race-leading Alfred Renauer 91 car. So I think it's actually 2 and a bit laps between them.
Yes.
But then, of course, it's how they've programmed them back, counting back from the end of the race. We've got 2.25 hours remaining, and if they run as they are, they're not in sync. But they're going to count back from the end, and the length of that final pit stop will be different between the 2 cars, because they will approach that final 90 minutes or so, which you can do in a stint without, separated, approaching it at different points, and therefore how much fuel they need to put in.
Renauer went across the line how much earlier than Lewis? 7 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say.
The Porsche's now 7 seconds further in front than Shane Lewis. So for a split second, they are three laps apart, but not 4.
Yeah, so it's 2 and a bit, as we said. We'll go all that time. We've got back to the fact it's 2 and a bit. So turning through turn 4 is Alfred Renauer, and wait for 7 seconds later, turning through it as well is Shane Lewis. Through the corner where poor Thomas Gosner drops that metallic green Mercedes, and that is still in the pit lane after more than an hour, and it's fallen to 12th place overall. Still got 22 laps advantage over the Marco Poland number 210 Munchhoff BMW, and that in turn is 4 laps up on the Vortex, which is slowly clawing its way up the order. Sounding great, lapping pretty much on the nose of 2 minutes all the time, where the quickest cars are doing at the moment 1 minute 46s, so that's your time difference.
And that time through 11, the Porsche couldn't use the natural racing line to go out wide on the exit of turn 11, had to very quickly readjust because there was a Vortex quite rightly on the racing line there. So Alfred Renauer, thankfully, had enough life left in his tyres to move the Porsche, which is still showing the scarring down the right-hand side, briefly away from its more traditional route from 11 to 12. Now across the grid hatchings to complete virtually nearly 300 laps. That's 298 now in the book. Now we got to nearly 700 laps at Barcelona last time out. Clearly this is half the distance, but we could, well, actually probably be able to tell you where we're expected to be come 6:30 tonight. 383 is the predicted race distance at this stage. That doesn't take into account any previous Code 60, so therefore the sort of average amount of Code 60 to be expected in the final 2 hours and 12 minutes. But, yeah, it'll be 85 laps or so still to go.
So let's just compare the lap times. Alfred Renard leading the race last time, 1 minute 49.1 second, but you pointed out he was out of line getting around a back marker, and 1 minute 48.1, so just over a second faster for Shane Lewis. So he'll still be keeping that black Porsche just in sight on the longer straights around the circuit. The gap between them on the track, 6-7 seconds. So it's good to have a visual thing, but not so good if you're the car chasing but falling away. You're second in the line, but also knowing you're 2 laps down.
BMW is finding one another, one in the TCE part of the race, one in the GT field, and the M6 then will be faster on the longer straight. Well, actually through the corners probably more so. The M6, which is a bigger car than the M4. Of course, the M6 was brought out when BMW were actually trying to market 3 different shapes of car within the sports car world, within the GT world. So you had the M4 at GT4 level, the M6 at GT3 level, and then their GTE car was the M8. Now it seems like they're wanting to just focus on the M4 moving forward in season 2022, with their unhomologated M4 GT3 car doing a couple of NLS races now, and quite possibly turning out for the final event of the year on the Nordschleife next Saturday.
Just that explanation, Johnny, just proves how complex and diverse sports car racing, sports car and GT racing, to have an M4, an M6 and an M8 out competing in various championships. So if anybody who doesn't know much about sports car and GT racing thinks it's a fairly sort of homologous product, it's not. You have to choose your weapon accordingly. But again, it was good emphasis on how BMW really got back involved after a number of years of not being so involved. The M8 didn't shine in the way they wanted it to at all, but the M6 has scored some great race wins. Spa 24 Hours clocked up victory there. Nürburgring 24 Hours is always a feature, and I think it's going to remain a popular car for quite a while to come in this championship, the M6.
Yes, no reason why it shouldn't, and as some of the teams that regularly race in NLS and the N24, Vulcan Horse Motorsports, their M6s will become surplus to requirements, you have to think, and therefore, similar to your analogy with the Porsches and the conveyor belt moving along to the 992, there are a number of redundant cars potentially available for 24-hour series teams to acquire at decent prices.
Yeah, I think so, and I always think when you've got multi-class racing, if you're competitive, you've got a bit of a decent budget, you want to move up to the next class. You want to experience what the guys who've been blatting past you have under their right foot. And it's a natural progression, and that stretches the life of a competition car, because one of the worst things in racing is when you have very quick turnover. It hasn't really been a feature in recent years in single seaters as they've standardised things, but there was nothing worse than being left with the last car, whether it was faster or slower. That concept that I'm already standing behind the others because they've got the new cars was always such a debilitating thing, and certainly for drivers with less money to play with, you just felt they were on the back foot the whole time, which when a car can last for a large number of years, you can get a car that's really well sorted like the M6 or the Mercedes AMGs. It's a chance to be in the game. There's so many factors you've got to knit together, and if you can remove the one that makes your brain think I'm already on the back foot, that's a good thing, and give you a cut price car. Better still.
Well, that as well, yes. It's double bubble potentially. Busy now, as we were talking a little while ago about the refueling area and the amount of bays available. There are at least 3 of the 8 currently occupied.
It was the same on my way to the studio this morning.
Yeah, fuel in the UK is trying to obtain that is an interesting prospect in certain areas of the country. With the number 1 car then the middle of the 3, with fuel going in and Autorama Motorsport overlooking that. The fuel goes in at the same rate, regardless of it being a TCE car, which they all are actually within Vision, or GT cars that have regularly been calling in this area as well. So 188, 1 and the 210 being the AC Motorsport Audi, the number 1 Golf, and the 210 Munkoff Racing BMW, but also into the pits. 188 I mentioned, didn't I? I think
did,
I've basically covered everyone.
The next guy coming in will be the 91 race leader, Alfred Renard. He's done his stint length has been, well, it's just entered the pit 3 seconds ago, but it was getting up to 1 hour 50 minutes his stint time. And it'll be Ralph Bone getting in. So Lucas is down there. Maybe Lucas would like to talk us through the pit stop.
I'm still a sweaty mess after our trip to the fuel station, but let's give it a try. We can see new tires, or at least some others. No, they seem to be brand new. Actually, we can still see the damage on the right-hand side of the car there. It looks quite dramatic, but I think that's mostly the livery and some of the stickers there. So now the car heading towards the fuel area, and I'm trying to catch a word with Alfred in a minute.
Okay, we will give you a moment or two to cool off yourself and also grab Alfred to see what the car is doing from a driver's perspective. It's leading the race, and convincingly so by 2 and a bit laps. Ralph Bone will be taking charge of it, as Lukas Gajewski mentioned, so I think that is more superficial scarring down the right-hand side.
We will get a very clear visual of how close these cars are together, because remember, it was 2 laps and about 7 seconds or 8 seconds before the pit stop. So when the refueling's been completed on the 91 Porsche, that goes back in the race, and then we'll know. But of course, they're running effectively about an hour apart in terms of their pit stop sequence, but we've only got just over 2 hours remaining.
Yeah, so still plenty of time to go. But when you get to the region of 2 hours left, you can start to think about the final driver that is required, and then one more stop, depending on where you are on the strategy at this stage. But, well, I suppose some cars might need a splash to get them to the finish. Whilst I consider that, here's the promised interview with Alfred Renauer, now with Lucas.
Yeah, and I went to Alfred and asked him if we can have a quick interview, and he said, well, we need to hurry up because I need to watch GT Masters in a minute. I think we still have 6 or 7 minutes left until the start at the Sachsenring, so we can still speak about the 24H series. Alfred, how was your stint? You're in the lead now.
Yeah, it was mega. It was a cool fight with the Americans, with the CP car. I thought in the beginning maybe it's getting a little bit boring, but then we had a good fight, and that's what it is. That makes fun.
And how will the rest of your race look like? Will Ralph now stay in the car until the end?
No, I think it's not possible because of his driving time. But I will jump in for the last stint. And then
when the GT Masters race is done.
After the GT Masters race, you're right.
That's how you do your strategy. You just come in for the GT Masters race and then it's off again. All right, so do you think you can now bring it home, or do you still fear the CP racing car might come up again?
Maybe if there's another code 60 and they get it, so then you gain 2 laps, and I think this is at the moment our advantage, but yeah, it can change immediately.
Enjoy the GT Masters race, first of all. Thanks, Alfred.
Yeah, so that's 5 minutes away at the Sachsenring, and Robert Renauer, Sven Muller looking for slightly better fortunes in Sunday's race compared to yesterday. Ruud Olij in the JR Motorsports BMW M6 running 4th in class and 6th in the GT series part of the race there. So 4th as the 4th place GT3 car. Up ahead of it is the only P4 entry, being the car collection Audi Evo 2, and the 991 class Willi Motorsport Porsche and the GT3 Cup car of the older variety. And we will be getting a 992 class car, well, 4 of them in fact, partially courtesy of the MRS GT Racing crew, bringing 3 to Sebring next month, which is exciting, and the debut of a brand new 24H series class for Porsche 992 cars exclusively.
So just trying to gauge the gap, it's listed as 3 minutes 36, but both the race leader 91 and the 85 CP Racing Mercedes are on 301 laps completed, and their geographical location around the circuit, so the number 91 is turning into the 6-7 chicane, and 85 It's just gone missing. No, it's. I think it should be up at turn 5. It looks like it's about 7 or 8 seconds behind it on the road. But just double checking, it hasn't dived into the pits while I wasn't looking. Shouldn't have done. It's only 47 minutes into the stint. No, Shane Lewis still pressing on, still going very well indeed in second place.
Yeah, Shane will be popping up at the end of the second sector in a moment or two.
He's just turned through turn 11. The reason I couldn't find him, he was I was looking at the little tracker bubbles going around the map. He was stuck under the bubble of the 112 Golf, and just trying to see who was in behind the 210, the Munkhoff BMW as well. But he managed to pass all those, so he'd have lost a little bit of time, Shane Lewis, but he's turning into 13 as through turn 14 onto the start-finish straight goes Ralph Bone, who's just on his out lap. So we'll check the timing interval when they come across the start-finish line. I think it's going to be actually really remarkably close.
It was 2 laps and 7 seconds. It might be about 7 seconds
exactly.
now, you know.
Exactly. That's what I'm waiting to do the maths on when it comes over the start-finish line.
There you go, 7.3. So an indication of how close to 2 laps a pit stop is here, because that's virtually reset the scrap now in GT3 to 7.3 seconds in the slight favour of Herbert Motorsport.
And the slight favour, of course, the next pit stop for this duo at the front of the race will be for the CP racing car, and that's got 48 minutes into its stint versus the 2 for Ralph Bone, who's just taken over the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. 302 laps for the pair of them, 297 laps for the prototype, the Evo 2 Audi R8 LMS for Nathaniel Berton, who's lapping very well indeed. He's the fastest driver on track in that, as he was earlier. Sven Herberger is another 2 laps back to be 4th. And 5th place is the leading and only 991 Cup Porsche Fabrizio Broggi, who doesn't appear to have released the steering wheel from his grasp for a considerable amount of time. But 5th, very good run for them.
No, it's been an awful lot of hours being completed by Broggi. He is almost half an hour into this current stint in car 955. Sergei Nikolai did 29 laps prior to that, and that was before that was 25 laps of a stint. Sabino Di Castro's done a fair bit of running today as well, 24 laps plus 28, and there was a 44 lap stint for Broggi before that. So I think the lion's share has been done by Fabrizio Broggi. That's why we have a feeling that he's been permanently glued into the seat there.
And in fact, he's not got a huge advantage over the 6th place JR Motorsport BMW M6, the number 2 we've been talking about. I think last time around it's just hard. No, it's not. I was going to say it's 30 seconds. I'll tell you what's 30 seconds apart. That is the car in 9th, Stefan Perrin, who's taken over the AC Motorsport Audi, and Samantha Tan in the ST Racing BMW N4. So Tan in 8th place, 30 seconds back. In 9th, Stefan Perrin. They are actually, apart from the race leaders who are just 7 seconds apart, the closest cars in the field.
This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you live and as it happens coverage of the 2021 edition, the 7th edition of the Hankook 12 Hours of Hungary. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer, just 120 minutes still to go. Herbert Motorsports and Ralph Bone put into his Porsche then at the last stop, but judging by comments from Alfred Renauer, a teammate and team manager at Herbert, he can't make it to the end because of the amount of drive time that Ralph has already completed. He did the bulk of the 2 hours yesterday, in fact, and remember that there's a maximum drive time that must be adhered to together with the independent kind of 2 hours, no more than 2 hours in any one go, and then you must rest for at least half of that, but they're also totaling up the stints through the race as well. So Alfred Renauer will have to go back in maybe for, well, just over an hour, you sense, so that will allow him to take part and watch the GT Masters race at the Saxon Ring, and then he can get in fresh from a break, sort of, to take the car to the flag. And at the moment, no such problems that have struck for the 92. For the 91 car, all is going sweetly, but there are these times though when the Porsche has done a pit stop and the CP Racing Mercedes that has not, where it gets them very close to one another. In fact, closer again this time. Good lap from Shane Lewis. Under 7 seconds now is the leading margin.
Yeah, both the last 2 laps, he's taken a little margin and then a slightly larger little margin off Ralph Bohm. But Ralph just settling himself in. He's only, 5-6 minutes into this stint, just getting the feel of the car, getting up to pace. And Shane Lewis has been in for 52 minutes. Now we've got a couple of Autorama VW Golfs running nose to tail. They're separated by some number of laps, 4 laps, but the one in front is the car that's leading the class. Emil Heyerdahl in 7th place overall. Really impressed with Emil in this race. He's got between him and his teammate, which is Konstantin Kletzer in the number 1. As I say, 4 laps difference, but he's got the Samantha Tan Racing BMW M4. But going really well in TC.
And with 10 hours done, 2 yesterday, 8 today, let's take a look at how the order is panning out. TCE series first of all, because Emil Heyerdahl, having done a spell in the number 1 car yesterday, has decided to focus more so on the 112 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power VW Golf today. And that car, after 280 laps, leads the division from the AC Motorsport Audi RS3 LMS DSG of Stefan Perrin, the 188. Konstantin Kletzer in the white and red VW Golf is 3rd in the TCE series, car number 1. From in 4th place, the 210 Erik Fenton Munkhoff driven BMW M4 GT4 for Munkhoff Racing. And sadly, Red Camel Jordans.nl, a real fan favourite when they used to run the Cupras and indeed the Porsche. But this decision to switch to an Audi, unfortunately, is not going to glean a race result, with Ivo, Ruk and Rick desperate to do more driving. But they haven't got a car at the moment to be able to complete any more laps. It's 2 hours and 51 minutes in the garage for that car. In the GT series, Ralph Bohm has recently taken over the Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 91 to continue to lead by 8.5 seconds now from Shane Lewis's CP Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. 3rd is the 500, the guest car, if you like, for the Audi R8 crew and their Evo 2. Nathaniel Berton at the wheel of the car collection prepared car. Retronic Racing by Techie Audi R8 LMS GT3 for Michael Doppelmayr is on an outlap, still displayed in 4th position, however. Then the 955 Fabrizio Broggi driven Vili Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche that leads its 991 class. The BMW M6 GT3 of JR Motorsport has Ruud Olage at the wheel. And then the Autorama Motorsport, or rather the ST Racing BMW M4 GT4 in 7th position. Ahead of the RD Sainz Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo for Nicolo Michelon. Thomas Gostner's car is unfortunately in the pit lane after a dramatic-looking accident at turn 4, which destroyed the nose of that car. But Thomas suggesting to us that the MP Racing crew are trying to fix that. Then the Vortex, fresh from a pit stop, Nicholas Nobbs taking over the 701 Vortex 1.0. And unfortunately, last car on that list, the number 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, is out of the race with gearbox failure. So inside the final 2 hours, 1 or 2 cars on very different strategies. So orders in the classes far from decided, but a chance to reflect on 8 hours running today.
When it's compressed like that, you realise actually losing wheels has been a bit of an issue today. Twice for the Lamborghini and once for the 210 BMW. But one thing that's really stood out, the racing has been really, really good today, but the weather, hasn't it been a gift? An autumnal day with bright sunshine, not a cloud to be seen over the Hungaroring. But we're now into that final 2 hours, and it's the 91 Porsche leading the way. Ralph Bone, actually the gap came down. It went to 6 and a bit seconds. It's out to 9, just waiting for the CP Racing Mercedes to come into the background of the shot. It looks as though Ralph Bone is now starting to stretch his legs, and it could be the other side in 10 seconds, nearly 11 seconds as Shane Lewis crosses the start-finish line. A little bit of traffic might have interfered with that, but I think it's looking ominous. Ralph Bone had those first 2 laps feeding his way in, and now he's starting to stretch. But then don't forget, it's nearly an hour into the stint for Shane Lewis. I think it was traffic affected, but you certainly feel that Ralph Bone is now starting to wind it up, Johnny.
Yeah, it's important, I suppose, to not be affected by a closer battle than it is in reality. So you return to the racetrack, think, blimey, the CP Racing car's only 7 seconds behind. I better get a hustle on. But actually, the Mercedes owes the Porsche a pit stop, owes us a pit stop to get it, I think, back onto a level playing field. So that will make the gap larger. And because of the staggered nature now of those 2 lead cars, there will be these moments that appear far more nip and tuck than they actually are. It depends. Well, we have a Mercedes pit stop in the next half an hour, would be my guesstimate, and it will then need another one before the end of the race, whereas the Porsche should be able to get home with only 1 more stop now. So it's 2 stops for the Mercedes and 1 more for Herbert Motorsport. I think I'm reading that correctly. So the eventual victory margin, assuming no issues between now and the end of the race, should be closer to 2 laps rather than 10 or 11 seconds. I didn't get that message, but okay, we're going to go down to Lucas Gajewski for a further update from the pits. Lucas.
You mentioned our TCR leaders, the 112 Autorama VW Golf. Emil Heyerdahl just got out of the car. That's one of the drivers of the field who is doing double duties on both cars. But I think, Emil, you're focusing on the 112, which is still challenging enough, isn't it?
We are P1, so obviously we are very happy, and the pace is pretty good. So it's still 2 hours to go, so anything can happen. But yeah.
Can you actually recall how you got such a big lead in the TCR class with a 112 car? Because when we started this morning, it was one big bunch, wasn't it?
It was. So it's all about the consistent laps, of course, and for sure we are trying to push our best, but at the same time manage the tires is really difficult. So we are very happy.
I spoke to one of your colleagues in TCR. I think it was one of the AC Motorsport guys, and they said the most important thing here is to keep your tires alive, especially the front tires.
Yeah, for sure, and keep the championship points alive. So it's all about the championship and try to be consistent and go smooth.
As I said, you drive both Autorama cars this weekend, and normally you would say that both cars are exactly the same because it's the same class, same manufacturer, and so on. But when you actually switch between the 2 cars, can you spot any differences?
Well, extra tired, of course, but it's not that different, and it's really hard to be in TCR. It's quite a competitive class, so yeah.
And how will the rest of the race look like? Can you go until the end now, or what's the situation?
I think I will jump into the number 1 car again, so we'll see, but we're still alive, so it's all about to survive the race.
The 112 car, can it go until the end now?
Hopefully.
Right, thanks, Emil.
I think he's more confident than he actually lets on, but I mean, there's always a little bit of a variety to work in there, or variation, should I say. But he hopes so. Emil Heyerdahl there, who has been, I'm still convinced he's been on double duty. He just hasn't got behind the wheel of the number 1 car at all today.
On the Sunday, exactly so. But as he said that regular comment, we have still plenty of time to go, but he said it with a sort of, not a lot of angst on his face. It's basically, if we do not stuff up, it should be fine. But, also the confidence of youth. He's a 19-year-old. He raced 2 years ago when he was only 17 in the Carrera Cup in Scandinavia, their series. Nothing at all in 2020, but looking at his record in karting, it was pretty strong indeed. So I think he's someone we're going to have to watch. But just a classic case, taking it all in his stride. And looking at his cars. In fact, his record's been a bit patchy. So 2016 was his last time in cars. Then 2019 Porsche Carrera Cup Scandinavia. He's had to wait his time till he got the requisite number of years on the board. But he was 10th in the FIA karting Academy trophy. So that would be a competitive field of karts. So clearly good. And looking at his stature relative to Lucas's, he's looking jockey size, so he could well have a future. Jockey size, bit of money, talent. He's definitely going to be on one step of the podium or another.
I suppose it might have been an age thing, because 2016, born in July, he was 14, wasn't he? And then maybe just ran out of options at that age. But first Porsche Carrera Cup Scandinavia race would have been at 16. Yeah.
16, 17, yeah, and so maybe his family just said, now you do the schooling for a couple of years, something to fall back on, which I think all wise racing parents definitely consider as something to be done.
Nose-to-tail cars from very different classes, indeed very different divisions, as the Green Hope-backed Autorama Motorsport car is lapped again by the BMW M6, which is very sideways though through turn 4. I think when you get off line there, it's like an ice rink in places. You can understand why Thomas Gosner had his moment, together with, as he admitted, lots of curb into the equation as well, but that was slithery, slidey stuff for the JR Motorsport M6.
And when you go over the curbs as you exit turn 4, there's quite a long run of concrete outside the line, so as long as you can keep it on that, I think the big problem, what I thought Gosner had done before he fessed up to hitting the curb on the inside and going bouncing, I thought he just ran out of that and thought he had to get back on the track and brought it back too abruptly,
so overcorrecting,
but not realising he'd already got probably airborne over the curb on the inside at turn 4, come down unbalanced, and around he went. But yeah, still a point in this race that has to be considered for all the drivers out there. So it's 4:45 coming up in the afternoon. Conditions changing. It was slow despite the clear blue skies for the heat to get in the track. It's out there now, and certainly people in the pit lane, apart from Lucas, who insisted on putting on a fire suit, it's looking pretty lovely down there.
19 minutes past 6 will be the official time for sunset this evening. A minute or so earlier than yesterday. We're getting to that stage of the afternoon where the sun, certainly the shadows starting to lengthen, and that's sunlight getting golder and more gold by the second. So the paint schemes, as dramatic as they are, will take on a slightly different complexion over the next hour and a half, or hour and 46 minutes to be exact. And there's some calculation to be done if you're not neatly, stopping on the hour, should we say, with a GT car. Also 90 minutes in a TCR machine, and with that interruption overnight, there's always the chance to be slightly untidy on the stint lengths, and therefore needing a splash closing towards the checkered flag.
Yeah, I've been looking at the number 2 JR Motorsport BMW quite a lot recently. They've got, just a while ago they served exceeding track limit, speed limit in pit lane penalty, and now they've got exceeding speed limit, speeding, not the spit limit, the pit lane speed limit. Gosh, drawing all those words together. That's been issued a while ago, and it's an 18-second time penalty for the same car. So this point in the race, having got up to 6th place, and they're sort of alternating according to pit stop with the 955 Porsche Cup car, that is definitely going to put them on the back foot. So unfortunate. Exceeding track limits is one thing, but to me the one that always gets me is exceeding the limit in the pit lane.
Nearly did it again there.
I did, didn't I? Extraordinary.
You got my issue of saying lots of words all together at the right time, which has been a perpetual problem really throughout the career. Anyway, out of turn 13. Plenty of pit lane entry road used again for the number 2 car, which has at the wheel Ruud Olij, as mentioned already. We did have at least one stint from Bas Schouten, but otherwise it's been a 2-driver affair in that crew. Ted Van Vliet getting more and more used to the new car. Bas maybe being held back for the closing stint, the final 60 minutes or so.
First to second, it got down to just under 7 seconds. Last time around, it went out to about 15 seconds. And Shane Lewis isn't able, in the later stages, he's gone past the 1 hour mark in this stint in the CP Racing Mercedes, to keep the pace. He's fallen to 2 seconds per lap off the pace of Ralph Bohn. So now 19 seconds out. So not so long ago, it was remarkably close, and we're just trying to gauge how long a standard pit stop was here, and it's as close to 2 laps as you can call it. So since then, it's quite clear that effectively 12 seconds have gone the wrong way as far as CP Racing are concerned. But I guess for our point of view, Johnny, and from their point of view, even more so, we've got to see when this pit stop is coming. We've got an hour and 43 to go. They're an hour and 7 minutes in the stint. If they can stretch this stint for, let's say, take it out an hour and a half, that means their final stint will be under an hour and a half. So I think doing the maths, they may be all right. But then again, you can flip it around, and I can throw it to you. How many more pit stops are we going to get from the number 91 that's leading the race, 21 minutes into a stint?
Yeah, that's true. I still think they can do it on one more.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they pitted with 2 hours and 5 minutes to go, and this is one of those tracks where you can lift and coast here and there, particularly in the middle sector, and conserve, save a bit of fuel. But the up and downhill nature of parts of the track don't really help. You know, you've got to put the power in at certain stages just to haul yourself up the hill into turn 4, for instance. The 85 Mercedes has been capable of a 44-lap stint before now, when Joe Foster was at the wheel, but Code 60 might have had a say in that, in elongating matters. And also Charlie Putman did a 41-lap stint very early on today. I think that was Charlie's first stint, actually, after he took over from Charles Espenlaub. Yes, it was. So Espenlaub did the first couple of stints to kick off the day, second stint being 20 laps, and then Charlie Putman, team owner, team boss, did a 41 lap stint, and then Joe Foster went 3 further laps. But that will probably have coincided with our last Code 60, which was between the hours of 2 minutes to 3 and 6 minutes past 3, so relatively short to recover the damaged 58 Mercedes, and we're nearly 2 hours beyond that. So some good sustained running under full green flag conditions.
Yeah, it's generally been pretty good. Okay, yesterday at the start of the race they got as far as the first corner before the first contact, and you must have been thinking, oh hello, here we go. But actually it's all been pretty sensible, and the moments we've had out on the track have largely been people on their own, running out of fuel, losing wheels. Thomas Gosner crashing, and the Munkov car also losing a wheel and going off the circuit. It's been pretty sensible.
Yeah, good to see that cars aren't getting into one another, because that's not what this championship is about. And when you're out of the car, you know, the camaraderie very evident indeed in a 24H series paddock. People will be willing to help other teams out if they're running the same car. You know, if they've got spares that they can make stretch to another vehicle, that will certainly be done. Because the more cars that finish, well, the better for the championship as well, particularly as for, you know, reasons fairly obvious. The entry is smaller than we are used to in a Creventic round, but that's part and parcel with having to change the location of the meeting at the very last moment. And good to see that we're going to have north of 30 cars for Sebring in 6 weeks' time. But with fewer cars out on track, I suppose, you know, less chance of 1 or 2 cars making contact with each other.
No, absolutely so. Now, when we arrived in Hungary, Duvo Racing was leading overall as the overall team's title, but ST Racing, Samantha Tan, we just saw her twirling the wheel going up around the back of the pits. That should assume the lead, because it's only 5 points down, 91 to 86 when it came here. Reiter Engineering, third in the championship, overall that is, aren't here. 4th place, Vortex V8, so they should be moving up quite nicely. But ST Racing, Samantha Tan Racing, who supported this championship very, very strongly through this season and last, it's you know, due reward, I'd suggest, for constantly turning up, coming out to play.
Well, the 24hseries.com website does a very clever thing in live, as it stands, championship positions. So 104.
Well, mine's on a piece of paper that doesn't update unless I write on it.
No, I know, but I'm wondering whether that is the correct amount that we add on. So 18 points it's getting for where it is positioned in the race currently. So yes, they would take the championship lead, and Vortex, despite all the bad luck today, would go second. Yeah, amazing. Because of Duvo Racing, the team from Luxembourg being absent, Herbert Motorsports, although they are at the front of their class, scoring 19 points. They haven't necessarily scored well for the rest of the year, including a non-finish at Hockenheim, their home event. And they had a Dubai to forget as well. So, yeah, it's tightening up at the top of the championship. Would be a lead of 11 points for ST Racing if things stay as they are through the finish. Vortex V8, Duvo Racing, Herbert Motorsport separated by just 6 points.
But if they can come on, carry on in that vein, they will be carrying the number 1 on the door next year, and the bonnet, as opposed to the car that's carrying it right now, running in 10th place overall. Konstantin Kletzer, Austrian racer, Autorama by Wolf Power. That's the car that's running 3rd in the TCE class, and it may yet have, I was going to say Thor Heyerdahl, he's still sailing Kontiki across the Pacific Ocean. But Emil Heyerdahl said he was going to be having a stint in that as well. But his main concern, Heyerdahl's concern, is the 112, the sister car that's leading that TCE class in 7th place overall. That's a really, really impressive run.
I'm trying to work out what is on the left side of the 210 BMW. There's some. Is it? It's the we think it's perhaps the positional lights that are on the side of the car starting to peel back potentially, and yeah, that's not going to cause any issue for the lap time. That's exactly what it is. So I'm not sure whether the detailing of where the car is in its position is still correct, because the electrical components in that are slowly detaching. But the Spa 05 technicals that allow that to happen and should be displaying number 4, as it is still doing on the right hand side of the car, no longer working on the left side.
Yeah, now one thing I'd be interested to see is if the the MP Motorsport Mercedes, if the work is continuing. It's 1 hour and 50 minutes in the pits. Of course, Thomas Gosler put it into the barriers between turns 4 and 5, but there was a lot of front end damage. But when we last looked, Johnny, they were still working away a little bit to see what they could do. Could it go back out? But it is often the case you have to keep stripping it back to find out how bad the damage is. Might look semi-okay, and you get further back and you find something's twisted, can't be fixed. But be really good if Seb could get down there and take a look and find out if that's coming back to play. It's fallen down to 12th place overall. It's actually nearly 40 laps down on Nicolas Michelon in the GTX Lamborghini that had all the wheel problems. Not one but 2 times losing the right rear wheel. But that's still going and lapping pretty well at the moment, actually.
Eric von den Munkhoff heading into turn 12. 13, the left-hand hairpin up next with car 210. Leading the TCX category, but all it needed to do was finish in order to grab the largest trophy in that division. Also, though, looking for best result or best points finish possible in the TCE series race as a whole, and it is just off the podium in that division right now, needing some bad luck to arrive for Autorama Motorsport for either of their cars, or indeed the AC Motorsport Audi RS3 that sits between them in the timing screen. Unfortunately, though, for Munkhoff Racing, the 3 cars ahead have proved to be bulletproof to this stage and at other portions of the season as well. So cars that are really designed for 10, 20 lap sprint races converted nicely to much longer distance machinery.
Yeah, that really was a surprise when TCR was launched. We knew exactly what it was for, but it just reinvented itself. And in many ways, I think that's also driven on regular TCRs, because more manufacturers wanted to get involved and therefore have their body shapes, and it helps with the finance and the backing. And so it's almost like an unintended consequence, or maybe I'm just being naive and that was always the intention, but something made for one purpose succeeding in another. Well, it's win-win.
Yeah, I mean, the same can be said for the Carrera Cup cars as well. You know, they are longer distance domestic racers, 30, 40-minute races, but I suppose the process then of converting them to being more susceptible to the odd bit of damage here and there, you know, whether that's redoing suspension parts and making the fuel tank larger, but a good car is a good car, and as long as you keep it out of trouble, you treat it well, try and stay off the curbs early on in a long distance race, then it should be there to really lean on in the closing stages.
No, it should, but I suppose one thing, if you were designing a car specifically not for 20-lap sprints or whatever, but for much longer races, maybe the accessibility of some of the parts that would need changing through the course of a 24-hour race would be made more of a priority, because certainly I always find if I'm doing any work on a car, I need another joint halfway down my arm between, you know, elbow and wrist to get round those tight corners.
Yes, so be able to work on it, with dry brake systems when brake changes are necessary. But thankfully, most teams are getting through this 12-hour affair without needing to do that. Now, update on the 58 Mercedes, Bruce. Still as many body panels off the car as there were when we last checked in.
I have the feeling, the sensation is we're going forward rather than backwards.
No, agreed, yeah.
There's still quite a long way to go, though. And in fact, look at the clock. They've only got just over an hour and a half to get the work finished, and they're still getting bits of gravel falling out from underneath it as they've removed various parts. And it's a shame for anybody who's not able to go around. Particularly, the circuit's looking absolutely brilliant. It's in great condition. Give it a couple more weeks, and we won't have circuits like this to race on, except in southern Europe in terms of track temperature.
Good point, and that was something to be well aware of early this morning. That wasn't an issue late last night because the ambient temperature was pretty good, a high of 22 degrees Celsius, but we've already gone past that point, and it'll dip down again into single figures most likely this evening. So part of the reason why we need to get all the racing done by 6:30. The other one, more prominent, is definitely the noise restrictions here at the Hungary ring, wanting to abide by the curfew, which is 6:30 or just afterwards. So just over 90 minutes of the race still to go by now, as the 85 CP Racing Mercedes arrives at turns 4 and 5, and Lucas Gajewski busy again in the pit lane for us.
I think you saw the repair still going on at the number 58 MP Racing Mercedes. I was having a chat with Thomas Gosner, asked him, do you want to drive again? And he said, well, maybe. There is Corinna, and she's saying, yes, for sure.
We definitely hope to drive again. We have such a good team, MP Racing, who is so fast in repairing things. So I think there is definitely a chance to get back on the track. Can't wait to go.
Your pit box looked a bit like there had been a very, very big explosion a couple of minutes ago, but now it's starting to get back again. And so do you think you can make it out again for at least 1 hour of driving?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you think you can make it out for at least 1 more hour of driving?
I hope so. There's 1 hour and a half left, so they definitely can do it. They are so a good team. I really hope to go back on the track.
Corinna, will it be you then in the car, or do you have to share it with someone else?
Definitely me. There's no chance for others.
Thanks a lot, and deep respect for all your efforts, and enjoy your time on the circuit then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, still a massive smile on Corinna's face, and considering how well it was going to the point where Thomas had his very slight error, which caused lots of damage to that car, but they're very good at putting brave faces on it, and as she said, the team provide brilliant backing and an ability to turn a car around in a very quick time. A reminder that it has been in the garage now for nearly 2 hours, Bruce.
Yeah, but what really impressed me there was just the fact that the Gosner family have clearly got blood in their veins, just the sheer enthusiasm. And, some people might have said enough is enough, but Corinna was hopping up and down during that interview, just bubbling, full of adrenaline, waiting to get back out in the car. Why not? If you can get it back out in the car, your mechanics are here, get it fixed, get it out there. But that is about to be pushed back down the order. It's 12th at the moment, but Eric van der Munkhoff is getting closer and closer in the 210 BMW, and that should be going past soon. And then another 3 or 4 laps. Nicholas Nobbs, if he's still aboard the Vortex, will also push the Munkhoff push the MP Motorsport Mercedes down the order. But the good news is, hopefully, that will be back in the race. So hopefully we can get to the end with 14 of the 16 starters.
That would be splendid, because you're always going to get 1 or 2 that have to fall away. Unfortunately, that's the nature of an endurance race, is that you're testing cars sometimes to breaking point. But to get 14 of the 16 home and hosed would be a terrific achievement, particularly on a track which is very tight and twisty in places. Hankook barrier sitting mere metres away from the edge of the track. But it's testament to, well, the safety of a Grade 1 circuit, I suppose, and run off in the right places, hard work from the track staff and the marshals as well. And when 1 or 2 spins have happened, good flag waving, good, sufficient pre-warning of incidents just around the next corner, some of them blind.
Right, I reckon both the first 2 cars will get to the end on just 1 more pit stop, but the good news for CP, the Herbert Motorsport car, its pit stop ought to be a little bit shorter. They've only just started their stint. Ralph Bone only 35 minutes in, so he could go for another hour and then come in effectively with just enough of a splash of fuel for just half an hour's worth of running. Whereas when CP Motorsport, and I'm just at CP Racing, I'm just getting news from Lucas in the pits, they're getting ready to bring their car in. That will, let's say it gets in within that just under an hour and a half to go. That's where we are now. That's almost a full tank of fuel.
Yes, so should be fine to...
but it's a full tank,
well,
and it's pit stop, not
agreed.
half a tank,
No,
or
agreed.
a third of a tank.
Understood. So Shane Lewis will have to get out in the next short period of time. Will that be Joe Foster to the finish then? I think on the rotation that would fit. With Charles Espenlaub getting 3.5 hours under his belt very early on indeed. So 35, nearly 36 minutes completed for Ralph Bone on this stint. Alfred Renauer more or less confirming to Lucas Gajewski that he would be in at the end to bring that car to the finish. And with one more pit stop to go, there's always the opportunity for something to go wrong during the final visit to the pit lane, but Herbert are so well rehearsed in that vein, you'd have to say it's unlikely. As now through turn 13, the 18 car works its way towards the penultimate and then now final corner, with the CP Racing machine arriving. And Lucas, you have identified the final pilot, not Joe Foster.
It'll be Charles Espenlaub, who has already hopped into the number 85 Mercedes for the last bit of this race. I'm going to let you comment on the stop, and I'll try to catch Shane Lewis in a minute.
Okay, so I guess Lucas is a little way away further elsewhere in the pit lane, so the stop looked very clean and tidy indeed. Fist bumps all around for Shane Lewis. He's happy with his closing stint. I think Joe Foster was there with the beanie hat on, indicating that the temperature's already starting to drop away. And Charles Espenlaub must have been keeping this extra 90 minutes in reserve. He will have to come in for one more fuel stop between now and the finish. But that suggests they won't be doing a driver change. We'll wait and see, though.
Let's wait and see. Just talking about the changing conditions, it's still sunny, but there's a bit of a breeze picking up, so those fools wearing shorts in the pit lane will soon struggle. And it's blowing down from the top of the hill. That's the hill behind, across the start-finish straight, and it's looking at a point at turn 12. You can see it's blowing all the way into the drivers' faces as they come into the dip from turn 11. But not enough to trouble anyone, but certainly for those not having the full array of weather gear in the pits. I think as we get towards sunset, and did you say it's at 6:19 and we end at 6:30?
That's right, yeah.
So just before the end of the race.
Yeah, it did get, well, not fully dark, but you could certainly tell the sun was no longer peeping above the horizon. So it was, I think I phrased it as headlight territory yesterday, and that was confirmed by one or two locals. So thank you for your input at RSL_studio for further comments and a discussion topic between now and the end of the race. New calendar announced for 2022 for the 24H series, and an entry list for the Sebring 24 hours in 6 weeks' time as well, which will be over 30 cars, in the vicinity of 35 in fact, 36 maybe, and there's always the scope for a few extras being thrown in late on. Confirmation as I speak, in fact, of the provisional entry list scrolling across the bottom of your screen if you're enjoying our coverage in both sound and vision this weekend. They are just the cars, and the teams involved, drivers involved, will be announced at a later date. An hour and 25 minutes just under still to go, and a chance then to catch up with Shane Lewis, who's fresh from the CP Racing Mercedes.
Yes, he just took a big sip of water after that stint. Shane Lewis, how was it on the circuit?
That was some fun, man. I don't know if everybody else got to see it, but I sure had a good time out there. Pretty good battles, you know. I mean, you know, we know what we're running against, and we know that it's a 12-hour race and what we've got to do. But I wasn't going to let it easy for him to go around me. I mean, we're racing here, right? And I mean, I wouldn't do anything dirty, anything clean, and got a little lap traffic there and had to let him go. But just a super fun drive, man, that's for sure.
That sounds very good. So it's P2 right now against Herbert Motorsport. Do you think there is still a possibility to snatch P1 today?
Well, in all honesty, these guys have done just a fantastic job. Something mechanical or something detrimental have to happen to those guys, and I don't wish that upon them. I wouldn't mind if it happened, but I wouldn't wish it upon them. I would like to be on the top step of the podium, that's for sure.
But still, P2 would be a great result. And have you ever been around the Hungaroring before?
Oh, it's my first time here. What an amazing facility. Really, really great place. And, when you watch this racetrack, people that are watching on television and things that I've seen on video, it doesn't show the elevation change. You can't quite grasp, the topography of the track and everything. And it's really a fantastic place.
Speaking about great racetracks, Sebring will be up next for the 24H series. Your home race then, so I guess you'll hopefully be on the grid there?
Oh, yeah, we'll be there for sure. I'm not sure who thought 24 hours of Sebring. They must have been drinking the night before or something like that, but it's going to be a fantastic time. I hope that people come from all over the world and the guys from the U.S. Come to join us all here at the Creventic series. It's going to be an amazing event. I think it's going to be something that people are really going to have. Some people are waiting to watch and see, but just come out and race the thing.
Right, Sebring is next, but first let's get you on the podium. Thanks, Shane.
Thank you very much.
Shane Lewis from CP Racing, a big smile and a big thumbs up as well to the camera at the end of that interview. The car from one very safe pair of hands to another, and Charles Espenlaub able to extract, if possible, even more time out of that car in the closing stages. That was a 4:08, right? Rather, I was reading that as a gap. I was thinking that was a genuine gap between the two cars, but it's actually back into a lap and a bit between Herbert and CP Racing. Might be even 2 and a bit laps, actually. We'll call them across the line to confirm that, but now we're in the phase where the Porsche stopped a good while ago, Mercedes has just stopped now, so this is the sort of true gap, with both cars still due one more stop between now and the end of the race.
Right, 85 just coming out of the final corner. That's the CP Racing Mercedes, should be on the start-finish line, and at the very point it crosses it, the race leader, 91 Porsche, just turning right and dropping into the valley out of turn 11. So it's just over a lap and a half.
All right, well, that's closer than it was, and at the moment Charles Espenlaub is lapping more quickly than Ralph Bone. So silver-rated Espenlaub, bronze-graded Ralph Bone. And remember, it's 2 bronzes and a silver in the 91 Porsche, with the absence of regular gold-graded Robert Renauer, busy elsewhere, as we've established. So this might well tighten up yet further. Can the CP Racing Mercedes get back onto the lead lap, which will be the first task? And then, as Shane Lewis expertly put it, wanting to be politically correct, he wouldn't want to wish any bad luck on the 91 Porsche, but if it came their way, he would certainly grab it with both hands.
Let's wait and see. Let's
well,
wait
you just
and see.
never know.
But I mean, the real thing here is the fact that the final pit stop for the race leading car is going to be shorter than the final pit stop was for the CP Racing Mercedes. Of course, during that time, the CP Racing Mercedes, when the 91 is making its final pit stop, will regain, but it won't regain 2 laps. It's 2 laps down. It won't regain 2 laps. It's going to be closer than it is now, of course, because we're out of kilter. But the whole point is Herbert Motorsport had timed it so that Alfred can watch the race and then come across from watching the ADAC GT Masters action at Sachsenring and come out to play at the end. It's team manager's prerogative.
Yes, it's his call at the end of the day, quite rightly so. 438 BMW for ST Racing, Samantha Tan still at the wheel, and must be quite a long way into her stint now. 42 laps completed for a car that burns through its fuel at less of a rate than the GT3 machines. That was after a 20-lap stint for Chandler Hull. 16 laps prior to that. It was rather a staccato trio of stints, in fact, for Chandler Hull prior to that. And Samantha Tan had done a double even before that. So I think it's, well, John Miller kicked things off this morning, and then it's been Chandler and Sam switching back and forth in the ST Racing BMW. She will So speaking of Shane Lewis needing a well-deserved glug of water, I think the same will apply to Sam Tan by the end of this 45-lap stint, very possibly. But very good fuel mileage being accomplished by the 438 BMW right now. Still the 3 potential retirements. We've certainly written off, sadly, the 92 Porsche and likely the 101 Audi for redcameljordans.nl, but the work continues at a decent speed down at MP Racing, and Karina Gosner desperate to get back into that car to at least cross the line at the end of the 12 hours. GTX category led by Nicolo Michelon in the Lamborghini Huracan and Super Trofeo from RD Sainz Racing Team. Munkoff Racing's BMW with Eric Fontaine-Munkoff at the moment piloting that, just as a twosome with Marco Poland. So they have had a busy spell as well over the last day and a half in BMW 210.
Yes, it's quite a thought, really, just how much racing you get if you're just in a 2-driver lineup, and it's an awful lot. They'll sort of, while in the car and even just waiting in the pit garage, they've got adrenaline go, but when it stops, they'll suddenly feel. And as Shane Lewis has pointed out, it's a lot of up and down, but there's very few points on the circuit where you can actually relax. It's far more. You don't get the loading of lots of fast corners, but you're just busy the whole time, so the mental loading is really pronounced. And in fact, for a lot of these drivers, they're probably relieved that we started with 16 cars, so there's less traffic for them to look ahead to, look behind to, check on its progress. And I think this is a good toe in the water, and I certainly don't think it'll be another 7 years until we come back to Hungary to play.
No,
and maybe
not.
Next time we come, we'll have even more drivers. This morning we started to talk about the Baltic Endurance Series. We've got 2 of the drivers from that competing in the Lamborghini today, and they seem very keen indeed, and their championship is on Hankook tyres, so they're not going to uncharted territory. So good to have new potential players for the future.
Had another update actually from a man who is just a few miles away from the Hungaroring, lives there, Ian McCarthy, so thank you for this, at Limited Running. He's still in a t-shirt, shorts at 20 degrees Celsius, but he says, admittedly, I haven't just climbed out of a hard-driven race car, and no doubt in the pit garages it is rather chilly, because that's the area that is in the shade now, and with a fair bit of wind around, that will cool things down. But if you're in a hot race car with the engine either in front or behind you, yes, you will have felt that the enclosed office space and the extra heating provided, courtesy of a normally aspirated or indeed turbocharged engine. 500 up towards the car collection motorsport area of the pit lane. Driver change to be done first of all, and then it will head to the fueling area. So that's Nat Berton getting out in the bright yellow race suit. And the Audi rings, Martin Rump? No, it wasn't. It was him not too long ago. So Martin Lechman, quite possibly.
Yeah, quite possibly. I was just waiting to see, but blue and white. I think Martin Rump's helmet is blue and white, but after the years you forget some of these things. It always looks as though the cars are pulling back onto the track, and they suddenly remember refueling. I only had one job to do, and I almost forgot it. But Martin Rump's going to Martin Rump stroke Martin Lechman. Martin will just settle on Martin. Will go and do the refueling for the number 500. If you've not seen that car before, it's the Evo version of the Audi R8 LMS. And the main changes are the wing at the rear of the car. Take a look. Well, it might have to be the end of the race, because that should be its final pit stop.
Yeah, it used to be suspended from the front of the rear wing, so the struts were in the order from front to back of the car. The struts came first, rear wing afterwards. That's been inverted this time, and what that allows is that the rear wing can actually sit directly above the rear of the car, rather than sticking out by a couple of feet. So obviously Audi have worked out in the wind tunnel and in their aero tests that that's the better position for the rear plank or the rear wing for their future model and second evolution of the R8 LMS.
A matter of moments ago, we had the CP Racing Mercedes in from second place, back out in second place, handed to Charles Espinal. Unfortunately, speeding in the pit lane. I got it out that time. It's no longer the spit lane, it is the pit lane again. 85, a 20-second time penalty. And you really feel that could be the death knell, unless the race leading 91 Porsche also picks up a time penalty. So no misbehaving out on the track, no running wide, therefore exceeding track limits. And don't know if it was on the way in, the way out, or it may have even been the previous pit stop, because some of these offences do take a while to come. The 500 Audi Evo we just saw, that has just served right at the start. It failed to respect track limits at turn 4. 15th offence, that has finally been served.
We're not looking to name names either, really. It's sort of an academic situation, but a real shame, nevertheless, for 85 if you were hoping the CP Racing car could get to the front of the field. Yeah, that steep climb is even more, vertical at this stage, with the 3:27 laps completed for Charles Espenlaub in the CP Racing car versus 3:29, and that is set to be increased by a further 20 seconds at the next pit stop. If, by the way, we were in a situation where a GT3 car or any other car wasn't going to stop another time, they would simply add that time penalty to the race time at the end of it, possibly with a little bit more, because of course they've got to take into account the time it takes to get to the penalty box and back out onto the track too.
Well, it started at the back of the field on the back foot in the first hour. The 7:01 Vortex has moved up from 16th to 15th, 15th to 14th, and now 14th to 13th. It's outstripped the Gosner Mercedes that's still in the pit garage. 2¼ hours at a standstill, being repaired after Thomas Gosner dropped it going out of turn 4, hit the curbs on the inside of the corner, rotated it round, rubbed it down the barriers, and amazingly only front end damage. That was definitely one of those accidents where it could have whipped front back down the tyre wall, but it did not. But still, it took a while to get it back. Well, in fact, he drove it back, didn't he, with the front end hanging off, bits of material dropping to the circuit, but he got it back, and the team's still working on that. They deserve definitely more than a pat on the back this evening.
You were exactly right, by the way, with your identification of Martin Rump and the helmet design, white and blue. I should have probably guessed that from the flag of Estonia. So Rump back at the wheel, 25 years old, first ever Creventic race, and it should therefore be Martin to the finish, although this far out, that car will probably need one more fuel stop, albeit just as quick splash to make sure it can get home in the remaining 10 or 15 minutes. So Porsche number 91 heading out of turn number 1 and through the kink. That light getting very golden indeed as it gets lower and lower in the sky as we can head to the pit lane and Lukas Gajewski.
With Samantha Tan after her stint in the car, her stints to be accurate. How long have you been in the car now, Samantha?
I've been in the car for 3.5 hours today. Did a double stint about an hour and a half ago, and then just did another hour and a half just now.
So that's very impressive. Did you enjoy your time on the circuit?
Oh yes, very much. It's my first time here, and it's been incredible. It's a crazy track.
And a bit of a shame that you're basically alone in your class, however very important in terms of the championship this race.
Yeah, and especially with that last minute schedule change, I know a lot of teams had to drop out, which is unfortunate, but we're looking forward to Sebring because I know there's at least 11 cars in our class, but we want to get that championship lead this weekend, so we want to compete and obviously experience this incredible track.
You are a Canadian team, but I think you still might consider Sebring as your home race since it's on the American continent.
Yes, it is South Canada. No, yes, it's on the east coast of the U.S. I'm in California, but definitely kind of like a home track to me.
All right, and as things stand, you might go there as the new championship leaders.
Yes, leading I think 4 championship titles after this weekend, so we're very, very happy.
And what about the rest of this race? Do you have to pit again, or do you go to the end now?
So I think Chandler Hull just got in the car, and I think he's going right to the end.
All right, Samantha, take your break, and thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, we'll undoubtedly see Sam on the podium and in a very strong championship position then heading to the final race of the season, where there are a few more points on offer, being a double distance race compared to this one. And almost a home race, although she'll have to go coast to coast from where she's based these days in California as well. As will, certainly Shane Lewis, who's from California originally in the CP Racing Mercedes. I'm not sure whether he still lives on the West Coast, but the thing is, if you are brought up in the American culture, then travelling everywhere by planes is sort of second nature these days.
Travelling, relocating, and just keeping on moving on. But I really sense, actually, particularly from Shane, just how pleased he is that his fans and people who supported him through his career can watch him competing back on American soil, but against a different mix of people, against these European, global cars. And I think come the end of 2022, when we go back to Sebring in November of that year, the field is going to be really, really boosted because, I mean, the last 2 years, just as the 24H series was putting its markers down at COTA and getting a feel for the American market, then because they couldn't come over here to compete in Europe and we couldn't go over there, it stopped that. But we're now going to get it back going. Bit of kick-start at the end of this year, next month, that is at Sebring, and I really do feel it's going to grow because I think an awful lot of people racing in this championship, they're not in their 20s. A lot of people are the 40s or 50s, and they've taken the time and they want to cherry pick the races they want to go to, the tracks they want to tick off. And with the likes of Shane Lewis just enthusing so much about how this circuit has that thing we all love, gradient change. I think of the circuits that are absolutely my favourite. They all go up and down.
Yep.
And I think to come here, yes, they've seen it on television. Yes, it's a Grand Prix circuit, so it's good from 2 points of view. But to get here and find it's far more dynamic than you think, then yeah, why not come and play?
And it's been long enough since the previous visit 7 years ago for a whole new batch of drivers and teams to witness, to experience this track. And let's hope, although it's not on the calendar for next year, Creventic may well be getting into a phase where almost the calendar is constantly changing or rotating at least.
That would be a good thing.
Yeah, I think so. 210's looking slow to me. This Munkoff Racing BMW is definitely arriving at turn 2. That's a slower speed. Also the 438 with drama as well. So not a lap. A good lap for BMW fans.
And certainly not for the car hoping to have the one on its door next year, the car that would be leading the championship if it finished this race, but it's sitting at the side of the track. Where is that? And that's down in 10th position overall, only just gone onto the circuit, 4 minutes into its stint, and the other car we saw, the Munkoff car, is only 3 minutes into its stint.
And that was a first sector that took 55, nearly 56 seconds for Marco Poland, which is substantially slower than we're used to that BMW going. So drama for 210 and big problems for the 438, which is stopped at the side of the circuit at turn 7. So yellow flags at turn 6 to make sure that everyone is well aware of the location of Chandler Hull's stricken BMW M4. I'm very pleased we chatted to Sam Tan before this happened, rather than it happening, during the interview, which would have been horrible. But she said, I'm done as far as my driver duty is concerned. Chandler Hull will bring it home. At the moment, that looks like a bit of a stretch. We will go code 60 because of this. And what sort of an opportunity does this provide for some of the teams? Well, 3 cars have got in ahead of the code 60 coming out, by the way. So 2.5 minutes into the pit lane for Nicola Michelon in the RD Sainz Racing Team crew.
Yeah, but our race leader is in. That is, that's Herbert Motorsport grabbing the moment as they've done across the years.
And again, that won't count as a code 60 pit stop. So again, it's double bubble for those guys in for a full fuel fill. And this is the one stop that they needed with 1 hour and 5 minutes to go. I think it might need a bit of fuel conservation through the course of the final stint. But assuming they've now got Alfred Renauer on board in the number 91 car, will that mean that they're fine to the finish? Depends how long the code 60 lasts as well, because if it's another 5 or even 10 minutes, that really is the dreamland scenario for Herbert Motorsport.
Oh, yeah. You've got to be in position to grab the gift when it comes your way, but they did put themselves with just that short final pit stop. They've served but under green, and we heard the explanation before about the fueling pumps. If it's you come in under green, you can put your green side of your token to the pumps and get your as much fuel as you want. If you come in under code 60, which they didn't, they came in before that, then you put the purple side, and that only allows you half of a regular pit helping of fuel. So this could be the absolute masterstroke for Herbert Motorsport. But don't forget, just not long ago we mentioned the fact that there was a penalty coming the way of the CP Racing Mercedes for exceeding the speed limit in the pit lane. That's a 20-second penalty. So in its own way, that was already going to be a little bit of a blow for their chances. But they're still in the mix. But serving that time penalty right now under code 60, waiting to be flagged away, and someone else is about to be flagged in for a penalty as well. It's the number 2 BMW that I think owes several drive-through penalties. Yes, it does indeed. A 18-second and a 22-second, so in 40 seconds' time. And that's a point, Johnny. If you've got an 18-second and a 22, yes, they add to 40 seconds. Do you have to serve them separately, or can you run them together? I would suggest twice.
Yes, agreed. So, my oh my, these races do have a habit of throwing curve balls at all those involved just when they think things will be absolutely fine to the finish. So the 438 car is going to be recovered to the pits, and let's hope for ST Racing's sake that they can get whatever that issue is sorted out. Is it a heat soak issue, perhaps? Because the car was running very sweetly indeed for, well, Sam Tan said she'd been at the wheel for 3.5 hours total. That was a 40-odd lap stint by the end when she finally brought the car in. And then, you know, things start cooling down. Hot components make other areas of the car rather warm as well. And sometimes just that's when the mechanical glitches creep in. 43 laps it was for Samantha Tan. And the car in the hands of Chandler Hull has now done, well, 1 and a bit laps. Hasn't quite completed its second round for this closing stint for the BMW. That will be horrible luck for an from an ST Racing perspective. Although remember that if the car has done sufficient distance, it doesn't still need to be running to be classified. But I know ST Racing and their methodology, their look onto motorsport, they would dearly want to be there at the checkered flag, crossing the line, you know, to complete the race in their minds.
Yeah, well, they nearly got to the end of the 11th hour out of the 12, so it's a good proportion. You think about how many championships you have to get to 75%, and some far less than that to be classified, and they will be classified first in class. Right, we've got the ST Racing BMW being brought back in, and just in front of it, that's towed in, is the 210 BMW that also had a problem literally at the same instant, didn't it, Johnny? And that's coming back very, very slowly indeed. That's Marco Poland bringing it back. But in fact, that's only, of course, that's got back to the pits and gone out again. I beg your pardon. Of course, that made it back while the Samantha Tan car was sitting at the side of the track with Chandler Hull on board. And of course, its slow pace I saw there was because it's code 60. So let's go down to Lucas and find the latest from the pits.
Yeah, not quite the latest. Well, actually, the latest in aerodynamics, because you might still see on the screen the new Evo 2 Audi R8 with its new rear ring, and I've got 2 things next to me. One of them is Martin Rosiger, who is the project engineer for the Audi R8 program, and in the middle of us, it's actually the old rear wing of the Evo 1 Audi R8, because there is only one Evo 2 wing, and that's circulating around the circuit. So Martin, can you please, I know it's a bit difficult, but can you please explain the differences between the new rear wing that we are seeing on the circuit and this older one?
Yes, the main difference is the new wing has a 3D shape and creates more downforce and more drag with a higher gurney. And the idea behind is that with more downforce from the wing, we have less downforce from the underfloor, from the diffuser, and with smaller fins and less things. Therefore, the car is less pitch sensitive. And it's easier for gentlemen to drive. So the car is overall better to drive for gentlemen, and the distance between pro drivers and gentleman drivers is smaller. So it should be more fun for them.
Got to come on this side, and it's a bit easier with the microphone. Is that down to the new GT3 regulations, or could this be done a couple of years earlier as well?
It's a very good question. The performance windows changed a little bit, and over the time we get more experience with the cars we have out there, with gentlemen, what they need, where we are in the field compared to the others. And as the others are moving, we are moving also. So we in a tight competition about all the gentleman drivers to sell cars, and this is our answer to that. So we have the focus on a good driving car for gentlemen, low costs per mileage, and good reliability, which the cars shows.
And how can you measure the effects of the new wing construction? Are you using wind tunnel technology in GT3 as well, or how does it work?
Yes, we're using CFD. So basically, you start with an idea and develop it in CFD, create a prototype and go down to the wind tunnel. And after the wind tunnel, you go on the test track and make direct comparisons.
Right, I just saw the ST BMW brought back into the pit, so we're going to head over there. First of all, thank you very much to Martin Rusiger for explaining something that I still don't really understand. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's the dark arts of downforce and aerodynamics, I suppose, but clearly they found evidence that that is the way to go for their future car, the car that will be eligible for customer competition from 2022, and we'll see, I'm sure, a couple of those cars at the very least at Dubai, which will be the first chance to run those cars in true GT3 competition. Interesting point, which we'd recognised in Barcelona actually, is that the new wing is almost bowed to not a U-bend, but it's not straight either like the outgoing one, and that with a higher gurney will help with the downforce as well, and therefore the car's downforce is gleaned more so from the wing rather than how the car is channeled underneath, how the wind is channeled underneath the car and via the rear diffuser.
If you want to sell cars, and they most certainly do, to customers, that is the way to do it. We had the gap between the first Mercedes-AMG GT3 car and the second one, and the change of drivability was enormous, and that's why the AMG Mercedes has been so popular. You know, that's why people like Charles Espenlaub and Charlie Putman chose to get one of them as soon as they were one of the very early adopters, weren't they? And it really was a transformation. Right, the good news, it looks fairly positive in ST Racing's pit garage. The car's been returned, and it looks so Chandler Hull is going to go out all over again. That's good. I hate, as I say that, he climbs out of the car, so I can't read body language. I thought it looked very positive.
It was confusing for a moment whether he was getting in or climbing out, but the hands across from the chest outward suggesting what happened out on the circuit, I think, rather than, I'm not going to take that as we're out of the race for good, just merely describing that maybe the engine just cut out and for an unexplained reason. And obviously Chandler feeding back information to the team. The real problem for ST Racing is that they've now got less than an hour to rectify that issue and to get some laps done before the checkered flag is shown. Very much trying to put a brave face on things with Sam Tan in the back of the garage and being shown by one of the mechanics what potentially the problem might be in the underfloor. But that's, well, it just shows how quickly, you know, the luck can change in a race. She's just done 43 uninterrupted laps with no essence of a problem whatsoever, and then within 2 laps of Chandler taking the car over, the issue strikes. Cruel.
Yes, it's just that curious juxtaposition. As you said, it is actually quite rare not to have the problem happen during the interview. That has happened so many times to us over the years. We're all commentators. You've got a screen in the background showing the demise of the car that the person you're interviewing is just talking about, extolling its virtues and how it's rock solid will get to the finish. Hopefully we will see the ST Racing BMW back out on the track. But the light, Johnny, you talk about it becoming a bit more golden. It's becoming properly golden now.
Yeah,
so let's
fantastic.
go back down and find out a little bit more from Samantha Tan.
Yes, and of course she's able to explain what went wrong with her ST Racing BMW, Samantha.
I know, I was just here. I kind of maybe have jinxed it, but you know, after 12 hours after hitting that huge curb in turn 4, it just did not work out for us. We broke a diff mount. We are working hard to get the car fixed, so hopefully we'll be going before the end of the race.
So I'm now thinking about the regulations. What if you now stay in the pits since you are the class leader? Would you still score full points?
Yeah, since I believe we finished more than half of the race, so we will still gain points.
So this is now down to the endurance spirit to bring the car back on track.
Exactly. We want to take that checker just as much as everyone else.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Sam Tan, quick to update us, and we're grateful for you know, taking a bit of time out to be interviewed again by Lucas when not a particularly happy time down in the pits, but they will try and change that mount as quickly as possible. And that's, you know, the punishing nature of handling around here. It's a short lap, so you're hitting those more damaging curbs more frequently than you might on a longer lap, for instance, around Spa. And as you've made the point several times, Bruce, there's barely a moment around this lap where the car's not turning. Start-finish line, short straight between 3 and 4, and likewise the return leg 11 to 12. Otherwise, the weight is constantly shifting on the suspension.
Yeah, and Samantha, blamed the curbing, or pointed out the curbing on the inside at turn 4. And I really think it's such a tricky corner, so hard to see your way into. So many drivers are concerned about just getting a bit wide and running off the circuit on the outer side, on the uphill side. But by trying to stop doing that, they're hitting the curb on the inside. That's what cost Thomas Goster. And the MP Motorsport Mercedes is 2 hours and 33 minutes into its repairs. We've only got 54 minutes remaining in the race. Hopefully that will get back out. Hopefully too the ST Racing car will go out to take the full helping of points that it's gained to pick up as the only car running in the GT4 class. But they want to get out there. They've just fallen out of the top 10.
Over the line will go the Porsche Cup car, represented by Willy Motorsport, by Ebby Motors. 12 Hours of Hungary visor stamped across the top of the windscreen of that car, as is the case for all of the machines in the field. Now, the 58 Mercedes looks a lot more AMG GT3 shaped on the front, namely because that huge front splitter and the grille surround, at least, has been returned to the car. So signs are good. It might be another 15-20 minutes yet before it returns to the racetrack. There's quite a bit of tape being applied as well to make sure that the gaps between the panels are closed up.
And it's going to last a little longer, the pit stop, because one of the mechanics has just rushed to the back of the garage, run out the door, and he's running across the paddock in the background to get something presumably from the truck, one rather important ingredient. But with the Italian flags on the front corners, the car being prepared to go back out on the track. So fingers crossed, 50-odd minutes remaining. And hopefully that will come out. But it's fallen all the way down to 14th of the 16 starters.
Yeah, so it will mean that car is likely to finish right at the back with the two cars lower down on the timing screen, now confirmed as retirements, the Red Camel Jordans.NL Audi RS3 and the Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 92. So bookending the whole of the entry, Herbert Motorsport now. They have been for a little while. 337 laps now completed for car 91. And the expected remaining race distance somewhere in the region of 33 laps still to go, which will mean a 370 laps predicted total distance, as now the Mercedes grille is offered up and just about fits like a glove. Got to remember which end of that grille goes in first, and it's almost like it's snap fit. And there we go.
Fits like a glove, not like a mitten.
No.
They've done a good job there.
Well, that shows that there's the evidence of all the previous work, that the body panels that have been put on already are in the correct positions. Interesting comparison between a GT3 Porsche and a Porsche Cup car, as the 91 car puts another lap on the 955, being driven still by Sabino Di Castro. And into the shade now, down at turn 2 and 3, down into the dip, and they will emerge back into sunshine up at turn 5, slightly higher point on the circuit. And the shards of light which protrude from the tree line section there at turn 4 and 5, looking very dramatic indeed. Really nice facility on the inside of turn 5 with the circular skid pan and the various test sessions as well. That was a hive of activity at periods yesterday, quieter today, but I think there's a water splash there as well for mainly road-going cars that are being tested for when they are released potentially next year and beyond.
Yeah, light changing all the time, but it was interesting seeing, as you said, the 991 Cup class car and the GT3 version that Alfred Renard pulled up behind and has rocketed away to so much more haunch on the GT3 car. You might think when you don't see them side by side, they're relatively similar, but the muscular appearance of the GT3 car, it really does look fantastic. Wouldn't look good in street trim to my eye. I prefer the slimmer line on the 911, but out on the track, and particularly in that sort of matte black livery that Herbert Motorsport has had for so long, hides the oily fingerprints, but it actually looks really good. But right now, as the light's dropping, and a bit like the number 2 JR Motorsport BMW M6, a lot of matte black on that car, and as the light starts to drop, they really transform the shape.
It's a shame, I suppose, we couldn't go deeper into the evening yesterday to get a fair reflection of how dark it gets around here, but unfortunately circuit restrictions do not allow that. Just very grateful for the Hockenheim, or the rather Hungaroring. We've already been to Hungaroring to have had a free weekend early in October to accommodate the 24H series and Creventic. 7 years away, and great to be back. And I'm sure this circuit's already winning many, many fans that have never been here before, seen it on the TV, like Shane Lewis was commenting, but until you've driven it, and driven it in competition, you don't get the full effect.
Yeah, and actually it's just dawned on me, of course, everyone had to scramble to get here, and had there been more time, perhaps we'd have had the Hungarian team, Jengo Motorsport, coming out to play, because they've been staunch supporters of the championships, and it's just the logistics of this season have been so tricky. And again, I do think it's really big applause to everybody who's made things happen, and for all the teams for jumping through the hoops to get here. Right, the race leading 91 Porsche, Alfred Renauer, he's watched his brother race. He jumped into that final pit stop. Did he know the results of the AC GT Masters, or did he have to jump sooner than he wanted, because the pit stop wasn't due for quite some while, but as soon as they spotted a code 60 was about to be thrown, in they did. That typical Herbert Motorsport roll of the dice and optimise any possible incident out on the track to gain free time in the pits or reduced cost time in the pits. But another lap goes onto the board. 340 laps completed. Failing to respect track limits. Third offence. A warning has been served to the 210 BMW. So that's Marco Poland just sharing that. It's just the two drivers, Marco Poland in that and Eric van der Munkhoff. But that's not going to affect their position. They're down in 12th place overall. It's also not going to affect their class score, because they're the only car in the TCX class. But even at this late stage in the race, track limits are still an issue.
Yeah, they're always going to be, and it really depends on your past form as to, I was going to say how serious the offence is, but it's tending to be 10 seconds every time, even up to the 15th offence, which I think is the highest we've got to so far. But every third offence will mean another 10-second time penalty to each of the cars. And you would like to think the penny would drop eventually, unless, as mentioned earlier on, it's different drivers in each case. But by the time you get to 15 offences, you must have gone through your combination at least a few times by that stage. 47 minutes left on the clock. Some cars will need to stop again, including the Mercedes for CP Racing. That car is due across the line in the next 34 seconds, but Alfred Renauer pounding round, and he is a lap ahead of that Mercedes, even discounting the additional stop that CP Racing will have to make. They're on the same amount of pit stops completed now at 11 each, but because the Mercedes is deeper into its stint, let's just get the figure on that. Well, actually no, because of the extra stop that Mercedes made during the Code 60, maybe they are both okay now to the finish, with Charles Espenlaub taking over from Shane Lewis a total of 19 laps ago. So they're both 8 laps in to their relevant stints, Alfred Renauer and Charles Espenlaub, and 8 laps is just less than 15 minutes ago. They may be okay to the finish. A dollar per Code 60 would put it certainly beyond doubt, and therefore that is likely to be a true gap now between the top two cars at just over a lap. 3:41 completed by Alfred Renauer, 340 laps completed for Charles Espenlaub, and in the TCE part of the race, it is Christoph Lenz now driving the Autorama Motorsport VW Golf, the green one, 112, 312 laps completed for that car, a lap and a bit's advantage over the AC Motorsport Audi RS3 for Mathieu Detry.
Yeah, we expected to be able to see the true margin between the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche and the 85 CP Racing Mercedes later in the race, but that scramble into the pits just before the Code 60 was thrown has forced the hand. It means that for more laps the Renauer car will be running with a heavier fuel load than it would have done had the pit stop been later. But anyhow, they've taken the opportunity, and with the 20-second stop and go penalty for the CP Racing Mercedes, that really just gave them another dollop of comfort in this run in. And here we have just 45 minutes remaining. And if you just happen to be dialing in to listen and to watch what we're commentating on, we had 2 hours yesterday and 10 hours today, and we heard from Creventic's Orla Doreman saying that next year there'll be totally different mixes across the course of the 12-hour rounds of the championship, and one of them will be 6 and 6. That'll be the 6 hours and 6 hours split down the middle. That will be the race at Hockenheim. But other ones, they haven't decided the splits yet, but it may be 3 and 9. We can do the maths. It could be 5 and 7, 4 and 8. You know, many things you can do, Johnny.
That's right. 2 and 10 is the way things have panned out this weekend. But Spa's always an intriguing one for me, because they are hard curfew deadlines that must be met, and previously we actually had a Spa 12 hours that only ran for 11.5 hours, although Creventic weren't that keen on making that obvious to all. But when we'd added up all of the race time across 2 hours, it didn't quite make 12, but they tried every which way of crowbarring the running time in. I think that will be rectified for the 2022 running of that event. Great that we can go to Spa. You know, it's such a historic track, it's such a long track at just over 7 kilometres.
This is a true on-screen. We've got a true battle for position on the circuit, separated by just under 3 seconds on the start-finish line. 5th place, head by Ted Van Fleet, JR Motorsport BMW M6, and being pushed very hard indeed by Sabino De Castro, who seemed to do a very long stint at the start of today's 10-hour batch of racing, and the Villi Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche Cup class car. And Johnny, he's catching.
Mercedes as well might have a say on this, as Charles Espenlaer wants to get by to lap both cars, as blue flags therefore are waved in the direction of the BMW M6 of Ted Van Fleet. And if the Mercedes can create a gap, just approach with the nose of that Mercedes, and we're going around the outside actually, all but Ted Van Fleet runs a little wide into 14, and all of a sudden Charles Espenlaer had to get out of that. Just back out of the throttle and then take another bite of the cherry to the right-hand side. And as I suggested, that has given the opportunity to the 955 of Sabino De Castro, who was ready to pounce. And that was all from a very slight error from Ted Van Fleet, who washed out in the middle of the corner at turn 14.
Yeah, and therefore we just couldn't get on the power till somewhat later. And with a much more classical line, Sabino De Castro thought this is the moment. Now he's going to try and pull away. He was edging closer to that BMW M6, but that really was reading the situation well. And I think quite clearly for Ted Van Fleet, he must have just slightly lost attention with the CP Racing Mercedes in so close. But you don't get many opportunities. It isn't easy to overtake here. And so when one is presented to you on a silver salver, you grab it. That's what Sabino De Castro did, up into 5th place.
And very good reactions that need, you know, the decisions that needed to be done at very high speed there from Charles Espenlaer. He found himself on the wrong side of the BMW. Initially, that was the way to go, thinking that the M6 would be right on the apex, glued to that white line. But then the BMW lost grip in the early part of turn 14, so Espenlaer had to readdress, get out of the throttle, tuck around the other side of the BMW and pick it off on the exit on the inside of the corner. And De Castro had read the situation perfectly to gain the spot up to 5th position.
Right, we're on board with Marco Polo. Just had some onboard footage from Pierre Capper, who was thumping the chicanes at turn 6 and 7, but he's 7 laps down on Martin Rump in the next Audi up the order, so there's nothing to be gained. He's 4 laps clear of Ted Van Vliet and faster, but I thought I was about to see a car spinning. 6 and 7, you flick it to the right, you flick it to the left, but you've got these big orange-clad piles of tyres on the 2 apexes, and you hit one of those and your tail is going to be swinging around because the front of the car is really going to bog down on the impact. But anyhow, Kaffer, maybe he's doing it for entertainment, but lapping at a very, very competitive pace, matching the pace to within a few thousandths of a second of Alfred Renauer, who's leading the race, and likewise Martin Rump. They are so close on times, within a 500th of a second, their 3 laps last time around.
Well, he was part of the winning lineup in the Nürburgring 24 hours 2 years ago in the Team Phoenix Audi R8. Audi through and through, going back to LMP1 days, and a man who will have experience of Sebring as well. So, you know, Rutronic Racing not only have an incredibly rapid pilot with Pierre Caffer in their ranks, but I think good to have a track specialist going to Florida as well.
Yeah, you forget how much the likes of Pierre Caffer were commuting across the Atlantic for some number of years. But anyhow, he'll be telling anybody who's new in from a rival team, yeah, it's as smooth as a pancake. Sebring, absolutely, don't worry about your suspension. Right, vital fluids being put aboard the MP Motorsport Mercedes. 40 minutes remaining. It's going to go back, but it might only be for the final knockings.
Well, that's what the Gosters had hoped for. They would want more than half an hour's running, ideally, but if it's only 20 minutes, at least they can cross the line. And Karina Gostner, when she does so, if she does so, you can guarantee we'll have a firm grin across the face underneath the balaclava and helmet.
She will indeed. She was just walking off the back of the garage to get her helmet on, and one of the mechanics has just put on a balaclava because he's going to walk up the pit lane and be there on the refuelling pumps, I would suggest. And into the pits. It couldn't go the whole way to the finish. So with 39 minutes remaining, the CP Racing Mercedes in for Charles Espinal, but that gap of 1.5 laps is going to go out, unfortunately.
Yeah, but this was always going to happen. The Mercedes desperately needed some more fuel to complete the race. There will be a driver change as well. That looks like
Joe Foster.
Oh, okay. I was going to say Charlie Putman, but yeah, on the rotation.
No, Charlie Putman had a coloured helmet, as far as I recall, unless he has a different one for a different time of day. But anyhow, I could be getting confused. And Joe Foster, I think, when he looked at the figures on the rotation, had been somewhat less overfilled with laps.
No, that would fit certainly in the amount of drive time that he has completed compared to the three other drivers in the CP Racing squad. Interesting that they've chosen to go with 4 drivers, although, they are so used to one another now. I don't think they could go to a race meeting, even though it's only a 12-hour race, without one of the 4 guys. Work commitments permitting, of course. So we will get confirmation in a moment or two. I'm sure Bruce is right that it is Joe Foster after the car has been fuelled. Agonisingly slow into this part of the pit lane, but it is only a 20 km/h speed limit for safety reasons. The fuel nozzle is attached, and at 45 litres per minute that fuel will be pumped in. But of course now they won't need that maximum amount. They will have back-timed it just to put enough fuel in the tank to get them home in the remaining 36 minutes.
At this stage of the race, the pit stop just seems to take an eternity. They know this race has gone away from them. Really valiant effort from CP Racing, but Herbert Motorsport with the 91 car, Alfred Renauer, has just not put a wheel wrong, along with Ralph Bone and Daniel Alleman. And Daniel will be smiling. It's not Joe Foster because he's in the pit garage by process of elimination. I'm wrong, and you could be right.
I was doing it on stature, on the look of Charlie, perhaps in a race suit as well. We've been at lunch in the past at these events, we always try and hang around with the CP Racing guys for at least one meal sitting. And Charlie Putman is so much of an enthusiast, I think he would have been adamant to do the final stint to the flag to finish on the podium, just frustratingly, and it is Charlie, by the way, frustratingly in second spot, rather than a race that they could potentially have won had it just taken a very slightly different route to the finish. Not done yet, we will admit, but Alfred Renauer in a great position as we can head back to the pits and Lucas.
Yes, and here's Charles Espenlaub, who got out of the 85 car. And Charles, just to confirm, I think you needed to stop again because your last one was under code 60. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we gambled on the stop when I got in. We short filled it in gambling for a code 60 and hopefully get us back near the lap of the 91. And we ended up getting the code 60, but obviously that 91 was able to take advantage of it too, so it didn't really matter. But it was our last stab in the dark trying to get there, and it's been a great race. CP guys have been doing a great job. We hit the strategy. We only got one penalty when I left the box there. I didn't have the pit limiter speed, so we got popped, so we had a 40-second, but that was our only real mistake of the whole day. We ran as hard as we could. We did all the strategy we could to try and do it. We ran, sprint brake pads, knowing we had to do a change, gambling on the code 60, so we could try and run the best pace we could, and we gave it the college try, as they say, and that's what racing's all about. And so we'll see how it finishes out. We put Charlie back in, let him finish it out and have a good time, and we'll go away a few kilos heavier with all the good Hungarian food, and look forward to the next one.
Fantastic, Charles. Thank you very much.
All right, take care.
Yeah, a very honest assessment you get every time with Charles Espenlaub. He's handed over to the man known in the team as Charlie Putman. That's how they tell the difference, by the way. Charles is definitely Charles Espenlaub. Charles Putman, known as Charlie. It's his team, and he has been given the task of bringing the car home potentially in second place, unless there is very late drama for the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche.
What I liked in that interview that Lucas did there with Charles Espenlaub was just the fact how hard they're having to push. They're having to roll the dice, to gamble, to just suggest that maybe something where they can find an advantage of Code 60. It worked for them, but it also worked for the opposition. The good news is the Gostner family is on the move, not packing the car away, but after best part of 3 hours, it will be just about by the time it's been refueled, the car will finally, the 58 Mercedes, fallen to 14th place, will go out to complete this race. So it'll be just over half an hour to go, but Corinna Cosma, for her patience alone, as well as her enthusiasm, deserves to finish this race out. And let's hope no further mishaps for them. It was one little mistake over the curbing at turn number 4, and really a remarkable bout of damage. But hard work for the MP Motorsport crew, nearly 3 hours of fettling that car, stripping it down, straightening it up, building it up again. At least it's going out to play.
Had they known it was going to take nearly 3 hours, 3 hours ago, would they have probably started that? Yes, I think they would, in all honesty, because knowing that the reward would be 30 minutes of running in the closing stages, and the Gostners have not turned up to the Hungaroring to finish in the garage. So Corinna Gostner desperate to get on board. The fuel's going in now. She won't need anywhere near as much of a full tank to get home. And that car will return to the racetrack, quite rightly so, in a moment or two. Lots of dust being kicked up by the number 1 car of Lukas Solarcic, by the way, in the Autorama Motorsport VW Golf. That car running 3rd in the TCE series.
What I was about to say there is that the stint length, they almost all came in at the same time, around the time of the Code 60. The 1st, 2nd and 3rd positions in the TCE class. That's the number 112 Golf with Christoph Lantz at the wheel, the 188 AC Motorsport Audi, and of course Lukas Stolarczyk in the number 1 VW. All came in a whisker around, just around the half-hour mark ago, so that tallies with the Code 60 period and the time around that. So no advantage being gained, and their lap pace at the moment is very, very similar indeed. So it's looking increasingly good as the clock counts down to just over half an hour to go for the 112 crew. That just, we heard that interview with Emil Herdal just talking about how it was really close at the front at the start of this race when we rejoined with 10 hours to play today, but they just haven't put a wheel wrong. They've just been relentless in that sort of bright lemony green livery they've put on board this weekend. It stands out in terms of the livery, it stands out in terms of that team's performance as well.
Well, after 2 hours of running yesterday, the gap between 1st and 4th in the TCR division was 1 minute and 11 seconds. Remember, that was all closed up, though, overnight for the reset, for the regridding of the cars. So you're starting then a 10-hour portion of the race with everybody having completed 57 laps. And now looking at the gaps, yes, they are there to be seen, but it's only a lap and a bit between Christoph Lentz and Mathieu Detry. Less than a minute then back to Lukáš, as you said, in the 2nd of the Autorama Motorsport VW Golfs, and Nicolo Michelon further back, although in the GT series for the Lamborghini Huracan car. But the top 3 in the TCE series, when you combine both races, 7th, 8th and 9th from Marco Poland's car, which is back in 12th position, but 4th in the TCE series race.
Don't expect them to pit before the end of the race. This is to run in through to the finish for the TCR class cars at least. Circuit really seems to be changing before the driver's eyes right now. Of course, you've got insect splats on the screens, but talking of pit stops, we do have one, and it's the number 2 BMW JR Motorsport running 6th place overall, but it's fallen back off the tail of Sabino de Castro. It was passed a while back and fell 19 seconds down, but now with the pit stop is dropping back yet further in that 6th place overall. But certainly we heard from Ted Van Vliet, he's loving his time in his BMW M6, so they might have lost 5th position, but they've sort of won in terms of the experience they've gained.
Great sound of the 5.2 litre V10 in the back of the Audi 500 car. Evolution 2, but very little has been done to the engine, to my mind, so sticking with a winning formula. And the Audi, which has won some big races in its 2 previous evolutions. Clearly, Audi are happy still to continue on with the R8 shape, a customer favourite, and with these adjustments, some of them significant, namely the rear wing, they're looking to sell several more units, making it yet more of a customer, a gentleman driver friendly car. And that was something that was always said about the Mercedes, both in the SLS days and now with the AMG and the Evo AMG as well. That car described by many non-pro drivers to suggest it's going to have a moment before it actually happens, so you have that time to readjust, and maybe that's Audi's philosophy, to try and weave that into the makeup of the new or reprofiled Audi R8.
Yeah, and increasingly around the world, globally, the number of GT races and GT series is growing all the time. So if you've got a car that's comfortable for the AM drivers, which is important because a few years ago the top level of GT racing was pro lineup and a few cars in the back of the field in Pro-Am and AM, but those are the ones that need to be brought on. All the championships acknowledge that, and of course you've got a car that suits them, and for some people they will drive an Audi come thick or thin. They're such fans of the marque, the way they do their motorsport program, but each car has its own characteristic. Some people only ever want to race a Ferrari, and you choose cut your cloth accordingly. But I mean, you look at the Audi program, the way it's run, not across the years, across the decades, and you can see why a lot of brand loyalty is there.
I suppose that going into a new evolution of car for next year, there's every chance that car will still being produced in 2024, which is a key year for the World Endurance Championship when we go to GT3 Plus rules. So 2022 GT Pro and AM racing will stay as it is in the WEC. Then moving into 2023, it will become effectively like GTE is in the ELMS now, so a Pro-Am championship. And then 2024, very different regulations, going with whatever are the current GT3 cars in 2024, and that Audi will surely be one of them.
Yeah, there may be some other ones that are refreshed in between, or maybe because the change in the rulebook for 3 years hence, some will lay off the redevelopments and maybe come in with an all-new car then. But I'd say it's absolutely the right moment to go with those 2 more seasons at full racing pace, 2022, 2023 for the rules as they are. But right now, it's just the focus on the end of the race here. The team's just thinking what they can do, but really there's nothing that CP Racing can do on the race-leading Alfred Renauer-driven Herbert Motorsport Porsche. They've had such a fantastic season, 3 wins so far this season. Didn't win in Dubai, but they won in Mugello, they won at Paul Ricard. Hockenheim was won by Mark Basseng, Peter de Curtans and Manuel Lauck, but back at Barcelona for the 24 hours, it was another win for that Herbert Motorsport car. And today, it looks like they've done it all over again.
At RSL_studio for any final thoughts as we're into the final 30 minutes of the 12 hours of Hungary then. And tweets still coming in, so great for those. Sebring to look forward to in 6 weeks' time. A new calendar announced today as well, or confirmed today, with the final date dropping into place as far as the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps is concerned. So that's going to be an April race after Mugello, which will be the first European stop-off for 2022, and the return of the 24 hours at Portimao, the roller coaster track at the Algarve International Circuit. Fantastic that can be included in the calendar for the new season. Amber lights flashing on the front of the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo for RD Sainz Racing Team. Their final stop, they're hoping for anyway, of the race. Seb in the distance, filming the stop, and it will now leave the team and head for the fueling area. This should be no, it won't head for the fueling area, so clearly they are happy with the amount of fuel that is in the tank already, only needing, well, possibly just a third of a tank to get home in one of these Super Trofeo Cup cars.
Yeah, 25 minutes to go, and the Super Trofeo Lamborghini accelerates out of pit lane, doesn't cross the white line onto the circuit. It goes out of the gate at the end, so well done there. And remember, quite early in today's 10-hour stint, we had a driver coming out in an Audi RS3 and locked up and nearly hit. Which of the cars were going around the outside? It was the Rutronic Racing Audi, bit of a scary moment there, but I think both the drivers would have learned a lesson there. Look a little more in your mirrors. But actually, in that dropping run down to turn 1, it's very difficult to look in your mirrors on the left. It's the first time you ever tried pulling onto a circuit in a racing car. In fact, I did that in a Formula Ford car, and as I accelerated out of the pit lane, I noticed it was so new they hadn't put any wing mirrors on at all. So I came out and sort of held my breath and drove as slowly as possible. But it was just look in the mirror. The mirror?
It's not there. What do I do now?
She not fitted.
Oh well, hold your breath and wait for the bang, which thankfully I hope it never came.
No, well, I did, but that was me crashing it later.
Oh, fine. As long as you accept the blame, that's absolutely fine.
I couldn't blame anyone else.
Through 6 and 7 goes the car returning to the track, then the 720 Lamborghini, and there was time to allow 1, 2, maybe 3 GT3 cars through before the 720 Lambo got very close to the tyre stack, turning right. So it's a BMW number 6 ahead of the 58 Mercedes, which in turn is overtaken by the number 500 Audi R8 Evo 2. More lights flashing from Martin Rump as the sky continues to lessen in terms of daylight, and we're in a similar phase of the race now as 24 hours ago. Conditions still fantastic in terms of no rainfall, but temperature just beginning to ebb away, and the drivers very reliant on the headlights now, what they are picking out in front of them.
Yeah, and when you get a gaggle of cars, we've got 13 cars on the track, because of course the ones that aren't on the track are the number 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. That's second of their crew. Bobby Gonzalez brought that in. Gearbox problems, that's been parked for a long time. Luke Broiker's parked the Red Camel Jordan's Audi. Yes, Audi. I haven't gone mad. Well, I have maybe, but they normally race the Porsche. And also Chandler Hull going nowhere. Will that be fixed in time? It's listed in 11th place overall, the ST Racing BMW, the GT4 entry, but that has been at a standstill for nearly 40 minutes now. Let's cross our fingers it can go out. It's nice to take the checkered flag in any endurance race.
Lights now turned on for Corinna Gosner in the 58 Mercedes. She was being brave and circulating without those, but and I noticed also one of the rear light clusters has dropped out of its socket, probably evidence of the earlier incident for Thomas Gosner. Has it done? Maybe that's just a trick of the light, because now it's on. It seems to be seated correctly. Anyway, there will have been some additional damage, not just to the front, I'm sure, as the shockwave of energy filters down the car, and that will have been addressed by the team as well in the nearly 3-hour stop for car 58.
So one of the good bits of news through the course of this race, which has been thoroughly entertaining, 2 hours yesterday, nearly 10 hours today, was that the problem that led to 2 right rear wheels falling off the 720 Lamborghini, they've got it sorted. They must be very confident, because the first change was very, very quick indeed after the first wheel came off, and it went out, and it seemed only a handful of minutes later, it might have been 15-20 minutes, and it came off again. But we still haven't got to the foot of how a wheel could come off, because one of them was at the end of a 16 laps into a stint, wasn't
Weird.
it? It wasn't like on your out lap, which is the standard time for wheel shedding.
No, that's easily explained, and often is wheel gun trigger problems. But yeah, how a car can do, well, quite a lot of mileage, 50 odd Ks, 60 Ks, and then the wheel falls off. Bizarre. But there we are. Sometimes it happens, as the 112 Golf is heading into turn number 2. A car expected it back in the pit lane with maybe a driver change. Didn't quite catch that information.
Well,
from
I can tell you,
Lucas.
no, it's a driver about to leave. Chandler Hull, I thought he was looking enthusiastic. He is enthusiastic. He's back on board the ST Racing BMW. Thank you very much for that news for the pits. So we did want to see it get to the finish. He'll get out with, well, less than 20 minutes to play, but it will be good to have him back out. And it'll mean we'll have 14 of the 16 runners still going at the end. That's good.
Yeah, excellent news for ST Racing, and the commitment to this event. They, I think, are all fans of this track immediately. John Miller, Chandler Hull, Sam Tan, who we heard from earlier on, and they're getting their just rewards. They were likely to get maximum points from within their class anyway, but much more fulfilling if they can do so on the track and see the checkered flag in just over 20 minutes time. race leader in the GT series is still on course for 368 laps, which is 13 laps from home, 20 minutes and 10 seconds. And stint time no longer really a concern. Alfred Renauer 43 minutes into what could run as a maximum of 2 hours, although what I don't have is the total time that he's done in the full 12 hours. Didn't do... Now, he might have done one stint yesterday, but predominantly Ralph Bone did the opening couple of hours on Saturday evening, and then left much of the driving today to Daniel Alleman and Alfred Renauer. Alleman was expecting to do 6.5, if he could be believed at the start of the day, 7 hours of driving across 2 cars, but unfortunately that was decided for him in the favour of the 91 car much earlier than Herbert would have wanted, with the retirement because of a gearbox related issue for the 92 car when Bobby Gonzalez brought that in very slowly indeed.
Well, it's very late stage in the race. The race leading Renauer Porsche, Alfred at the wheel, has just put another lap on the CP Racing Mercedes. So CP Racing kept them on their toes, kept them fighting, kept them honest. But in the end, the judicious calling, the timing of their pit stops for the Herbert Motorsport car, yet again, as well as the pace of the crew that is just so well balanced, has eked them out their advantage. So instead of being 2 laps clear, they're now 3 laps clear. In fact, does that make them 4 laps clear? We'll see at the end of this lap, but certainly a change. Lucas, news from the pits.
Just a quick update from down here. We were over at the ST garage, and they're actually waiting until 4 or 5 minutes before the end of the race to send Chandler Hull back out again. So it's basically just about seeing checkered flag. Now, as I speak, the number 500 Evo 2 Audi comes back to the pit, so that's quite a late call. We see Dennis Ferleman waving the car in. No driver being ready, no tires being ready. Actually, the skates are ready, so that looks a bit like an issue for the Evo 2 Audi. We need to double check.
Okay, interesting. Well, I'm sure you can get a little more information about this from Audi Sport and from Car Collection, but the car is on the dolly jacks and it has been wheeled into the garage after Martin Rump had been driving it on its door handle, so certainly didn't seem to be an issue out on track. Last lap completed was an in-lap admittedly, but well in the sort of decent figures of 152.7 for an in-lap. So peculiar this, Bruce.
It'd be doing a series of 1 minute 47s. Alfred Renauer in the race lead was doing 47s, just done 1 minute 48. Pierre Caffer was dipping into the very high 1 minute 46s, but it was very competitive. There's nothing we can see visually in that car. There's communication and comment at the back of the garage, but don't ask me about body language, but the front lid is coming up.
Was this all part of the plan to run it close to the finish, but with 20 minutes left on the clock, bring it into the box? It's interesting.
Tyre warmers being put on it just to preserve the heat. So clearly it is going to go out again, because you wouldn't bother if you were just going to park it in the garage, would you?
Agreed. But, well, I mean...
That's the only work being done on the car that I can see. Can you see anything else?
I don't think there are any other mechanics towards the rear of the car, although I'm peering through. Lucas may be able to answer some of our queries. Go ahead.
Lucas having a quick flick. His microphone seems to have just temporarily gone to a snooze, but we'll get back to him as soon as we possibly can, because we really want to find out what's happening down at Car Collection Motorsport.
Yeah, and whether this was all part of the plan. It suggests not, actually, by some of the facial expressions from those at Car Collection, and now running to the back of the garage. So we'll get to Lucas in due course, but tyre pressures are going to be checked, tyre temperature as well. But these guys want to get to the finish, no doubt about it. There's some extra batteries just been sourced by
I think
Audi
they
Sport.
could be extra batteries. I think Lucas didn't load enough for the end of the race. Didn't have enough fuel on board to the end.
Well, fantastic if a couple of double A's have been located by Car Collection Motorsport. and we'll get more than that in a second as well. But just shows how relatively chilled out this pit stop is. Now working their way through turns 2 and 3. A good gaggle of cars, at least 5 involved down the hill towards turn 4. Right, so well, TV have been ready for a long time for the interview, but with fresh batteries installed, courtesy of Audi Sport, it looked like. Lucas, you go ahead.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? That Dennis Fahlemann is now speaking into a microphone that is powered by his own batteries. Dennis, thank you very much. For some reason, the number 500 Audi isn't powered at the moment. What's the reason for it?
So there is no technical issue or something, but as you know, it was a development test like in Barcelona, and we would like to thank you all the GT teams, because they did a sign before the race that we could do a proper race here. But now we want to give the honor to the other Audi customer team to be on the podium, so we will wait now and then we will go again to finish, to take the checkered flag. But so far the car running smoothly, it was fast, so everything is fine.
I think that's pretty much all there is to say, Dennis. Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure the Rotronic team will appreciate that. Thank you very much, Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you to Dennis Velleman as well for locating some power for Lucas's mouthpiece too. Very grateful for that. So what a really nice touch. I did wonder whether that might be the perspective as far as Car Collection are concerned, and Audi Sport. Here, of course, as a guest car for some competition mileage. Wouldn't be the same if they just located a track at random and ran for 12 hours there. You need other cars in the race to truly prove the new shape of car. But now that they're going to spend some time in the garage, that will allow Pierre Caffer in the Rotronic Racing by Techie Audi R8 to head up onto the podium from 4th to 3rd.
Yeah, so he's got to regain or gain 4 laps. That should come into his hands in under 8 minutes, and we've got 13 minutes remaining. So with 5 minutes to go, we should expect the 500 back onto the circuit. That's the Evo version, the version that we will see racing in some numbers, one presumes, next year. And at the wheel of the 18, in fact, the driver's been fastest for quite a number of laps recently, sometimes going better than the race leader, Alfred Renauer. It's Pierre Caffer in the black Rotronic car with the red flashes here and there, but largely dark, a sinister car. In fact, this one looks more like an Evo livery than the silver and red of the Audi Sport on the Car Collection Motorsport Evo that we do have out there. When I say out there, I mean in there, in the garage.
There are a few months yet for the livery designers to come up with some more menacing colour schemes for the new Evo car, without a doubt. And Rotronic Racing, perhaps they plan to return to the championship next year with a new car. We'll have to wait and see. I would have thought Car Collection, with their connections today, will be eyeing the opportunity to get hold of at least one of the new machines. I wonder what the waiting list is like as well.
Yeah, talking of race liveries, did you see the 3-car shot of 3 Audis liveried up to race in the Indianapolis 8 Hours?
Ah, yes.
Coming up soon with sort of effectively like a giant star-spangled banner spread across. So one car largely red and white stripes, the middle one red and white with the bit at the corner with blue, and the last one almost entirely blue and white.
Excellent.
Really, really good. I mean, the advent, the way the liveries have been able to develop with not just a person with stickers, but with full-on cladding of these bodies. It's phenomenal. I've forgotten the name of Rapid. That's what I was going to say.
Yes. So yeah, it's a much quicker process than actually having to physically paint the cars. Just talked to Autorama Motorsport about that, which will have completely converted the look of their 112 car for this weekend's event, and it looks to have been a good move because they're on course for a victory in the TCE series part of the race as well. The sister car, number 1, which is scoring points well as well, has Polish driver Łukasz Stolarczyk at the wheel for the closing stint. And the number 1 car still 3rd place, 1 minute and 15 seconds away from Mathieu Detry in the AC Motorsport Audi. So a larger gap than a lap 1st to 2nd, but it's within a lap 2nd to 3rd. And after 11 hours and 50 minutes of running, that is mightily impressive from the 3 leading TCR cars.
Always good to watch, and they have entertained, but really it's the fact that there hasn't been a wheel put wrong from the 1112 car. The others have had little slip-ups, nothing big, but just enough, and just that continued excellence from the crew, and particularly from Emil Heyerdahl. That's been very, very impressive. 7th overall, they could be more than happy with that, but also the fact it was competitive. They started today 2 hours under their belt, 4 of them on that lead lap, and it stayed together for a while, but the first opportunity to get ahead, that 1-1-2, just started to fight a few seconds and was good in traffic. But again, that's another factor. When you're in a TCE class, you know that the GT3 cars are going to come through, but it's also about how you don't lose as much time. You just lose as little time as you can getting out of the way. You know you have to get out of the way, but again, that's experience. 10 minutes remain.
I think a huge addition to that team is Milos Pavlovic. I don't know when the deal was done to bring him in, but Emil Heyerdahl, you're right, a true talent, but to have a gold-rated GT specialist, Lamborghini specialist, all of a sudden in a front-wheel drive car and taking to it like a duck to water, no issues at all during his stints, and there have been some really close quarter racing with the Serbian at the wheel of that 1-1-2.
Carl's still calling in at the pits. Marco Poland in the 210 BMW. That's running the TCX class, so it's the final 10 minutes and in presumably just for a splash of dust. I'll just check it's not a late race penalty. There's certainly been a few of those. Yes, it is. Oh, no, that was served. 18-12. No, this is the one. So it's in. Serve that penalty. Going to be going out again. So hopefully that's the last time penalties.
Yes, important if you can to get penalties done and dusted before the checker, but then again, if you haven't got another pit stop to do for fuel and for a driver change, for maintenance, then there is the option from the race officials to add the relevant time to your race time at the end.
Into the final 10 minutes, riding on board a car I didn't expect still to be here after its problems in the 2-hour part of the race yesterday, the Vortex, and if Marco Poland isn't quick at getting back onto the circuit, Philippe Bennell will get to within a lap of him towards the end of the race. So this is a car that's picked itself from 16th to 15th to 14th to 13th, could get up to 12th, but I think it's just going to run out of steam. But it depends what else is done during the pit stop for Marco Poland. The time penalty served at the pit box, but anyhow, it's great that whatever the problems were for the 701 Vortex, they got it going, oil pump, then alternator belt, AN and other things, but really since about the 3rd hour today it's been running really, really smoothly, which is great news.
Yeah, and important to try and just forget about yesterday and treat today as a completely different competition. I know they're convincingly linked, the two spells of the race, but because they were so far behind, an hour and 5, an hour and 10 minutes, then you could just treat the 10 hours as their own 10 hours of Hungary effectively. Yeah, and some good consistent laps from Philippe Bonnell, who is a key member of the Vortex V8 team. Light certainly left wanting now. We are 3 minutes the other side of official sunset time at 22 minutes past 6. The car displaying the 3rd positional light for the GT Series cars is about to be waved back into the race. That positional number will change to 4th though, because Pierre Caffer is due across the line any moment now to complete 351 laps, and that will put the Rutronic Racing by Techie Audi onto the podium positions.
2 corners to go. Through turn 13 goes Pierre Caffer, just got to get into turn 14. Saw a little bit of action there earlier in the race, and at that moment we had the CP Racing Mercedes, remember, getting caught out trying to go around the outside of Ted Van Vliet and was almost shown the outside. But now the 500 Audi will have 0-3 in its flanks, turn to 0-4, will be put on the deck and will be back into 4th position. It's a courtesy call, you could say, in so many ways. Let the customer car go through, you never know. Rutronic Racing might want an Evo car for next year. So,
well, yes.
But they want the points right now, that's what they're trying to gather. So that goes through. Just waiting for signal that number 500 is sliding down. Yes, now it's going down the pit escape road.
So fueling, but it doesn't stop for fuel. Martin Rump's back into the race, having dropped to 4th position after that pit stop, which was for 10 minutes or so.
It was, yeah, it needed to drop 4 to 5 laps.
Okay.
So 10 minutes was
that
the safe side.
That would fit, and yeah, with 6 minutes left on the clock, the Rutronic Racing car being offered a favour of sorts, but that's not why Car Collection are here, of course, to try and finish on the podium in true competition. They are looking to make sure that this car is in the best position possible to compete at the Dubai 24 Hours in 2022 and beyond. So into turn 5 will go the rejoining Martin Rump driven 500 car. Pierre Caffer running around in 4th position. Sabino Di Castro won't gain any time on the Audi because there are 3 and a bit laps between them. Well, we'll gain some time, but not sufficiently for the 955 to jump up to 4th spot. 438's back in the garage. This is a late call for the ST Racing crew, desperate to take the checkered flag. But is this going to put the kibosh on it?
Well, no, I think it's just been brought out onto the very windy and increasingly dark pit lane, just waiting. You can see the mechanics around it, their little jerkins blowing in the wind, so that's come back out just to take the finish, Johnny.
Yes.
Only wants to do the one final lap. It just doesn't want to do 2 or 3, just wants to be sure it doesn't have another problem.
My apologies, I thought it had already been released from the pit lane, but you're quite right. 55, 56 minutes ticking by now as its lengthy stop. And we covered that sufficiently when it first arrived in the hands of Chandler Hull, but needing to be towed back to the start-finish line and to the pit lane. But 438 waiting for the last opportunity, so I wonder whether they think it may not be up to full racing speed and want to be as safe as possible, as now unlapping itself is the number 18 car. Fear not, that's not a change for position, because there's about 9 laps between the 85 Mercedes and the 18 Audi R8, and Charlie Putman, I think rightly so, doesn't want the distraction of a rampant Pierre Caffer, so allows him through.
No, Caffer in the Rutronic car has been the fastest driver pretty much. If you average across the last 15 laps, he's been banging in 1 minute 47 second laps, occasionally 1:46, and whereas out front Alfred Renard doesn't have to. He can do 1 minute 48. That's fine. He's sitting on a lead of 3 laps, and as the light fades, the race so nearly its end, it will be the 4th win of the series this year for Herbert Motorsport. So for Ralph Bone, Alfred Renauer and Daniel Alleman, I'm sure there'll be great celebrations. Sadness, though, that their sister car is listed at the bottom of the chart after those gearbox problems. And we've got a slow move. It's the BMW trying to catch us out. Doesn't want to do 2 extra laps, so it's waiting to tuck in behind the race-leading car of Alfred Renauer. I'm just going to have a little look where exactly that is on the tracker, and the 91 car is heading up the hill towards turn 4, tucked in behind the 58 Corinna Gostner driven Mercedes.
Interesting, the clock's counting up to nearly 6.5 hours inside the cockpit of the 438 car. Not sure what that tallies with, actually, unless it's connected to drive time, the amount of time that the car's been out on track.
Oh, I think that's actually the time that particular driver has done. That's what I was thinking through the course of the race, and it means his egg is fully hard-boiled now. 6 hours and...
It's... Tim's going absolutely crazy at the fact that it's local time. Simple as that.
Local time. I spent all race thinking he's done 4 hours 38 minutes. That must have been at 4:38 now I think about it.
Yeah, so it's 18:27. So I would set my clock to the 24-hour marker and not get confused, because I can't from this distance read the PM that is at the start of the stop clock. So it is as simple as that. I don't know why you need to know the current time inside your race car, but there we are. They choose to display a digital clock in that respect, and the 438 machine trundles its way out of turn 5 and into the chicane at turn 6 and 7. The danger here is that not everybody is aware that a car is circulating so slowly, and there are white flags being displayed. Let's hope to everybody behind, because in the darkness you don't really want a car going at 1/3 of the speed, well, slower than 60 kph, I would suggest.
You don't. I almost feel it should have gone out a couple of minutes later and been able to be driven at a more sensible speed, but it did have the problem of having bounced over the curbing. It was something to do with the diff that Samantha Tan was telling us about, wasn't it? Having hit the curb at turn number 4. Well, it wasn't the only car to do that, but we're almost into the final minute of the 12 hours of Hungary, a race that was instated because the event down the Coppa Florio at the Enna-Pegusa circuit was pulled a while ago, and had to move quickly, but 16 cars have come out to play. 14 are going to get to the finish. It's going to be another victory to Herbert Motorsport. Half a lap to go. We are on the final lap.
So with, let's hope, a clear road in front, but there is the prospect of the 91 car having to now steer around the 438, and I'm sure plenty of radio messages are being sent in the direction of Alfred Renauer.
Well, 438 is going to have to do another lap. It's just gone out of turn 13, whereas our race leader on this, the final lap, I said it should have gone out 2 minutes later, he's just going down into the drop between turns 11 and 12, and 438's coming onto the start-finish straight. He's going to have to do one further tour. I'm sure it's fine for that, but they did say they were just going to go out for the one.
Into turn 12 will go Herbert Motorsport. They have taken 3 wins so far this season and seem to be specialising in the 12-hour races mainly, although off the back of a victory at Barcelona just a month ago, it will be, and for the first time back here, of course, remember, in 7 years at the Hungaroring, a victory in the 2021 edition, the 7th running of the 12 Hours of Hungary. Herbert Motorsport take victory, despite Robert Renauer being busy at the Saxon Ring. So Alfred Renauer having to do quite a lot of the heavy lifting, Ralph Bone with all the running yesterday, and Daniel Alleman with the prospect of having to divide his time between both of the Herbert Motorsport cars. All of those distractions still do not prevent Herbert Motorsport from taking victory and continuing their dominance, at least in the GT3 category of Creventic Racing. An awesome run from start to finish, where they certainly had some competition throughout the course of the 12 hours, but CP Racing were rather put in the shade in the closing hours of the race. They will come across the line to finish in second place, and the margin of victory, 3 laps between Alfred Renauer and Charlie Putman, with Rutronic Racing by TECE. That's Pierre Caffer with the podium position. They were elevated to third, courtesy of some goodwill from Car Collection Motorsport, and the 500 car running in now 4th position after that spell of 15 minutes to allow that to happen in the garage. The TCE Series race won by Christoph Lenz in the Volkswagen Golf of Autorama by Wolf Power Motorsport, the 112 car, winning from the 188 of AC Motorsport. A good drive to the flag for Mathieu Detry, and Lukas Stolacic in the Volkswagen Golf, the sister car at Autorama Motorsport, will complete the podium in car number 1. So not quite the 1-2 finish that the Swiss squad were after, but that's the next best thing, a first and a third in the TCE Series. Reaction to come imminently from the pit lane for the winning cruise from Lukas Gajewski. So Lukas, dive in whenever you can do with that. But class winners will include Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche at 911, Sabino Di Castro in the 955 Porsche, the GTX winner, the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo of RD Signs Racing Team, and Aldrius Butkevicius car 720. GT4 win will go the way of the ST Racing BMW, despite that very, very slow final lap. In fact, when you include the pit stop, it took over an hour to bring that car home on its 301st lap. Lukas Gajewski, what have you got in terms of reaction from our 6th race of the season?
I'm very close to the TCR winners. Now let's try to grab a word with whoever is here. Yasmin is here. Congratulations, that was a great race for you, wasn't it?
It was a great race, yeah. We had no problems, so we had always a good pace. And yes, we are so happy.
And of course, you were also donating money for the fight against cancer, which is probably the biggest win of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the biggest win for us. We can do for Green Hope and race sports against cancer. And we are happy that we can do this. So you see, we are wearing green. And yeah, it was for a good thing, for a good charity, and we are happy about it.
All right, let's go to the podium then. Thanks, Yasmin.
Yasmin Preissig sharing the car with Emil Heyerdahl, Christoph Lenz and Milos Pavlovic in the green 112 VW Golf. Congratulations to them. Last time out in Barcelona, they went pretty well too. The TCR class, bear with me. Bruce has probably got this on a spreadsheet somewhere, whereas I can never commit it to paperwork. TCR class was won by the same car. There you go. I had a feeling it was, but a very different lineup. And Yasmin Preissig was in the number 1 car. There's the cheer and the reaction for Herbert Motorsport as Alfred Renauer clambers out. It's been a smaller scale affair in terms of personnel, so much so that they wouldn't have been able to service both cars on the same lap, Alfred admitted to us a little earlier on. Very much split across at least two race meetings, but they're still able to win, Bruce.
Yeah, they were, and in the early stages of today's part of the race, the 10 hours, the 92 car was really looking remarkably good. Marcus Seefried was really making it fly, and it was staying level. This was their big hope. They want to try and win this inter-Nissan battle, and then it just really started to unfold for them, and unfortunately Bobby Gonzalez ended up parking it in the pit garage, and that was that. But still, for Alfred Renauer, who's just popping off his helmet right now, it's been another really busy day. As you said, a bit of a skeletal crew. They couldn't service both cars, but he was prepared to bring them in on alternate laps if that's what was required. But for Ralph Bone, who was waiting in the pits, great delight. It's been a really, really strong season for them.
Here's Lucas.
Yes, Alfred Renauer. Obviously, biggest and most important question of the day. How was the ADAC GT Masters race?
Didn't see the end, so I don't know.
Because you had to win another one.
But you can tell me.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it either. How was your race today, Alfred?
Oh, it was a cool race. It was very hard to fight with the CP car because they had a good strategy and we have to give all. But in the end, we are the lucky winners. I think 4th in a row. Thanks to the whole team. Let's see. Hopefully, we can do this again in Sebring.
And the production telling me it's P13 in the ADAC GT Masters, so we'll just keep talking about the win here, don't we?
No, not bad. P13 from 24 in GT Masters is not bad. But yeah, nice team and nice teamwork today, and like the whole season, we're really happy about this.
I'm going to see you on the podium then. Thanks, Alfred. Congrats.
Another win for Precoat Herbert Motorsport. As I say, I make that 4 for the season, but the way the points work, still a very strong position for ST Racing. And Porsche domination continues because regardless of the team, it's been a Porsche 911 GT3R car winning every single race in the 24H series so far.
Well, no wonder Audi are pushing so hard to get their Evo model sorted for next year. That's EVO, not IVO, as in Breukers. But for them, the Breukers trio, Ivo, Luke and Rick, there was a non-finish today, which is very unusual. But let's go down to find out from the TCE winners, down with Lucas.
Yes, we've already spoken to Jasmin Preisig, and here is the man who brought it home. There are the congratulations from Stefan Tanner, his team boss. Christoph, that was a brilliant race today, and of course, especially because you're donating money for the fight against cancer. What a brilliant day for you.
Yeah, it was a pretty cool race. We did the whole distance without problems, and we had a strong lineup, so all good, yeah. It was good.
Anything else to say? Not really.
We won, so it's okay like this. Let's take like this. No, I just want to say Green Hope is a foundation against cancer for kids, and it's a really good thing. So check it out on www.greenhope.ch and do something for them. Thank you very much.
Great stuff, Christoph. Thank you very much, and see you on the podium.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, didn't put a wheel wrong, and that new livery, I have a funny feeling, may stick for one of the Autorama Motorsport cars, possibly both. But if it's down to individual drivers choosing that way, then, I mean, it's easy from our perspective to have one white car, one green car, purely from an ID point of view. And like the fact that the black stripes echo the red parts of the livery on the other car as well. So a little bit of adoption of the Autorama paint scheme weaved into that predominantly green car.
And it is a great livery because, in fact, you said that last night as it went into sunset, suddenly the yellow-looking element of the car, it just becomes green. And right now, looking down from the podium, it looks green, but in the full sunlight, it glows much more yellow. I quite like that.
Yeah.
I think pearlescent was the word I was trying to think of.
I was thinking translucent, but that's not correct at all. But pearlescent, yes, from the TVR perspective that you were talking about. Many hours ago, after 12 of them, the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche takes another victory then in the 2021 Creventic Series. That is win number 4 for Daniel Ellerman, Ralph Bone and Alfred Renauer. And Robert Renauer, of course, involved in other matters. CP Racing's Charlie Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis finish in second position, 3 laps away from our eventual winner. Rutronic Racing benefiting from the goodwill of Car Collection Motorsport, and they make the podium for Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Caffer, Sven Herberger and another Sven Herberger. I think there were only 3 drivers in that car, though. The 500 car collection motorsport car of Martin Rump, Martin Lechman and Nat Berton finishing 4th and winning the P4 class. Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors 911 Cup car wins the 991 part of the GT Series race. JR Motorsport's BMW M6 car number 2 is 6th, ahead of the 720 RD Science Racing Team GTX race winner. That's the Lambo Huracan. ST Racing win GT4, 8th place in the GT Series. 9th position for the 701 Vortex V8, also a GTX car. MP Racing's Mercedes number 58, 10th. And the Herbert Motorsport Porsche did not make the finish. In the TCE Series, Autorama Motorsport very happy with a day and a half's hard work. Emil Heyerdahl, Jasmine Preissig, who we heard from, Christoph Lenz, likewise, the last voice you heard speaking to Lukas Gajewski and Milos Pavlovic. Stefan Perra and Mathieu Detry for AC Motorsport finished 2nd in the 188 numbered Audi RS3. 3rd was the number 1 Autorama VW Golf, backed by Wolf Power Racing. Konstantin Kletzer, Lukas Stolarczyk, Emil Heyerdahl again, and Fabian Dance. And then the 210 Munkoff Racing BMW for Eric Fontaine Munkoff and Marco Poland. 101 Red Camel Jordans.nl, sadly not a finisher for the Breukers family. And the podium is a few minutes away, so a chance for Bruce and I to reflect on a visit back to Hungary, to Budapest, for the first time in 7 years. And we won't be back here next year, well, at least by looking at the calendar, which is still a little bit fluid. In 2022 we won't, but I think, you know, that certainly it's given Creventic a nice problem to have, in that they've got more circuits available to them than can fit into a calendar.
Well, raced here, tested here, tried it here, and for a lot of the drivers, because there has been no visit from this series for 7 years, a lot of them have never raced here. And you know what? It's been thumbs up from all of them, and particularly the likes of Shane Lewis really, really enjoyed it. He said he loved the gradient. So it's another one that can stay in the mix. And we talk about this possible rotation, but you know, the good thing for 2022 is most of those dates are going down in proper ink on a calendar, something that's been a real problem for the last couple of years for absolutely obvious reasons. But yeah, I think it's been a good experiment here. Had there been more of a run-up since the race down at Ennepegusa was cancelled, we'd have had more cars here. And those that didn't get to the Hungaroring, I think would have been looking on at this 2-hour, 10-hour split and thinking, if only we could have taken part. But really another job done extremely well by Herbert Motorsport, and also the fact, just to reiterate, they were racing at another circuit this same weekend, racing in the ADAC GT Masters. So for teams that have to try and balance their books and balance their staff whereabouts, really tricky. But for the Renault brothers, just another win under their belt. But for it was the advantage to the Creventic side today, not so much the ADAC GT crew.
And good mileage for the 500 Audi Evo 2. Remains to be seen whether that will appear at Sebring. Logistically, that might not work so well for Audi Sport and for Car Collection Motorsport. But I would imagine I don't think there was a Car Collection Audi listed on the entry list. I'll go back and check that. But Car Collection are normally a mainstay in the championship. Also, Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, you normally expect the Kirchhoff, Edelhoff, Grimm and Edelhoff combination, don't you, in one of their cars?
Yes. So let's hope that they can make the trip. Good to have a team as well established as JR Motorsport with exciting future plans with a new car. Their BMW M6 that qualified well yesterday. 955, which was the eventual 991 class leader, I thought was going to have a more difficult task of finishing ahead of the 720 Lamborghini Huracan. 2 cup cars, although from very different disciplines. The 991 class eventually finishing 5th in the GT series, with the Lamborghini Huracan down in 10th position. So there was quite a large wedge driven between the two, with all that happened in the race, including all 3 TCR series podium finishers. But encouraging for a smallish entry from TCR to have 4 cars on an even playing field until fairly late on in the race. And even looking at the gaps now, it's only a lap between Christoph Lenz's VW Golf and the AC Motorsport Audi. A further lap back to the second of the Autorama cars. And that is all down to where the GT Series winner was on the track, because I have a feeling that the gap from the Audi to the VW Golf was actually less than a lap as they crossed the line. So that is just about it from our commentary regarding the 12 Hours of Hungary. But before we get to the podium, which will be overseen by Lukas Gajewski, a reminder of many of the highlights from today's action.
And with the best bits of the race, let's start the celebrations after the 7th running of the Hankook 12 Hours of Hungary 2021. And let's bring your winners onto the podium. We will start with the GT division and with the GT3 class podium equally, because obviously we have the same contenders. So here are your 3rd place drivers: Rotronic Racing by TECE, Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer and Sven Herberger. In 2nd place, CP Racing with Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis. And your winners from Germany, Herbert Motorsport with Daniel Alemann, Ralph Bone and Alfred Rennauer. So for the winners, let's listen to the German national anthem. Congratulations for Herbert Motorsport after winning the 12 Hours of Hungary 2021. So here's the presentation of the trophies. Gary Willems and Ole Dörlemann from the Creventic organization with the trophies for the third place drivers. Congratulations once again to Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer and Sven Herberger. So here we have the trophies for the second place drivers. Once again, congratulations to CP Racing with Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joey Foster and Shane Lewis. And then the winners, or the trophies for the winners. Congratulations to Herbert Motorsport, Daniel Alemann, Ralph Bone and Alfred Renauer. Congratulations to all of you. Please get together for the official podium photograph, and then afterwards, of course, it's the... oh, hang on, we still have class trophies for you as well. Completely forgot about those, because this is not only the overall podium, but the GT3 class podium as well. So we need Gary Willems and Ole Dörlemann once again to present the GT3 class trophies. First of all, to the third place team, Rotronic Racing, then of course to the second place team, CP Racing, and the trophies for the GT3 winners, Herbert Motorsport, once again. So there we go, guys. Please give us a big smile again and big round of applause. Your GT and GT3 winners. And then after a long day here at Budapest, it's time for the champagne. So thank you very much then to all the teams, the winners in the GT division and the GT3 class as well. So now we just need a couple of seconds to set everything up again for the second big podium of the race, which is going to be for the TCE division. So we'll be back with you in a couple of seconds. Right, I think we are good to go for the TC. No, not yet, not quite. Still some champagne needed. That's all right, because of course we will welcome 3 teams once again on our podium positions. So we've done the GT podium. Now, of course, it's time for the TCE podium, and it's kind of the same procedure as for the GT division, because the top 3 in TCE division are also the TCR class top 3 positions. So let's welcome the TCE and TCR winners. In third place, Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, Konstantin Kletzer, Lukas Stolacek, Emil Hayadal and Fabian Danz, third place. In second place, AC Motorsport with Stefan Perran and Matteo Detri. And the winners from Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, congratulations to Milos Pavlovic, Christoph Lenz, Jasmin Preisig, and Emil Heyerdahl. So here is the Swiss national anthem for our TCE and TCR winners. Congratulations once again to the Autorama team, P1 and P3 in TCE and TCR. Once again, Gary Willems and Ole Dörlemann presenting the trophies to the third place drivers first of all. Konstantin Kletzer, Lukas Dolacek, Emil Heyerdahl and Fabian Danz. Next up, the trophies for our two second-place drivers, Stefan Perrin and Mathieu Detry from AC Motorsports. And these are the trophies for our four winners. Congratulations once again to Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, Milos Pavlovic, Christoph Lenz, Jasmin Preisig and Emil Heyerdahl. And we're not finished. There is another set of trophies coming for the TCR class winners. Third place trophies being delivered by Gary Willems. Second place trophies delivered by Ole Dörlemann. And then, of course, we have another set of trophies for the winning TCR team, which is Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing as well. So another set of trophies being delivered. Autorama will need a big lorry to bring them all home, but I think this will be fine. Thank you very much, guys. Here's your champagne. Congratulations and big thanks once again. TCR and TCE, as always, has been very, very exciting today. Great racing that we saw here at Budapest, and those were the celebrations. But of course, there is a bit more coming up. We still have 3 class podiums for the GTX cars, for the 991 class. Actually 4 more podiums because we have GT4 and TCX as well. So 4 more podiums coming up tonight for you here in Budapest and also in the live stream as well. So please stay with us if you may. Champagne being ready once again. So are the trophies. And then I think we are good to go for the next class podium, which is the GTX class that we are going to start with. And in second place, let's welcome the Vortex V8 team with Philippe Bonnel, Gilles Courtois, and Nicolas Nobs. Congratulations. That's P2 for the Vortex team in class GTX. And these are your winners, the RD Science Racing team, Audrius Butkevicius, Nicolas Michelin, and Paulius Paskevicius. Congratulations. Now, trophies being presented by Gary Willems and Ole Dörlemann once again to our GTX teams on the podium. Second place, congratulations once again to the Vortex team, Philippe Bonnel, Gilles Courtois, and Nicolas Nobs. And those are the trophies for our winning team from Lithuania, the RD Science Racing team. Congratulations again to Audrius Butkevicius, Nicolas Michelin, and Paulius Paskevicius. All right, guys, thank you very much. Please enjoy your champagne as well. Off you go. You don't want to have champagne? Of course you do. Nicolas Nobs trying to hide there, but that didn't work. There is one of his teammates, Gilles, still giving him a champagne shower. Great stuff and great spirit from the Vortex guys as well as from the RD Science team with their Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. Thank you very much. So there are 3 more class podiums coming up, and we'll continue the proceedings with the 991 class. We only had 1 Porsche entered there, but as we saw once again today, it's always good for a top spot in the overall classification as well. Now we're going to need another big set of champagne, of course, because we are now doing 3 class podiums at once for the 3 remaining classes that will be put onto the podium in just a moment. All right, here we are, good to go then for our 991 class podium. Please give a big round of applause to the 991 class winners. Willy Motorsport by AB Motors with Fabrizio Broggi, Sergio Nicolai and Sabino De Castro. And before we do the trophies, let's just call the other class winners as well. Next up, as the next class, is the GT4 class. It was a bit of an unfortunate end to their race, but we are very happy to welcome them on the top step of the podium as well. The GT4 class winners, ST Racing with Chandler Hull, John Miller and Samantha Tan. Congratulations. And last but not least is the TCX class podium. Congratulations to Munkhoff Racing with Eric van den Munkhoff and Marco Poland. Your 3 remaining class winners, and now we need Gary Willems and Ole Dörlemann once again to present the trophies to our winning teams, and there are quite a lot of them. Let's start then with the 991 Cup winners. Willy Motorsport by AB Motors, Fabrizio Broggi, Sergio Nicolai and Sabino De Castro. Now these are the GT4 trophies presented with big congratulations to ST Racing, Chandler Hull, John Miller and Samantha Tan. And 1 set remains for the TCX class winners. And once again, congratulations to Munkhoff Racing with Eric van den Munkhoff and Marco Poland. So that's your last class podium of the day. And of course, we are going to conclude this as well with the champagne. So thank you very much to all the teams, all the drivers, and especially all the winners during the podium ceremony. It's been such an exciting 7th edition of the Hankook 12 Hours of Hungary, especially under these very, very difficult circumstances and a late call. There is one very, very big date coming up in the 2021 season. Make sure you join us from 18th to 20th of November for the first ever 24 hours of Sebring to conclude the 2021 season of the 24H series. From everyone here at Hungary, thank you very much for joining this weekend and have a very, very great evening. Thank you. Bye-bye.
While your body is banging like a nail away, I'm a sleeping you off the ground at the speed of sound.
1 championship, 8 races, legendary circuits, drivers from all over the world, 1 family, 1 passion, endurance racing. Welcome to the most professional endurance racing series for all drivers, amateurs, semi-professional and professional. Welcome to the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. Can you beat the challenge of 8 endurance races? Will you become the 24-hour series champion for 2021? This is endurance.